Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku bonds with legendary Pokemon. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Clouds passed over the bright blue sky, the kind where you think of happy times to spend with your friends and family. The kind where nothing could go wrong. For one person in particular, that wasn't really the case. And if you were to see the scene in person that he was in, you probably wouldn't think so too. A boy no older than 4, with messy dark green hair, freckles that shaped like diamonds on both his cheeks, and wearing a simple light blue shirt, green shorts, and crimson red shoes, a sweet, innocent-looking kid, but with a face of fear and tears in his eyes and whimpering. What was he so scared of? A small group of 3 kids and their Pokemon. One a pudgy kid with crimson wings on his back and a Spearow flying beside him, another with a toothy, sinister smile with a purple cap and super long, extending fingers and a Tangela next to him, and the final one the leader of this group, a crimson-eyed, spiky, ash-blonde-haired boy whose hands popped with tiny explosions alongside a Cyndaquil whose flames sparked out ready to strike. The reason he stood before them? Behind him was another kid, crying and bruised, holding his heavily injured Rattata. The 3 kids were hurting him. They hurt his Rattata. And the boy couldn't stand by and watch it happen and do nothing. "Why are you being so mean?" the boy said, fear and innocence in his voice. "You are making him cry, Kakin. You hurt his Rattata too far." The boy crouched down slightly and raised his fists. "If you keep on hurting the I'll stop you myself." The 3 kids looked at the boy in silence. But a second later, their smiles returned with sinister amusement. The kid with the ash-blonde hair, Kakin as he was called, smirked and said, "You want to pretend to be a hero?" He slammed his right fist into his left palm and tiny, yet threatening explosion occurring that puffed out sparks of fire and smoke. Kakin's Cyndaquil took note and crouched down, its flames rising threateningly too. "You don't stand a chance without a quirk and such a weak Pokemon," Kakin said. He looked at the boy with eyes closed yet let out a smile that drove pure fear into the boy's heart. He said one more word, a word that to the boy felt like he was being branded. "Deku!" The boy called Deku stepped back in fear. But as he felt like he was going to run away, the boy felt a head of fur touch his leg. The boy looked down to find his own Pokemon, standing beside him and rubbing his head on his leg in a comforting nudge. The Pokemon was small, covered in brown fur, with a large collar of light brown fur, stood on 4 small legs, had large brown ears, and had a large busy brown tail with a patch of light brown fur, in the shape of an arrow, on the tip of its tail. The Pokemon was known as an Eevee. More importantly, it was the boy's Eevee. The Pokemon nudged his leg and despite the fear evident in his eyes, Eve gave him a bright smile and a fire in its eyes that drowned the fear. Deku was still in shock but smiled as well. His eyes shone again with strength through the tears and raised his fists again in defense, fueled by his Pokemon's encouragement. As the bullies and their Pokemon rushed towards the duo, Deku and Eevee stood tall and ready. A short while later, the 3 bullies and their Pokemon were gone. The injured boy and his Rattata knelt down and cried, and the boy called Deku and his Eevee, side by side, were on the floor, covered in bruises and scorch marks. The boy looked towards his Eevee, his partner, his fur tattered and scorched, its eyes closed and groaning in pain. His eyes filled with tears once again at what he believed was his fault. He fought knowing he would be beaten. He knew he directed the boy's attacks on him and away from the kid and his Rattata, but at what cost? He fought knowing Eevee would be hurt. Yet he and Eevee still did it. The boy turned his tired eyes to the sky above, the sun shining bright, the clouds rolling by and a swarm of Pidgeys flying high above. The view made him more tired and more sad. Before he could rest his eyes and fall into unconsciousness, the boy thought to himself. Asked to himself the question he always asked since that fateful day. Is he alright? Am I just pretending? Am I really so useless? Can I be a hero too? Izuku POV. That was me. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I learned something that day. A sad and hard truth. All men are not created equal. All men are not treated equal either. I learned that some people have more power than others. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you my story. My journey. The world I live in is a weird one. Weird, but amazing. Ever since mankind had walked the earth, ever since we grew as a species, populated the planet, traveled the land, sea, and skies, and built civilizations, we weren't alone. We were joined into this world by the wondrous creatures that we called Pokemon. They come in many shapes, sizes, and what mankind took most notice of, power. They could perform feats unlike anything man could do. Some could fly high into skies, some could breathe fire and control the elements, some possess strength enough to smash a boulder into pieces. Some are even revered as deities and forces of nature and power. But what made them truly special, and what made us special too, was the bond that we shared with them. As long as mankind has lived, mankind and Pokemon have stood side by side, using their talents and skills to grow smarter, stronger, and more amazing. We play with them, we study them, we capture them and fight other Pokemon from other trainers for sport and competition. It looks better than it sounds. Many of these Pokemon relate to each other through not just looks, but also their power and types. Over 18 different classifying types. Fire, water, nature, lightning, and on and on. Each Pokemon had one or two typings and some could even gain and change them over time. Pokemon could also change in appearance and species as they grow stronger through evolution. Some could also change by other means like friendship or special stones. Each species, size, and shape of Pokemon was as unique as the snowflakes of a snowy winter day. But not all are treated equally as well. Some are viewed as powerful, important, special. Some are overlooked and deemed useless. A sentiment that I can relate. A sentiment that many in fact share after the appearance of quirks. The first incident was in Quick, China. An extraordinary child was born who radiated light, like an Ampharos. After that, reports of people with superpowers popped up. Across the globe, no one knew what was causing these strange phenomena. Chaos spread, society started to collapse, and the line that separated humans and Pokemon became thinner and blurred. But as time went on, and these superpower individuals became more common, our world changed and went through its own evolution. These superpowers became known as quirks, and many to this day are still researching quirks and their origins. Many took note that these quirks resembled the types of Pokemon and began classifying quirks in types like Pokemon. And whilst quirks became the norm, Pokemon continued as always as an integral part of life. The supernatural became normal. Dreams a reality. Our mysterious, wondrous world became a greater superhuman society with about 80% of the population possessing some uncanny ability. But just like most things of our world, there are always those who use their gifts and talents in their own self-interest. For one reason or another, some superhuman individuals use their quirks for dark and malicious reasons. These villains use their quirks and Pokemon for terrible misdeeds, and law enforcement, even with their own Pokemon, struggled against their power. But as darkness always rises, the light rises to drive it back. As cities swirled with chaos and confusion, others took a stand and fought against these villains in the service and protection of others. A new profession dominated our collective consciousness. It was a golden age of heroes. These defenders of the peace and people worked to protect civilians from disasters, both man-made and natural. Our streets looked like scenes from comic books. They worked tirelessly to defend those who couldn't help themselves. Whilst governments around the globe struggled to rework laws with quirks in mind, and criminal activity rising with villains who abuse their powers for evil, these courageous people performed acts of heroism to keep our city safe. And with the aid of their Pokemon and overwhelming public support, they found a place in our new society. Those who were more popular and did the best were paid the most and got all the fame and glory, whilst others weren't and struggled against matters of popularity and effectiveness. But despite all their shortcomings and issues, what was important was their mission, their duty, to protect those who can't protect themselves. They were seen as our greatest champions of peace and hope. And that was what I wanted to be. No matter what. No matter what. 10 years later. Now I'm 14 years old, and today I was having quite possibly the worst day of my life. Today was just like any other day. On my way to school, I witnessed a villain with some kind of gigantification quirk, along with an abnormally large Gyarados, tearing apart a subway route after stealing a purse and getting caught. During which, nearby heroes came to the rescue, like Death Arms and Backdraft. New up-and-coming heroes like Kumui Woods and Lady also made their debut and apprehended the criminal. I, of course, wrote all of what I saw of their quirks, Pokemon, and potential on my hero journal, my 13th one. A nice old man there on the scene, with these star-shaped protrusions coming out of his head, called me out for being a fanboy and asked if I wanted to be a hero. I smiled and said yes, and he cheered me on to continue my dreams. I would have been more touched, but I knew it was just the nice words of a random old man. A random old man who didn't know who I was and didn't know anything about me or my quirk, or lack thereof. Afterwards, whatever joy I had that day turned to ash by the reality of another school day of Aldra Junior High, and what I have come to expect every day now. Today, our teacher talked to us about our future endeavors and career paths, like a police officer or a Pokemon professor or researcher, but he, along with everyone else, knew that everybody wanted to become heroes. Even if most of their quirks weren't anything that could be seen as useful or flashy. I mean, as optimistic as I am, what kind of hero would be effective if their quirk was something like having a super long neck or nose? Then again, I don't exactly have anything to say for that matter. That is when my childhood friend 10-year-long bully, Katsuki Bakugo, or as I call him, Kakin, made a pompous show of himself, proclaiming that he was better than everyone else, that he would get into UA High, the best hero school in the country, some even say the world, and that he would be more popular than All Might himself. He claimed, and I quote, that he would be the richest and most popular hero of all time. Internally, I frowned at Kakin's choice of words. Heroes shouldn't be about fame or money, idiot. I thought. Why can't you see past that ego of yours for once? Then my teacher decided to end Kakin's little show by making my day turn to hell. He outed that I wanted to go to UA too. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop the others from laughing at me, especially Kakin, who exploded my desk and told me all I was a quirkless wannabe. Useless, defenseless, Deku. What he did after class was the final straw, what made me realize that the best friend I had when I was 4 died. Killed by his own ego. He destroyed my hero journal, all my hard work, and tossed it out the window like garbage. And finally said, "Hey, if you really want to be a hero so badly, there might be a way. Just pray that you will be born lucky in your next life, and take a swan dive of the roof of the building." Those words echoed in my head as I looked out the window he threw my journal. Echoed in my head as I went out to grab my notebook, now turned into Magikarp food. My mind reeled back to all the words he called me, all the abuse and torment, all the pain he put me through. All the pain the universe itself brought onto me from the moment I was born. Useless Izuku. You can't do anything right. You are nothing but a worthless cater pie. Just a bug that always gets in my way. Worthless Deku. Sorry kid, it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry Izuku. Take a swan dive off the roof of the building. My mind kept replaying the words and events over and over again. Right at the moment I stood on the school rooftop. I looked down below and wondered if he was right. He was always right. That's what my life has seemingly said. From the day he got his quirk, to the day I found out I had no quirk, that I was quirkless. Remember when I said that 80% of the population have quirks? I'm one of the unlucky few that land in the 20% of people who don't. I have no quirk. Quirkless. A simple 9-letter word that, to me, was the same as saying useless. I looked at the ground below me, and as I planted my foot on the railing, 2 voices behind me called out to me. "EV! Pika Pie!" They yelled. I looked behind me to find my lifelong partner and companion and my semi-companion right next to me and looking me with those dark brown and black eyes that oozed happiness and comfort. I remember having EV ever since I could remember. I remember me and EV replaying hero fantasies with me and EV wielding large, courageous smiles. Remember those times where Katsuki and I would play around in the forest and park, playing heroes and fighting bad guys side by side as partners? Or as Katsuki would view me as a sidekick. I would chuckle at Eevee playing around with Kak and Cyndaquil. Then as Katsuki got his quirk and I got nothing, things changed. Katsuki viewed me as useless and worthless before I got my quirk. Now he saw me as having as much worth as a Magikarp that can't evolve. Our playdates turned to beatdown sessions as he would use me and Eevee for target practice for both him and Cyndaquil. Made me out to be the villain of his story. It got worse when I said I was going to be a hero, regardless of having no quirk, and even worse when Cyndaquil evolved into Kalava and Eevee never did. But I didn't want Eevee to evolve, not unless he wanted to, and I knew he never did and I didn't either. Katsuki unleashed enough explosions onto me that I had to hide my shoulders and chest from my mom for days when I told him that. For 10 years, Katsuki Bakuga bullied me over and over and over again, all the while calling me a worthless piece of grubbish trash. A useless caterpie. Gave me the name Deku, which in the proper kanji translated to useless, worthless. Someone that can't do anything. For a time I believed him. It wasn't hard to believe. When your best friend proclaims you are useless, bullies and beats you up for 10 years straight, when no fellow kid or teacher helps or calls Bakugo out and even your own mother doesn't believe you can be a hero. It was enough to drive someone off the edge. Eevee, however, was different. He was always there, smiling and comforting me when things got bad, always cheered me up and remembered to smile through the pain, to always smile no matter how hard things get, just like my all-time favorite hero and idol, All Might, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, and a hero that saves everyone with a smile on his face. But as much as All Might was my idol and pillar of support for my dream, Eevee was the one that was always there, always in my life. Well, him and Pikachu. Pikachu was another constant companion of mine, but he wasn't technically well mine. I'm pretty sure Pikachu wasn't anybody's Pokemon, a wild Pokemon. Pikachu was also different from all the others that I had ever seen. He had a ruffle of fur on his ear that seemed unique and, as I have seen many times, was faster and more powerful than any Pikachu I had ever seen. I remembered fondly one day where me and Eevee were trapped in the woods by a big storm and were attacked by a flock of wild Spearows. Then Pikachu came out of nowhere and unleashed the biggest blast of lightning I had ever seen and scattered the Pokemon away. Ever since, he has been my unofficial second Pokemon, and the first Pokemon I will try to catch when I'm of the legal age, to catch wild Pokemon. Of Katsuki didn't like that either. Thought that worthless Deku shouldn't have such a powerful Pokemon and tried catching it himself with a Pokeball, something that he shouldn't have had at that age. It always rejected and fled from him and anybody else who tried, which in turn made Katsuki release his rage onto the closest thing he could find, my gut. Even when other kids used their own fast Pokemon or speed-boosting quirks, it always ran too fast. I was the only one that ever managed to get close and play with it, which in turn made others jealous and joined Bakuga's Bully Deku Club. Regardless, Pikachu became fast friends with me and Eevee. But as time moved on, I always found myself curious about Pikachu's tail, more specifically, a weird mark, barely visible and covered in fur. But I soon gave up trying to find out what it was, both because Pikachu refused to show me and would always zap me when I tried. I didn't mind the shocks and saw them as playful punches, something that I knew Pikachu appreciated. I looked at the two and smiled, the dark thoughts and words fading away. I knelt down to them and said, "Thanks guys. For always being there when I needed it, even if I'm just a worthless kid who can't do anything." Pikachu responded to that with a tiny thunderbolt. I laid there on the ground and twitched at the electricity flowing through my body. "I guess I deserved that," I said. Eevee rubbed my head with his own and Pikachu let out playful tiny jabs at my sides that tickled. "What would I do without you guys?" I said. After that, me and the two Pokemon decided to head out back to my home, maybe dust off or hide the scorch marks on my shoulder where Katsuki threatened me with his quirk. As much as I wanted to say something about Katsuki's behavior, I knew it would be pointless. From an early age, Katsuki was praised for his powerful quirk, Explosion, and said that he was going to be a great hero. I knew that if I said anything to anyone, it would just be seen as the petty, bitter words of a jealous, quirkless loser trying to ruin his chances. I knew that if I told the school, they either do nothing, report nothing, ignore me, and or find a way to get me written up. If I told my mom about it, she would only worry, and she has enough to worry about. Or maybe the reason I never called him out was because I didn't want to lose him. Crazy? Insane? Probably. But I always held onto this hope that he would feel remorse, that he would turn back into my best friend again. My symbol of victory. But after that last comment, I knew that it was all pointless. I also realized that all the times Bakugo used his quirk on me, where they would leave possible scorch marks and burns, were always in places I could hide. Anything else like a punch to the face could be chalked up to self-made injuries or accidents. I realized that his attacks weren't just reckless aggression, they were calculated, intended. What's the point in being friends with someone like that? That idiot. I thought. You can't tell people to kill themselves. What if I actually jumped? What would he do then? Stupid J. We walked around until we arrived at an underpass tunnel. I stopped and remembered back to that fateful day and the promise I made to myself. No, don't get distracted by him. You have spent your whole life following his shadow and got nothing but pain and trauma. I won't let him win by giving up or listening to him. I don't care what anyone says. Eevee and Pikachu believe in me, and that is all I need. I will become a hero. The kind that saves people and Pokemon with a smile on his face. Just like him. I looked to the sky before I entered the tunnel and shouted, I won't give up. I'll become a hero. And with the two of you by my side, we will save others. Eevee. P.I. Pikachu. The two cried out, Eevee jumping up and down and smiling brightly and Pikachu raising his paw high. I tried to imitate All Might's laugh, bringing my spirits high. Until I felt a cold shiver down my spine at the sounds of a weird sloshing sound behind me. Fearfully, I turned around slowly and became paralyzed with fear. Standing before me was a mass of purple and green sludge, large enough that it blocked out the light of the tunnel I came from. I would have thought it was a mook if not for the crazed, wide yellow eyes and a sinister wide smile on his face filled with razor-sharp teeth. This wasn't a mook or any Pokemon. It was a villain. I shouted in fear and panic. The sludge villain looked at me with his crazed eyes, his sinister smile growing wider and more malevolent. He looked at me like I was some kind of prize that he won. I could tell that Pikachu and Eevee took a fighting stance, but I was too frozen in fear that I couldn't move. Then the sludge villain spoke saying, Hey kid, you'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in. A second later, he flew straight at me like a bullet. I tried to run away, but before I could even take a step, the mass of dark sludge crashed onto me and surrounded me. I heard Pikachu and Eevee cry out in pain as they were knocked back to sides of the tunnel. I tried to cry out for help, but that proved to be a mistake. The sludge villain jammed a tentacle of sludge into my mouth, shutting me up. I tried to yell out more for help, but it came out in useless muffles. I struggled and kicked, trying to break free. The sludge villain spoke. Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body. It'll be easier for both of us if you don't fight back. It'll only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon. I can't breathe. I thought fearfully. I tried to grab him and pull him off, but my fingers just passed through him. The sludge villain said, Grab all you want. My entire body is made of fluid. I continued to struggle and looked frantically for Eevee and Pikachu. Out of the corner of my eyes I saw Pikachu and Eevee looking at me scared and then angry with frustration in their eyes. I knew Pikachu was more frustrated because he couldn't zap the villain off without hurting me too. Pikachu then rushed forward, a trail of white tail following him. He was using Quick Attack. He jumped into the air and his tail glowed with a metal sheen, as evident of using Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail flew past the villain's fluid body. The sludge villain shot out hands made of sludge and grabbed Pikachu. He then hurled and smashed Pikachu against the walls of the tunnel repeatedly and finally onto the ground in front of me. Pikachu looked heavily bruised and looked ready to faint at the number of hard hits. I tried calling out Pikachu's name, but it too was muffled. I then heard Eevee's cries and saw him charging as well. No Eevee T. I tried to say through my muffled mouth. Eevee leaped into the air while the sludge villain was distracted and, with its tail glowing with the move Slam, struck the villain in the eye. The sludge villain howled in pain and momentarily was distracted. Eevee tried to pull me out of him afterwards but was instead struck by the sludge villain's wildly flailing hand. Eevee crashed onto the wall of the tunnel and slumped there, its eyes heavy and in pain. The sludge villain said, "God damn it. Cheap shot, you little sheet. No matter. I got to hurry. I didn't know that he was in the city. I got to get out of here fast before he tracks me down. But maybe before I leave, I can use your own body to strangle your dear little Pokemon." I continued to struggle, but soon my limbs became more weak, my struggling slowed, and my eyes got heavier. Bodied at getting weak. I thought, I think I'm dying. The sludge villain looked to me as he continued to take over me. He said, "Thanks for the help. You're a real hero to me, kid." No way. I thought as I tearfully looked at my charred hero journal open. This can't be the end. I looked at my design for my hero costume, the smiling hero I wanted to be. My vision became blurred and my eyes started to droop. Somebody, help. As I closed my eyes, the last of my will to survive fading, I heard the sounds a sewer grate fly open, a hard thud, the villain gasp in shock and fear, and a deep voice call out, "Have no fear. You are safe. Now that I am here." My eyes opened slightly, the voice giving me the will to fight further. I struggled again as the sludge villain attacked the owner of the voice. I heard a crash of rubble, the sound of a foot sliding on the ground, and a massive gust of wind blast around me. Texas smash. The gust of wind enveloped around me as the sludge villain blew apart into pieces. I felt free. I could breathe again. My eyes, heavy and tired, focused on my rescuer. I saw a shining light, a large man with 2 large hair strands pointed, a godly muscled physique, and a brightening, large smile on his face. As everything went dark, I thought aloud, "Eyes that all at me dashed." I awoke to the sensation of someone lightly clapping my left cheek, and the feeling of a familiar furry head and paw nuzzle and tap me. I heard the deep voice speak again, "Hey, wake up, hey." As my eyes opened to the bright sky above, Eevee and Pikachu cried out in glee and began hugging me. I chuckled, my voice raspy, before coughing and breathing heavily. My vision cleared as I saw Eevee and Pikachu smiling with tiny tears in their eyes. I smiled warmly at them and gave them a look of reassurance. "Thought we lost you there." The voice spoke again. I turned my head towards its owner and the whole world seemed to freeze. It was him. Standing there, slightly bowed, was the greatest hero the world had ever seen. The world symbol of peace. My hero, All Might. All Might was just as he looked like my figurines and posters, minus the hero outfit. He had golden blonde hair, most slicked back with 2 tufts of hair sticking up, his face and body chiseled like a marble statue, dark shadows covering his eyes. His clothes consisted of a plain white shirt that strained against his muscles and a pair dark moss green pants, and wore a big smile on his face. I gaped and probably looked like an idiot, but who wouldn't if they were face to face with the greatest hero in the world and idol who saved them? I yelped loudly and crawled back a few feet away. All Might, always smiling, said, "Well, looks like you're moving around all right." He raised his right hand with palm out and continued, "Sorry about that back there. Didn't mean for you to get caught up in my justicing. Usually I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe, but it turns out that this city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. Haha." I stuttered, blushing slightly, and gaped at the sight of my idol, barely paying attention to what he was saying. I could hear Pikachu snickering beside me and Eevee trying hard not to do the same but was cracking. All Might continued saying, "Anyway, you were a big help. Thank you. Thanks to you distracting the him, I've captured the evildoer." All Might posed and held out 2 large Torrent soda bottles, his left arm out forward. In the bottles there were the same purple and dark green sludge of the sludge villain. I could even see the villain's yellow eyeballs in the left bottle, his eyes having an X on them, meaning he was knocked out. But that wasn't what I was paying attention. The most amazing hero of the entire world. I thought, All Might. The real thing. In the flesh. Right in front of me. He looks so much cooler in person. I snapped out of my fanboy stupor and realized something I had to do. Holy crap. I have to get an autograph. I know I have a pen around here somewhere. I tapped all around me, looking for a pen. I whipped my head to my notebook laying on the ground next to us. I rushed to grab it like a missile and shouted, "Please sign my notebook." I opened it to find his signature already in it. "Aowug!" I screamed. He already did. I stood up straight and bowed to him repeatedly that I looked like a green blur. "Ha, thank you so much. These will be familiar. The family tree surpassy down trough generations, also thank you for saving Giev and Kate as well." I mumblingly yelled out. Eevee, Pikachu, and All Might sweat dropped at my antics, but All Might kindly gave me a thumbs up. All Might said, "You're welcome. I also healed up your Pokemon using some spare potions I had. Don't trouble yourself with paying me back. Consider it as my apology for putting the three of you in danger. Plus I couldn't let these two little bundles of fur and cuteness all hurt and full of boo-boos." Me and said two bundles of fur deadpanned at just hearing the number one pro hero and symbol of peace talk like a mother would talk to a baby. He then put the bottles full of the knocked-out sludge villain in his pant pockets and said, "Welp, I got to get this guy to the police so they can take care of him." He turned from me, looked back and gave me a friendly hand wave. "Stay out of trouble. See you around." I froze momentarily and asked, "W8 you're leaving? Already?" All Might crouched down and bent his knees up and down, stretching his legs. He said in response, "Pro heroes are constantly fighting time as well as enemies." I froze and my nervous smile dropped into a disappointed frown. "He can't leave yet?" I thought as he continued stretching. There are still so many questions I want to ask him. One question in particular. He crouched down low and said, "Now stand back. I'm taking off." A second later, All Might jumped high into the air like a rocket. "Thanks for your continued support." He left, but not without something tagging along. Or rather someone. "Huh." All Might looked down and despite his constant smiling face, looked shocked and asked, "Wait, what are you doing?" That someone tagging along was me. As All Might seemed to soar through the air, I clung to his leg, screaming my already injured lungs off, the wind pushing back my face, and I could tell that Eevee and Pikachu also clung onto me, the two crying out and shaking as the wind blew past their fur. All Might wiggled around and tried pulling me off of him, oblivious of our mid-flight surroundings. He yelled out, "Hey, let go. I love my fans but this is too much. Too much being having them wrap around me like an Ekans." I yelled out, both in fear of falling and to yell through the roaring winds, in response, "In no way. We're flying. If I let go now I'll die." All Might immediately ceased his struggling and blankly said, "Oh, that's a good point." I yelled out again, "I just have a lot of things to ask you, personally. You are my all-time favorite hero. Please. Please." "Okay. Okay." All Might yelled back, "I get it. Just keep your eyes and mouth shut and don't let go. Same goes for you too, little ball of sunshine." I would have face-palmed at that last comment if I wasn't scared of me and the two ball of sunshine falling to our deaths. I closed my eyes and mouth and hanged on to dear life. As we sailed through the air and the roar of the wind blew through my ears, I could faintly hear All Might coughing loudly. We landed on the roof of a building in downtown. I shook like I was attacked by an ice type using Blizzard, my hair standing on ends and a blank look in my eyes. I saw my life flash before my eyes. I said, trembling. I looked to see Eevee and Pikachu also shaking like a pair of scared Vimpods, their hairs standing up and the same look of blank terror in their eyes. All Might stood straight and said, "Not a very good move. Especially in putting your Pokemon in danger as well. Very irresponsible." He sighed and said, "Bang on the door and someone will let you in. Now I have to go. See you on the flip side." In realization of his words, I shook my head, fixed my hair, and yelled, "Wait, not yet. 1 second." All Might yelled back with irritation in his voice, "I don't have any time." I yelled out loud with all I had. "I have to know." The memories came rushing onto me again. "Sorry kid, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry Izuku. I wish things were different." Defenseless Izuku. The school is already crepey. Do you really want to embarrass it by failing so hard? I looked to the ground before me, the faces of my mother crying. Katsuki attacking me. The ground below the rooftop. Eevee and Pikachu with smiles on their faces. Pikachu saving me. And Eevee with bruises still looking at me with a pained smile. Sometimes I do feel like a failure. I thought that there is no hope for me. That all my dreams were just that, dreams. That I'm not worthy to have Pikachu as a friend. Or Eevee as a partner, but even so, I'm not going to give up. Ever. I gathered up all my courage, all the pain, suffering, trauma, and feeling my heart. I gathered it all up and asked, is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? All Might stopped in his tracks. I pushed forward, venting all the pain out, desperate for an answer, desperate for what the truth I wanted to hear. The truth I wanted him, of all people, to say. I'm a normal kid without any powers. All I have is Eevee and Pikachu. Everyone told me it's impossible, but I have to know. I have to know from you. Can I ever hope to be someone like you? Can I be a hero too? Third POV. 10 years ago. In a small apartment building in Mizudafu City, the sounds of excitement and child laughter could be heard. Izuku Midoriya ran around the house, a Silver Age All Might figurine in his hand, his arms out wide, pretending he had a flight-based quirk and was soaring through the air. He made vroom-like sounds, his messy dark green hair blowing against the fast movement and the fans that set up around the living room. He yelled out, making his voice deeper like All Might, "Stop there, evildoer! Your villainy will not stand. I am a hero and I will protect the lives of people and Pokemon from your evil ways." His villain he was chasing was his Eevee, smaller and more young, jumping out and trying to run away from his companion. Eevee leaped and ran around, on, and over the furniture, all the while calling out its name, with glee and laughter in its voice. Eevee wore a dark purple cape, strung around his neck and flapped as he ran. His eyes were masked by a red, sinister-designed mask. "Eevee! Eevee!" Eevee called out, his voice trying to mimic a humorous, villainous laugh. Izuku thought of a plan to catch the evildoer, and stopped in his tracks. He then sprinted the opposite direction, launched down onto the floor and performed a roll, clumsily, and hid behind the sofa, his appearance hidden from the gleeful, unaware Pokemon. Izuku peered over the sofa to see Eevee heading his way from the left. The young, 4-year-old, boy smiled brightly and heroic. He crouched, timed Eevee's heading and speed, and launched himself. As Eevee appeared and looked to his left, the evolution Pokemon was caught off guard and tackled by the small boy. Izuku grabbed onto Eevee, its small, furry body in his embrace, and rolled onto the floor. They stopped with Eevee in Izuku's hands, held high in front of him. Izuku laughed heroically. "Ha! I caught you, evildoer. Your villainous ways end here. Because I am here." Eevee's response was liking his face in endearment. Izuku giggled and laughed. "Eevee!" Izuku shouted gleefully and playfully annoyed. "You can't do that, you silly furball. Villains don't lick the heroes when they are caught. That's gross and weird." Eevee shook off his mask and Izuku removed his cape. Izuku beamed, face full of innocence and happiness, and said to his partner, "The time is almost here. Our visit to the doctor. The day we find out what my quirk is going to be." "Eevee!" Eevee shouted out in glee. Izuku got up from the ground, stood, and posed dramatically, a clenched fist at his side and his all-might figure raised high. Eevee mimicked Izuku as best he could, sitting on the ground with a paw raised into the air. The two wore bright smiles on their faces. Izuku said, "When I get my quirk, I will train hard and make it as strong as possible. We will train together, you will learn powerful moves, and I will do the same. We will go to UA High, the best hero school in the world, the same school All Might went to, and we will become heroes too." "Eevee!" The Pokemon shouted with conviction. Suddenly, Izuku heard his mother, Izuku Midoriya, calling out to him. Izuku and Eevee turned to his mother peering out from the corner. She said, "It's computer time. 1 hour of using the computer, remember?" Izuku Midoriya definitely took after his mother. Her long hair, some of it wrapped in a bun while the rest flowed to her shoulders, took the same color as Izuku's. Her eyes held an emerald color and had pale white skin. She was a beautiful mother, with a thin and hourglass figure. She wore a bright pink sweater over a white dress shirt, a pair of white sandals on her feet, a short blue skirt, and wore a cream-colored apron over the rest. Izuku brightened up and said, Come on Evie, it's video time." Izuku and Evie ran towards the computer room, his mother following. Izuku practically launched himself into the chair and as he did pleaded out to his mom, "Come on mom. Play the video. Faster. Faster." Mrs. Midoriya chuckled and said, all right, calm down my little hero." She activated the computer and searched up the said video. Inko said, "Geez, I think you added 10,000 views to this video yourself, Izuku. I don't know why you like this video so much, I think it's scary." Izuku didn't look affected by his mother's soft, kind words, holding his All Might figure in his hands tightly and rocking head up and down with a look of innocent and wild excitement in his eyes. Evie, likewise, sat next to Deku by the arms of the chair, rocking his own head sideways. As the video started up, Izuku and Evie leaned in, his face gaining a tiny red blush of excitement and practically screamed internally with energy. The video Izuku was seeing, his most favorite one, was an old one. Disaster footage from a long time ago. The video played out as the shot showed a smoking, flaming surrounding. Rubble and debris everywhere, roaring fires erupted all around, dark plumes of smoke rose into the air, clouding the night sky, and the terrified screams of the people there filled the night with the sounds of falling rubble and roaring fires. The video panned out towards a group of civilians and their Pokemon, victims of the disaster. Izuku could count about over. They ranged from men, women, and even children, their clothes covered in ash and soot, some even looked injured with bruises, cuts, and blood. The video panned to a guy among the crowd next to the man filming the event. He had simple white shirt, covered in dirt and rubble, his dark hair messy, and some tiny splatters of blood on his shoulder. He looked to the camera and said with panic in his voice and fear on his face, "Who is he?" The man spoke. "The guy has already saved over 100 people at least, and it hasn't even been 10 minutes. This is crazy. I can't believe it." The event was truly terrible and scary. But the reason why Izuku loved this video was because it was the debut of the greatest hero the world had ever seen. The video switched towards a ruined tour bus. A large figure started to appear over the bus. Izuku, even after seeing it so many times, heaved in breathes with excitement, his open smile growing wider, his shining eyes growing brighter. The figure climbed up the bus slowly, laughing triumphantly. Ha! Ha ha! The figure stood tall with a physique to put a Macamp to shame. 2 tufts of yellow hair sprung up like the ears of a Cinderace, his costume blue, white and red, with yellow gloves, belt, and boots with yellow feather designs sticking out. The red and white formed a V on his chest, similar to the shining smile on his chiseled face. On his back, and in his arms held about dozen or more injured civilians. A second later, a flash of red and white appeared as Cinderace, one of the hero's most popular and powerful Pokemon, stood side by side with his hero partner, several small Pokemon lifted onto his right shoulder and carrying more on his left. "He's got more!" the man shouted out. Izuku's eyes shined and breathed cutely and full of energy and hope. The whole world around him seemed to fade to white as he watched the video and the godly man that stood there. As the figure placed out a foot above the bus, All Might shouted out to the people, "Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived." Izuku's gleaming eyes shone upon the hero, his eyes covered in shadows and a line of blood teared down the man's head, but he smiled brightly all the same. "Because I am here." Izuku let out a shout of energy, his hair comically blowing in absent wind. He smiled wider than ever before, he by his side looking upon All Might and Cinderace in the same light of passion and energy as Izuku. Izuku raised his All Might figurine into the air triumphantly and looked upon it with a smile. "He's the coolest in the universe," Izuku shouted. "And once I get my quirk I'll be a hero just like him." Ah! Izuku laughed like All Might, Evie joining him in. Inko looked upon her little boy with a smile, but it was soon replaced with a look of nervous uncertainty. Later, "Sorry kid, it's not going to happen." Izuku's bright world turned to ash right then and there. He gaped in shock, his mouth still with a smile, yet his eyes only held disbelief and despair. His All Might figurine dropped onto the floor. Eevee looked upon Izuku with worry in his eyes. Inko, a comforting hand on Izuku's side, said worryingly, "Oh dear, so do you think there is something wrong then?" She looked to Midoriya in a worried glance. Most of the other kindergartners have already begun to show signs of their quirks already, so I figured something was off when he didn't show anything. The man in front of them, laying back lazily in his chair, was an old man, a doctor. Dr. Shiga? Izuku thought when he saw and read it on the doctor's coat pin. The old doctor was bald, his head looking like an egg to little Izuku, and had a bushy light brown mustache below his large nose that seemingly covered his mouth. He wore a white doctor's lab coat, a dark gray dress shirt underneath, a black tie, dark khakis pants, a watch in his left wrist, and black dress shoes. He also had a stethoscope hanging from his neck. The most odd feature about the old man were his large, round steampunk-like glasses, the rims golden and bumpy and the glass emerald green in color. The doctor spoke again. "My records show that you are a 4th-generation quirk user. What powers do you and the boy's father have?" Inko brought her up her face, cupping it. She timidly said, "Nothing too special. I can float small objects towards me and my husband breathes fire." She demonstrated her quirk by using her free left hand and made and come hither gesture towards the ground. The All Might figurine floated slowly towards Mrs. Midoriya till she snatched it from midair. "They're useful enough, I suppose." The old doctor wrinkled his nose and Izuku almost saw the old man sneer, but not in disgust but rather in amusement. Izuku should have already manifested one of these quirks or a combination of both, but after viewing his X-rays I don't think he is going to. The old man turned and gestured towards the whiteboard to his side, above his computer desk. There was an X-ray chart of a tiny human foot. He continued, "You see, when these superpowers first started appearing, there were a number of research studies conducted. Some involving studying people's DNA for possible blending of human and Pokemon DNA and other factors. Doctors soon discovered a link between the bones in a person's foot and the likelihood of developing a quirk. People with quirks have only one joint in their pinky toes. Their bodies have, in a sense, evolved into a more stream-like version of the human form." The doctor tapped Izuku's X-rayed foot and said, "As you can see here, Izuku only has 2 joints in his pinky, like roughly 20% of the population these days. Based on the research we have, it's safe to say that your son isn't going to develop a quirk." As the doctor talked, Inko looked on her son with worry and sadness. Eevee shifted his glances from worry and concern for Izuku and hatred and fury towards the doctor. Izuku, meanwhile, still held his smile, but his wide, shadowed eyes shone with tears and utter despair. He kept the look the whole way home. Later that night, rain poured outside and the street lights glowed yellow. Izuku sat on the chair, rewatching the disaster footage. Inko and Eevee looked upon Izuku, his body hidden by the chair, the room darkened with the only light coming from the computer. Their eyes were the same, concerned and sad. Izuku had said nothing on the way home, he said nothing as he entered the house, he said nothing as he gestured his mom to the computer to play the video. He hasn't said anything yet. As All Might said his famous words, Izuku finally spoke, untold sadness leaking out. "See that, Mom? Eevee." He pointed to All Might's smiling face. There's always a smile on his face. No matter how bad things get. Even when things seem impossible, he never gives up. He turned the chair to face the two. Eevee and Inko would forever be scarred and haunted by the smiling, tear and despair-filled eyes. Inko's tears started to fall, whimpering. He looked to her with pleading, tearful, sorrowful eyes, his finger pointed shakily at All Might, and smile on both their faces. He asked, his voice broken and pleading, "Do you think that I can be a hero too?" The world seemed to freeze. Inko took 2 shaking steps before rushing towards Izuku and wrapping him in a tight embrace, her eyes closed, crying, her cheeks rubbing his own. "I'm sorry, Izuku," she said, whimpering. "I wish things were different. The tears fell from Izuku's eyes, flowing past his diamond freckles. His smiling face looking broken, his smile on the verge of collapsing. That's not what I needed you to say. Couldn't you see? My world was crumbling. There was only one thing I needed to hear. Izuku looked down towards Eevee. The Pokemon looked at him with tears in his eyes, his mouth whimpering but held its smile. Eevee. Eevee said, his head nodding up. Izuku couldn't understand what Eevee said, but somehow, he knew what he meant. A tiny flicker lit up his eyes, and hope brimmed once again in his heart. As always, his faithful companion believed in him, no matter what. There was just one person left that Izuku needed to hear him to say. Present day. On the rooftop of a fandom building in Mizudafa City, All Might stood frozen, his gaze turned back to the source of his frozen state. Not by some quirk, by rather the question the boy asked. Is it possible to become a hero, even if I don't have a quirk? Can I ever hope to be someone like you? Can I be a hero too? They rang through All Might's head on repeat, all thoughts he had before suddenly vanished. Without a quirk? All Might said. He looked at the boy, young and thin, a middle school uniform so he shouldn't be older than 14 or 15, and had a mop of messy dark emerald hair. He stood there timid, eyes closed and blushing in embarrassment, but despite his timid look his question was voiced with an air of conviction that forced him to listen. He looked so similar. Acted so similar. So much like Hai. A flare of pain knocked All Might out of his thoughts. Oh no! All Might thought in panic as he crouched and held his body in pain. Smoke hissed and leaked out of All Might's body, covering him. My limit's done. Not now, damn it. Not here. Unbeknownst to the boy, Izuku opened his eyes to ground below him. He spoke, people think I don't have a chance. That since I don't have a quirk that I'm useless, a weakling. That even though I don't want to evolve Eevee because he doesn't want to, that I'm an idiot. My classmates make fun of me, some even dash. Izuku cut himself from that final statement. For all his faults, Izuku still didn't want to rat out Katsuki Bakugo. He didn't want to ruin his life if All Might believed him. He wouldn't be like him. He continued, but I want to prove them wrong. I want to show them that you don't need a quirk to be a heroic, to be a hero. Ever since I was little, I always thought that being a hero is that greatest thing a person can do. Eevee and Pikachu looked at their companion and smiled proudly. They turned towards All Might, their smiling faces switching to one of pure shock, Izuku still unaware. To save others despite all the dangers, despite the fear, and save them with a smile on my face. To bring them peace, for people to look at me as a shining hero that everyone in the world looks up to. Izuku looked up towards All Might and said, just like you. He froze in shock as well. A few seconds of silence filled the air, before Izuku screamed in abject shock and horror. Aya! Where the godly physique of All Might stood, was the complete opposite. The man before him wore the same clothes but wasn't like the All Might that stood there a second ago. His gelled back hair became a messy bushel of blonde hair. His two outward tufts of hair fell down the sides of his face. His chiseled face became hollow, his shadowed eyes sunk to reveal his sky-blue eyes, and his shining, wide smile was replaced with a toothy frown. His once tall, imposing, godly figure shrunk, his back arched downward, his muscles gone and left but skin and bones in its place. The man that was once All Might was like a human skeleton, with his clothes now baggy and few inches too big for the skinny man. What just happened? Izuku questioned loudly. Where did All Might go? Izuku whirled his head wildly to the sides, trying to see if he could spot the manly symbol of peace flying away. He turned to the skinny man and asked, Who are you? What did you do with All Might? The accused skinny man sighed in frustrated acceptance of the situation. He looked to the kid and said, I didn't do anything to All Might, kid. I am All Might. Izuku screamed again. Izuku began to mumble, something about All Might not being a skinny, thin man with a frown, how All Might was supposed to be a fearless, powerful hero with a smile on his face. That he couldn't possibly look like this. The now revealed All Might gained a comical sweat drop, feeling slightly offended with the unintentional diss of his true form. Before All Might could snap the kid out of his mumbling state, one of his Pokemon beat him to the punch. Pikachu unleashed a small thunderbolt that zapped the kid. Izuku fell to the floor, twitching and groaning, his clothes slightly smoking from the bolt of electricity. All Might was startled at the Pokemon's action but was secretly thankful to the yellow rat Pokemon for knocking the kid out of his mumbling state. All Might said, "Hey kid, you okay?" Izuku groaned and got himself back up. He responded, "Yeah, I'm okay. Pikachu normally does that if I start to mumble and rant a bit. It's harmless, well, mostly." Izuku gave the yellow rat a narrowed, annoyed glare, to which had the yellow rat snickering. Izuku got up fully and before he said another word, All Might interrupted with, "I know what you are going to say, I could hear a little bit of what you were mumbling excessively." Izuku blushed in embarrassment. All Might continued with, "I know this form of mine is shock to you, but let me explain." Izuku shrieked once again at seeing the deflated form of All Might practically drooling and couching blood. All Might coughed and wiped the blood of his chin and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a side effect that happens after I debuff. As I was going to say, do you know how some guys at the pool flex and puff out to make themselves look more fit? That's basically me on a more larger scale." Izuku stammered out, "But that impossible. Why, you're supposed to be a giant of a man. A powerful figure that overcomes all obstacles with a fearless smile." All Might looked down and said, "Trust me, there's plenty of fear behind that smile." Izuku was shocked at that statement, his words he didn't truly believe. All Might knelt and sat by the railing of the rooftop. All Might thought for a second before he sighed and decided to come clean, hoping the kid could hold a secret. All Might said, "Look, I'm going to be straightforward with you, kid, and come clean with you about something important. So I'm counting on you to keep your mouth shut. Don't go blabbing about it online or telling your friends. That's saying it like I have friends to blab about it to." Izuku thought bitterly, his eye twitching. All Might noticed it, along with the depressing look on the kid's face. He took note of it for later thought, but he continued. He lifted his shirt to reveal the side of his chest. By the left of his chest, by where his rib cage would be, was a disgusting purple and red wound, the scar resembling an impact crater on his side, the scarred epicenter in the middle of his side and disgusting, cracked lines spreading around his body. Izuku gasped in horror at the sight. All Might said, "Pretty gross, right? I got this from a big fight 5 years back. My respiratory system was basically destroyed and I lost my whole stomach. All the surgeries I took to get it healed basically wore me out, and it can't be fixed. Right now, I could only do hero work for about 3 hours a day." All Might raised his other hand and gestured to himself. He said, "The rest of time I look like this." Izuku stood there in stunned silence, so did Pikachu. Eevee, however, walked towards All Might, approaching his side where the wound was. Izuku was about to call him off, before he saw what Eevee wanted to do. All Might stood still as the evolution Pokemon came closer, curious to see what it wanted to do. Eevee raised a paw and gently touched All Might's side, All Might breathing in slightly at the sensitive touch. Eevee took a breath, closed its eyes, and started to glow luminous green. A wave of relief and warmness came onto him. He felt lighter and more relaxed. After a few more seconds, the glow and the warm feeling vanished. Eevee ceased glowing and removed his paw from All Might's side. All Might flexed his arm, feeling less from his expanding his limit. He tried seeing if he could bulk up, but seeing as a sudden feeling of pain was about to light up, All Might quickly ceased his attempts. From what All Might gathered, it seemed that whatever the Eevee did, it healed him of the pain but not enough to give him back some of his stamina. All Might looked to the brown-furred creature and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Eevee." The Pokemon said chirpily. The Pokemon walked back towards Izuku before, its legs wobbled and started to fall. Izuku caught him quickly. All Might asked worryingly, "What just happened?" Izuku, his face calm and smiling proudly and fondly, said, "It's okay, All Might, this happens a lot. Eevee is just a little worn out from using Heal Pulse on you. He should be fine quickly." "Heal Pulse?" All Might asked. "That's quite a move for an Eevee to have. In fact, I thought Eevees couldn't learn such a move, much less their evolutions." Izuku's mouth gaped as his idol knew about EVs and his evolution's moves. He smiled and said, "Yeah, they don't. EV is special, one of a kind. Ever since I was a kid, EV somehow learned how to use Heal Pulse, despite his species not being able to learn the move. What's more interesting is that while EV can heal other Pokemon and not suffer any backlash, he can somehow use Heal Pulse on humans too." All Might's eyes widened in shock at the rarity of what just happened. He said, "Incredible. I thought Pokemon who knew Heal Pulse couldn't use that move on humans?" Many Nurse Joys tried to train their chances to push past this boundary, but still to no avail. Izuku responded with, "That's the thing. While Eevee can use Heal Pulse, it isn't a complete form of it, not in the way it can be done onto other Pokemon. The most Eevee can do is send out a relaxing and warming pulse that helps against the feeling of the pain, but it doesn't in fact heal the damage or wound. And then after Eevee tries it, he becomes tired for a bit. I've been meaning to help train Eevee to get better at this so he can help me during hero work when I get hurt." All Might flinched at that, remembering about what they were doing before this pleasant interruption. "Right," All Might said. "Well, incredible revelations aside, I believe we were talking about my current buff state being damaged by my wound from 5 years ago?" Izuku responded, "Oh yeah. Was that wound from your battle against Toxic Chainsaw? The villain that tried to biologically engineer his chainsaw quirk with his poison type's DNA through illegal experimentation?" All Might answered, "Wow, you know your stuff, but no, it wasn't him. The BSDD may have landed a few good hits on me, but he couldn't bring me down." All Might looked to his clenched fist, as if he was remembering something. "Most of the world have never heard of this fight. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps." All Might sighed and looked up to the sky. "I'm supposed to be the guy who is always smiling, right?" All Might said, "I'm the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to believe that I'm never afraid. That my smile is meant to bring hope to others despite the dangers. It was at first, but now that honestly, I smile to hide the fear inside." Izuku was silent once more in shock, his world unraveling in front of him. All Might afraid? Those were words that he thought he would never associate with the fearless symbol of peace. All Might continued with, "It's just a brave face, a mask I put when the pressure's high. This job isn't easy, especially when you don't have any power of your own." Izuku's expression of shock turned to fear and unease. He isn't going to say what I think he is going to say, is he? Izuku thought fearfully. All Might turned to him, a serious and blunt expression on his face. What he said next caused his unraveled world to crumble. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Always putting themselves into the kind of situations that one can't solve without power of their own, lest they put more risk on themselves and their Pokemon. Some villains just can't be beaten without power of their own, to hold their own weight and to not be a liability to others. So no, I honestly don't believe you can become a hero without a quirk." Izuku gaped in horror and disbelief. In his inner mind, all his memories of All Might, all his dreams of being like him, the crutch that he made All Might into, that supported his dream no matter how much the weight of his dreadful reality was put onto him, were shattered. If Izuku wasn't already on the floor helping Eevee, he would have realistically fallen onto his knees in crushing despair. Izuku looked to ground, his hair and shadows covering his broken eyes. I see, was all that Izuku managed to say. All Might stood up from his position and said, "Look, if you want to help people, there are other ways you could do." Izuku's eyes widened, the words familiar in his head. After all, he just heard it recently from the boy who claimed he would surpass the symbol of peace before him. All Might continued, "You could become a police officer or detective. They get crap because heroes capture most of the villains and criminals, but it's a fine profession, and it allows for you to use your Pokemon. You could also become Pokemon researcher or professor. Hell, you could become a great Pokemon doctor with that EV's unique skill." All Might walked towards the door to the side of them. He said, "I really need to get going, kid. I'll hope to see you taking this lesson to heart and find something realistic to do." Izuku flinched at that last remark. As All Might opened the door, he stopped and spoke again. "It's okay to have dreams, young man. Just make sure your dreams are obtainable. Realistic, understand?" And with that, Izuku heard his steps and the door closed. All Might left. Izuku sat there, his world, his dreams in shambles. Izuku found it hard to breathe. He saw Eevee look at him with worry and concern so similar to that night 10 years ago. He heard sparks of electricity and growling and saw, from the corner of his eye, that Pikachu glared at the wall with such fierce amount of hate and fury that he only ever saw it when the electric mouse Pokemon looked at Bakugo after a target practice session. Izuku wished he could be angry with All Might too, wished that he would find a justifiable reason to fight back against what people said was the truth, but he couldn't. It was his fault for putting All Might as an emotional crutch to keep his fantasies alive, used his smile as an excuse to never give up, no matter how bad things get. That was his fault. If you rely too much on a crutch, you fall easily when you are without it. If you use an excuse too much, it loses its effect, even to your own ears. And the further you deny the truth to save your dreams, when the truth is proven, the more your dreams die painfully. Izuku felt like he was suffocating by the sludge villain again, felt the words he has been told throughout his life. Defenseless. Worthless. Useless. Little. Pathetic. That. It was enough to make a guy give up. Enough to take a dive of the roof of a building. The universe itself seemed to be screaming it to him. And wouldn't you know it, they were on a rooftop. How convenient. Before he could move, a loud explosive sound was heard. Izuku and his Pokemon looked towards the noise and saw the large plumes of smoke rising. Izuku rose quickly and said, "A villain? I wonder which hero will show." As he ran towards the door, All Mights rang in his head again. He stopped and the fuel for his dreams with it. He hung his head in defeat and walked slowly, his eyes opening to reveal no trace of the once bright energy they held, but were now hollow and empty. No meaning left inside. Izuku continued to walk, ignoring the cries of Eevee and Pikachu as they walked down the stairs and down onto the streets, all thoughts about what he was going to do vanishing, at least not until he could get home and sneak away. Izuku walked down the streets of Mizuta City, his mind hearing nothing but the words he had been told, now with All Might's rejection added in on a pedestal. A pedestal on the "give up on your dreams, you worthless idiot" room in his mind. He looked through the notes he made on his notebook, now charred and nearly useless thanks to Kakin. As he flipped the page towards where All Might's signature was, his words rang aloud more. Even All Might said it. A hero need a quirk. Izuku said bitterly. He sniffed and wiped his eyes of the tears. Don't cry, damn it. Deep down you knew this. All along. You have just been avoiding reality. That's why you were trying desperately to prove their words wrong. He walked through the streets of the city, not paying attention to any incoming cars, if there were any. Izuku found it funny how no cars had come to hit him after his last defense and inspiration said no, like the universe was teasing him cruelly. Pikachu and Eevee walked beside him, their faces full of worry, but the two knew that Izuku wouldn't listen to what they would say, or even fully understand what they were saying. It was times like these where the two Pokemon wished Izuku actually did have a quirk that could let him speak to them fully. Izuku found himself in Tehuan shopping district, and where, with a loud explosion, Izuku took notice of a large number of people. His stupor stopped, the voices momentarily stopping, as he saw the smoke and fire. Izuku realized that he walked towards the source of the explosion. That's strange. Izuku said aloud. Is the battle from earlier still going on? I would have thought the heroes would have taken care of it already. Izuku looked upon the scene with inner bitterness. Why am I here? Izuku thought. Did I subconsciously walk this way to check it out? As if I wanted to find proof against even All Might's rejection? Or maybe I just wanted to see more of what I could never be. As if I didn't need the number one hero and symbol of peace to flat out tell me. As Izuku walked towards the crowd, trying to look through the large crowd blocking his view of the action. As he managed to find a view to see, Izuku gasped in shock and horror at what he saw. The area was covered in fire and rubble, massive flames all around like a disaster movie. There Izuku saw local heroes like Death Arms, the Punching Hero, Backlash, Kamui Woods, MT Lady, and other more minor heroes facing off against a mass of purple and dark green sludge at the epicenter of the destruction. It was the sludge villain. It's him. The guy that attacked me earlier. Izuku thought. Izuku saw how Death Arms tried to punch the villain and reach something inside of him, but his fists either slipped through or got himself stuck and knocked away. His Hitmonchan tried as well, but was left with the same results. He saw Kamui Woods and a similarly dressed Sceptile jumping around and rescuing injured civilians to the rooftops, away from the destruction. Izuku thought that Backlash could help, to use his water quirk to douse the villain and destabilize his form, but he and his water Pokemon were busy putting out the fires all over. Izuku peered through the smoke and could see MT Lady's large visible form, but couldn't squeeze through the narrow space, and her extra-large and size-altering Gourgeist was at a severe disadvantage with the copious amounts of fire and the perhaps poisonous properties of the sludge villain's quirk. Izuku further thought, but this can't be right. He can't be here. All Might captured him. Izuku gasped and brought his hand over his mouth in horror. The bottles. Izuku's memory altered to reveal that they weren't on All Might's pants pockets. They must have fallen off when Izuku grabbed onto All Might when he was leaving. All because he wanted an answer to his lifelong questions so selfishly. So if they dropped, then that must meant that. That means that it's my fault. Izuku whispered, horrified. Izuku heard the voices of the crowd, their voices full of unease and fear. Two in particular, especially the one who answered, caught his attention. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? The man asked fearfully. It looks like they met their match. The guy next to him said. Plus, the villain captured a kid. They can't fight him seriously with him as a hostage. Things are sure not doing well for him. Izuku gasped and looked once again. He caught someone? Izuku thought panically. How can they survive being suffocated like that? I thought I would die in just a few seconds. This can't be happening. Izuku grew more guilty and more horrified at what he had done. He heard more voices coming from the crowd. They asked if that was the same villain All Might faced. They asked where he was. Why he wasn't here. Why he wasn't there to save the day. And, to Izuku, it was because of him. Unbeknownst to Izuku, All Might, still in skinny form, was there, likewise hearing the ever-growing fear in the civilians' voices. Berating himself for wasting his time limit, for letting the villain escape, for causing this disaster. Especially after lecturing the kid. He looked to himself, scoffing and growing frustrated with his own hypocrisy. Izuku looked down in utter despair and shame. I'm the one to blame. He wasted his energy on me. All Might looked down in frustration and shame, clenching his wound in pain, mentally yelling to himself. I'm worthless. Izuku thought, he can't power up. And none of the heroes have the right quirks to stop this monster. All Might clenched harder on his wound in pain and frustration. I'm so pathetic. It's my fault. I'm sorry. So sorry. I'm a disgrace. Someone will help out and save the day. I'm sure. I'm not a real hero. A real hero will come soon. Izuku looked to the sludge villain again and looked at the head of familiar spiky, ash-blonde hair poking out of the villain. He saw the top half of his face, clearly in pain and struggling. Then he opened his eyes and revealed two crimson-red eyes, eyes that were begging for help. Bakugu. Suddenly, everything around Izuku started to fade, his eyes widening in shock and horror. He dropped his notebook, felt the wind push past his face, the feeling of bodies being pushed away. The feeling of his legs, his body, moving without even thinking. All Might, the civilians, and the heroes gasped and gaped in pure shock as Izuku Midoriya ran past them all, heading straight toward the sludge villain. Death Arms shouted out, "Oh, you idiot. Stop. You are going to get yourself killed." Izuku didn't listen, his body giving way to his instincts, his mind, body, and soul telling him to run to him, to save him. He didn't care what Katsuki Bakugu did to him for 10 years, the memories and pain being tossed to the side, the words he said to him that cut their ties nearly forgotten. All the words he heard vanished. He only knew one thing at that point. I have to save him. No matter what. The sludge villain saw Izuku run towards him, saying, "Not this brat again." Katsuki opened his tired eyes, that nearly gave out then and there, and saw the boy that ran towards him. Deku. Izuku, while he was running towards extremely potential death, looking at Katsuki's eyes and thought, I don't care what you did to me. I don't care about our past. I don't care about what you are. I just know that I can't do nothing. You're toast, kid. The sludge villain screamed out. It swung a large tentacled arm towards Izuku. As it came towards him in slow motion, Izuku thought, what should I do? What would a hero do? What can I do? Memories came crashing back to Izuku, his hero knowledge from his journals coming back to him. Izuku dived forwards, jumping up from the swing. As he came crashing to the ground, Izuku remembered his playtimes with Eevee and performed a roll to get him back up quickly. Izuku then used the momentum to toss his backpack, full of notes, books, and papers onto the sludge villain's exposed right eye. Dive up to avoid an attack. Izuku recited in his head like a mantra. Combat roll to recover from ground impact quickly. He claimed that his whole body was made of fluids, but what about his solid teeth and eyes? If I can't harm him or overpower, then I will blind him. The sludge villain screamed in pain as the sharp and hard pieces of paper and books hit his right eye, bringing his right arm back to clutch it and rub it. He looked at Izuku with utter hate and annoyance with his other eye. He raised his left arm high up to slam it down onto him. The villain yelled, die. Sudden stop. Then use the momentum to dive sideways to the left to avoid the attack and leave him vulnerable to attack. Izuku thought. He did as he thought, coming to a sudden stop and diving to the left, avoiding the hand. He looked to his side and he saw what he knew would come to help. Eevee! Izuku shouted. Eevee jumped into the air, a trail of white behind him as evidence of quick attack. Eevee's tail glowed, but instead of using Slam, Eevee used a new move, Swift. Eevee yelled in power and flipped vertically in the air, launching his tail forward, and yellow star-shaped projectiles fired off onto the sludge villain's other eye. The sludge villain howled once more in pain and grasped his other eye. While the villain was writhing in pain, Izuku landed on the ground where he launched to, his feet in position to launch himself forward. Izuku thought. Twist my body in mid-air about 30 degrees right. Land with the soles of my feet to absorb the impact and slide to a stop. At the final stop, place hands in front, like starting a 10-meter dash. Come to complete stop and then launch forward, as fast as I can to Katsuki. Izuku ran towards Bakugo, reaching the trapped explosive teen. Izuku clawed at the sludge around Kaken's face, more revealed and exposed. The bully turned to his once childhood friend and shouted, "What the hell? Why are you here, D?" Izuku responded quickly, clawing and grabbing Katsuki's body and pulling. Izuku heard the voices but shut them out and did what he had to do. I don't know. My body started moving. But I don't care. I do know is that I couldn't watch you die and do nothing. Back among the crowd, All Might heard what Izuku said and his eyes widened. How this powerless, quirkless kid rushed in and tried to save the boy, despite the dangers, despite the overwhelming odds, and how his body moved on his own, like, I have to do something, no matter the cost. Steam rose from his arms and he started to grow. Back with the villain, Izuku pulled and pulled with everything he had. Let go of him. Izuku pulled one last time, with all the strength he got, and Katsuki Bakugo flew out of the sludge villain. Once he pulled the last of Katsuki out, Izuku shouted out. Pikachu! Said Pokemon leaped into the air, electricity sparking all around him. P-I-K-A-C-C-C-C-C-C-C-U. A massive blast of thunderbolt launched towards the sludge villain, the villain screaming in pain, and the massive dose electricity surged throughout his liquid body. Izuku grabbed Katsuki by the wrist and ran, dragging the exploding teen with him, Pikachu and Eevee following them. Bakugo did not like that, reason and logic escaping his mind at the realization that it was Izuku Midoriya, worthless Deku, saving him. Bakugo skid to a stop and shook his hand away from Deku's. Bakugo shrieked at Deku, let go of me, you dumb and worthless nerd. I was fine. You are more idiotic than I thought, rushing in like an idiot there. Izuku would have trembled at Katsuki's vicious rants, but here, he found Bakugo truly unbelievable. Izuku shouted back with panic and irritation, "Come on, you idiot! This is no time to prove something." Katsuki growled and shouted out, ignoring Deku and logic, "I don't need to prove anything to the likes of you. Worthless to." Katsuki Bakugo would have possibly struck Deku in pure egotistical rage, had it not been for the recovered sludge villain. He rushed towards them like a bullet and screamed, "I have had enough of you brats. Both of you, die." The heroes rushed forwards to save them, Death Arms shouting, "Save the boys. That thing will kill them." As he raised his hands to strike on the frozen teens, a sudden rush of wind followed and a large burst of rubble and explosion occurred. Izuku, Katsuki, Eevee, and Pikachu were knocked to the ground, coughing and wiping their eyes of the dust and ash. When the dust cleared, they saw that they were all right. They looked up to find that their savior was the two's favorite hero and idol. "I really am pathetic." There in front of them, blocking a giant hand of sludge, was All Might. His buff mode of hissing with steam, but he was here and protected them. "All Might!" Izuku cried out. All Might looked to Izuku, a large smile on his face, and said, "I told you what it takes to make a great hero, but I see now I wasn't living up to my own ideals." In a strong tug of his arm, All Might knocked the villain back. Izuku's eyes stared in awe at All Might's power and in shock at All Might's words. All Might grabbed Izuku and Katsuki, with his left arm, Pikachu and Eevee holding onto Izuku. As he pulled his arms back, All Might shouted out, blood splattering out of his mouth, and said, "Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero." The sludge villain launched an arm at the symbol of peace, yelling, "Timin you All Might." Detriot smash. A monstrous burst of wind was blasted out of All Might's powerful punch. The gust of wind transformed into a massive tornado, blowing the sludge villain to smithereens. As the tornado dissipated, Izuku, Katsuki, the two Pokemon and everyone were left in shock at what happened. The flames from Bakuga's explosions were all put out, the sludge villain's sludge body was blown all over, and All Might stood there with steam rising all over him. As the crowd and heroes gaped in shock at this God-made man, they suddenly felt droplets of water hit their heads. It started to rain and they looked up to see the cause. The clouds swirled around them, a large circle of open air above them where the tornado was created. He changed the weather with a single punch. All Might stood up, and as he raised his fist victory, the crowd cheered wildly. The crowd chanted his name, celebrating his victory. All the while, All Might stared at the boys and Pokemon by his feet, all of them knocked out cold. More specifically, he looked upon Izuku Midoriya. Later. Izuku POV. After that, the heroes and police gathered all the scattered pieces of the sludge villain and he was taken into police custody, where he belonged. All Might was swarmed by the press, taking pictures and interviewing him. As for me, I got chewed out pretty hard by the heroes, for rushing in and for my Pokemon attacking the villain. But since the sludge villain attacked first, it was viewed as self-defense, so they didn't arrest me. I also was let off the hook for my Pokemon's actions since I never gave them a direct order to attack and they responded by their own will. So I was free to go. As for Bakugo, he was praised for his courageous actions and for his bravery. I even heard some heroes wishing to take him up as a sidekick should he go pro. Scolded and criticized for saving someone and doing their job, while Bakugo, whose explosions caused probably hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars in property damage, helped unknowingly in the endangerment of the lives of innocent bystanders, and endangered his own life by stopping and shouting at someone trying to save him, instead of running away, is praised for his action? I thought sarcastically. Ironic. All the while I tended to Eevee and Pikachu who seemed alright, focusing on them mostly. I could sense Katsuki glaring at me, but at that point, I didn't care. I saved him and he will have to deal with it. Now I'm walking down towards my home, the sun setting and masking my eyes in shadows, Eevee and Pikachu walking alongside me. Despite helping to save Katsuki, I still felt empty, my eyes tired and sad. In the end, I was still saved by All Might, and I didn't fully save Bakugo. I wanted to thank and apologize to All Might, but he was still surrounded by interviewers, so I didn't want to interrupt them. Plus, Plus, I wasn't keen on admitting to everyone on TV that I accidentally let the sludge villain loose. I knew it would only cause trouble. I guess I could always send a message through his website. I thought. "You?" I heard a voice call from behind me. I sighed, tiredly, and looked towards an approaching and set off Katsuki Bakugo. "Really?" I thought, tired and annoyed. Tried to save his life, probably a few hours ago, and he wants to beat me up now? I turned to Bakugo, panting from running, who said, "Listen. I would never ask for a weakling like you to help me. Don't think that you can look down on me. Huh. You got that? I was fine by myself. You're just a quirkless failure who wouldn't even cut it as a rent-a-cop. You didn't help me. You did nothing. Don't forget it." He turned away and marched off yelling out one last time, "I don't owe you anything." I stood there, a comical sweat drop on my head, confused as hell. What was that all about? I asked softly. "Pika Pie. Eevee." Pikachu and Eevee said. Pikachu scratched its head with a look of confusion, while Eevee, ears tilted down and eyes closed, just sighed and spoke tiredly, like Eevee just sadly accepted it. I looked to the ground, my eyes still filled with sadness. I thought, insults and exaggeration aside, he is right about one thing. I didn't really save him. All Might still took down the villain. I didn't really help out all too much, but at least I tried. I turned and continued walking. Oh well, time to go back on giving up on my dreams, maybe keep myself alive for a few days until the urge comes back. I took 2 steps before suddenly, I am here. I jumped up in shock as All Might appeared suddenly, striking a dramatic pose. All Might? I asked loudly. Why are you here? How did you manage to lose all those reporters? I looked around to see if he was being hunted by an army of bloodthirsty reporters. Ha ha ha. All Might laughed in amusement. He then said, I stand for justice. Not sound bites. Because I am All Might suddenly debuffed and became skinny again, me screaming in alarm as All Might spat out some more blood. All Might coughed and wiped away the blood of his chin. He then said, Young man, I came here to thank you but also to discuss your question from earlier. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd. So thanks. I blushed in embarrassment and stuttered out, It was my fault that the villain was there to begin with. I got in the way of your hard work. Wasted your energy and your time. I looked down depressingly. I'm not done. All Might interrupted. You told me you didn't have a power. So when I saw this timid, quirkless boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act too. My eyes widened in shock, my brain refusing to accept the words that he said. All Might inspired by me? A nobody? I looked onto the symbol of peace as he continued. There are stories about every hero, how they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Almost on their own. I gasped softly in shock. My eyes began to water, my lip quivered, and I whimpered as I looked upon the ground. For some reason, I remembered my mother's words. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different. I gripped my heart, almost painfully. Years of torment, both physical and mental, years of my dreams trampled and stomped on, as they came bubbling up. I sobbed, my eyes brimming with tears. I bent down, the weight of the pain in my heart too much to bear. All Might continued, and today, that's what happened to you. I fell to my knees, my eyes closed as the tears ran loose. Eevee and Pikachu comforted me, their eyes brimming with tears themselves, which made me sob more. I trembled, whimpered and sobbed through gritting teeth, the emotional weight that I've carried for 10 years, the pain of losing my friend, the words, the ridicule. Everything came out as my idol praised me and was saying what I always wanted to hear. You never told me, Ma. Back then. The thing I wanted you to hear. The thing that no one but Eevee and Pikachu believed. The thing I wanted you to say. The words I needed to hear. A breeze flew by, the petals flying past us. All Might looked upon me with glowing blue eyes, pure conviction and truth in his voice. Young man, you too can become a hero. I let the pain out. I let the tears flow like a raging river, let cries and wails free. My wish came true. I have told him who I am, what I am, and despite all of it, still told me yes. I was told yes. By my greatest hero. By the hero I looked up to. To the hero who just saved my life. Dreams can become reality. By the way, I forgot to mention that this is the story of how I became the world's greatest hero. Third POV. Izuku Midoriya was on his hands and knees, crying his heart and pain out as his wish becomes true. Before him, in his deflated and weakened state, was the #1 hero and symbol of peace, All Might, and he said the words that Izuku always wished to hear. Young man, you too can become a hero. Izuku could barely believe the words, thinking in disbelief that this was unreal, a dream. The comforting touch of Eevee and Pikachu were all the proof he needed to dispel thoughts and fully believe. Izuku cried and shook even more. Then All Might said to him, I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. The tears and shaking stopped and Izuku looked up to his idol, trying to comprehend the words spoken to him. Huh! Was all Izuku was able to say, his face one of pure confusion and disbelief. All Might looked upon the boy and raised his head in a thunderous laugh. He said, Ha, oh, you should see your face right now. Don't worry. I'm not going to force this on you or anything. That wouldn't be quite heroic of me, would it? All Might stepped closer to him and raised a finger to the sky. Listen well, young man. This is your choice. All Might yelled out. He then shot his finger out to him and shouted again, blood comically shooting out of his mouth, Do you want to accept my awesome power or not? Izuku couldn't comprehend what was going on, his brain practically short-circuiting at the words said to him. What is this? Izuku thought bewildered. What's going on? Izuku at first though it was all a joke when All Might laughed at him, but the words that followed and his question just made him more confused. Izuku looked to Eevee and Pikachu, who too were stumped. Izuku said, what do you mean? What are you saying, All Might? What do you mean by, inherit your quirk? All Might coughed and wiped the blood from his mouth. He said, let me explain. There are a few things you should know about me and my quirk. Everybody thinks that my quirk is super strength or some kind of invulnerability or even both. When reporters or talk shows ask me, I always make a joke, dodge and forget the question. And that's because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is a natural-born hero, like any other. But I'm not. Izuku stared at All Might in shock and wonder. All Might raised his hands above him and proclaimed, I wasn't born with this power. It's a sacred torch that has been passed on to me. And you are next, kid. I can give you my powers. Izuku laid there silent before shrieking out in shock. No way. That's not possible. This is going a little too fast to comprehend. The idea of passing along a quirk in of itself sounds crazy. I haven't ever heard anything like it. The thought about passing gover Simeon Spowers and hard off. Mumble. All Might and the two Pokemon stared at Izuku, lost in his own mind, mumbling incoherently about how impossible it was or how world-changing it is. Pikachu face-bombed while Eevee stood there and sighed, a comic sweat drop on his head. All Might stood there and sighed at the boy's never-ending stream of work vomit. He said, sounds like you are overthinking this whole inheriting thing. Wishing to put a stop to it and bring the boy back to reality, All Might shouted out, stop nerding things out. Izuku snapped out of his mumble phase and knelt straight, not wishing to get yelled at by his idol anymore. All Might sighed and said, look, you are just going to have to adjust to this new reality. Plain and simple. I can transfer my powers to you. And that is just one facet of my secret abilities. All Might held out his hand as it glowed in a rainbow light. The true name of my power is One for All. One for all. Izuku repeated out. Yes. All Might said. One person improves the power and then hands it off to another person, and it continues to grow as it's passed along. It is the cultivated power and life energy of those before me that allows me to save those in need of a hero. That is the truth behind my power. Izuku stared at All Might in disbelief. This world-shaking truth. This power. Why would he tell me? Why would he choose to give it to me? Izuku thought. He voiced his thoughts and All Might replied, I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor, to pass one for all to another and have them take my place. He looked to Izuku with full conviction and said, and then I met you, and saw how you jumped into action while the rest of us stood by and did nothing. You may be a quirkless fanboy, but you chose to save that kid, in spite of dangers, in spite of holding no power of your own, in spite of the fear in your eyes, and your Pokemon followed you with no hesitation and followed in your bravery. You acted like a true hero. Izuku gaped in shock, the words echoing in his mind like a mantra. His eyes glazed as the tears came back with force. Izuku grabbed and hugged Pikachu and Eevee, holding them tight as they looked upon him with the same conviction and passion that All Might had, their eyes telling him that all that his idol said was true and that they believed in him. As Izuku broke down, All Might chuckled and said, Geez, you gotta stop crying if you want my quirk. Come on kid, I need an answer. Izuku thought, All Might said so much to encourage me, told me what I wanted to hear. He even told me the truth of his quirk. He believes in me. Pikachu and Eevee believes in me. It's time I start to believe in myself too. And it starts here. Izuku let the two Pokemon go and stood up, looking upon All Might with eyes full of passion and strength. Okay. Izuku shouted. I'll do it, I accept. All Might looked upon his new successor with pride, smiling brightly. No reluctance. No hesitation. That's exactly what I like to hear. He reached out his hand towards me and said, Welcome aboard, kid, let's get started. Izuku took his hand, shook it and said, Yes, sir. I am Izuku Midoriya, and I will strive to be your truest successor. All Might smiled brighter and said, Very well, young Midoriya. My real name is Toshinori Yagi, but you can still call me All Might if you still want. Izuku nodded and said, Okay, All Might. They let go and Izuku stepped back and knelt towards Pikachu and Eevee. He looked to All Might and said, I would formally like to introduce you to my childhood partner Pokemon, Eevee, and my best Pokemon friend, Pikachu. The two called out their names in greetings officially to the symbol of peace. All Might nodded and said, It's good to meet you too as well. All Might then perked up and a look of realization popped up in his face. He then looked to Midoriya and said, Oh, by the way, before we get started, I think it's best if we inform you parents of this, or rather inform them of a reason for me to train you, so that it wouldn't suspicious of an old man like myself to spend so much time with kid. Izuku's face lit up in realization too and said, Oh yeah, right. We need to ask my mom about this. Izuku's look of realization then turned to fearful horror. Oh crap. Izuku cursed. Mom. She doesn't know about what happened with me and the sludge villain. She must be worried sick about me. All Might gained a similar look of realization and said, Oh, right. We wouldn't want your parents to get worried about you. All right, let me get changed up a bit and I'll drive you to your home. There we can discuss this with your parents. Izuku nodded, biting back a retort about his mom being his only parent, as far as he was concerned. The four then walked down the alley, as the sun started to sink behind the buildings and night began to settle. A few hours later, after All Might changed into a more respectable-looking attire, a white dress shirt with a red tie and black dress pants, and following directions, the four stood outside the Midoriya household. Izuku started mumbling again about what to say to his mom before being shocked by Pikachu. All Might gave Pikachu a thumbs up, to which the electric mouse Pokemon rubbed his head in embarrassment. All Might said, Just breathe, young Midoriya. Remember what we discussed on the way. We aren't going to tell your mother about my real identity or the truth behind my quirk. We are just going to inform her about the incident with the sludge villain and tell her that I wish to train you to get into UA, alright. Yeah. Izuku confirmed. It's just that my mom does, she worries a lot. It has just been the two of us and Eevee for as long as I can remember, so she worries a lot for my safety, especially when I was told I was quirkless. All Might looked to his successor, happy that he chose a successor with a kind and thoughtful heart, but also sad at hearing about him and his mother's hardships. What about your father? Surely, if your mother is as kind as you told me, then he should be around more often. Izuku looked down and shook his head. No. I don't ever remember a time with my dad. The only thing about him that my mom could tell me about him was that I had his eyes and that he works overseas in America. Other than that, nothing. All Might frowned sadly. He also noticed Eevee brushing on his legs, a look in his eyes that All Might interpreted as, no more, probably trying to spare his partner's feelings. All Might nodded and said, I see. Well, enough gloomy stories. I believe we got a mother to inform. Izuku nodded and rang the doorbell. Almost in an instant, so fast even All Might barely registered it, the door opened to reveal Mrs. Izuku Midoriya, shorter and more wider than her past years, who rushed and hugged Izuku in a tight, painful embrace that could give a Beware a run for its money. Oh my baby! Izuku Midoriya cried out, a waterfall of tears shooting out of her eyes. I saw what happened on the news. Katsuki being captured by the sludge villain, you trying to save him, and All Might saving the day. Oh, I tried calling but you wouldn't pick up and I was afraid you were hurt. Please don't scare me like that again. Huh. All Might thought. He wasn't lying when he said he takes after his mother. Waterworks and everything. Izuku hugged his mom back and comforted her. It's okay, Mom. I'm fine. Both me and Casey Katsuki are alright. All Might was there and he saved us. So there's no need to worry, okay? Mrs. Midoriya broke the embrace and nodded, wiping her eyes. She then noticed the man beside Izuku and said, Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you there. Izuku, honey, who is this man? Izuku shook his head and said, Oh, yeah, we might want to take this inside, it might take a while. Izuku mentally cursed at himself for his inability to lie to his mom. All Might walked up and held out his hand and said, Hello, ma'am. My name is Toshinori Yagi. I am a representative of All Might. I was tasked by All Might to drive your son, young Midoriya, back home after the incident with the villain, and to talk to you about something important. Inko stuttered and quickly shook his hand, introduced herself, and thanked and invited him inside. As they entered the household, Inko called out, Mimey. Coming out of a room was a Mr. Mime, wearing an apron similar to Mrs. Midoriya's. Mr. Mime? It called out. Inko said, Quick, help me make some tea and treats for Izuku and our guest, and some of Eevee and Pikachu's favorite poke food. The two mentioned Pokemon cried out in delight and quickly made their way by the living room. All Might said, Oh please, don't trouble yourself on my behalf, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm quite all right. Inko replied, Oh, but I insist, it's the least I can do for both you and All Might, for saving and taking good care of my son. I won't take no for an answer. She looked to him with eyes that flared with such resolve. The symbol of peace was taken aback by such fiery determination and nodded. Okay, he said. Inko immediately took a 180 change and smiled happily, telling him to sit by the living room before rushing over to help Mr. Mime. All Might thought, well, her determination, plus her caring, motherly nature, reminds me of Nana. And those powerful eyes, they were so fierce and beautiful. Toshinori shook his head, trying to dispel the thoughts, not wanting to come onto young Midoriya's mother. Still he couldn't help but ogle her caboose as he walked to the living room. Izuku noticed that interaction and stood there perplexed as to what happened, before shaking his head and heading towards the living room. After a short while, Mrs. Midoriya sat with her son on the couch while Toshinori sat in a chair, all holding a cup of warm tea. Pikachu and Eevee laid close by, nibbling hungrily at their poke food, while Mr. Mime stood by the kitchen sweeping. After settling in, Mrs. Midoriya asked, So, Mr. Yagi, could you please tell me what is it that you must talk to me about? Toshinori nodded and said, Yes. Ma'am, as you know from the news, young Midoriya and his Pokemon here were involved in a recent incident with a sludge villain, to which the villain was stopped and apprehended by the pros and All Might. Inko nodded and said, Yes, I was quite worried sick when it happened. From what I heard, Izuku, Eevee and Pikachu were almost killed by the villain. Please, I thank you for taking my son home safe and sound, and I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards All Might for saving my son. Izuku has always admired All Might more than anything in his life, and I'm glad that our symbol of peace was the one that saved them. Izuku blushed in embarrassment, knowing full well said hero was right in front of them. All Might smiled sheepishly and said, "You're welcome, Mrs. Midoriya, and I will make sure All Might likewise is told and apologize that he himself isn't here. Unfortunately, as the #1 hero, there comes a lot of paperwork. Though I can already tell what he will probably say. He would say that, 'It was no problem, young madam. I am overjoyed for your thanks and glad I was able to have such a doting mother be safely reunited with her son.'" Inko giggled blushing and said, "Yeah, that sounds like him, and please I'm not that young, Mr. Yagi." Yagi smiled sheepishly. "Could have fooled me. When the door opened, I didn't know if I was meeting his mother or his sister." Inko blushed and giggled more. All the while Izuku stood there in shock at the obvious flirting that even a social dunce such as him could tell. Izuku faked coughed, which got All Might's attention. All Might coughed embarrassed and continued, "Anyways, about the incident, the villain also took a hostage, a young boy by the name of Katsuki Bakugu. Izuku here saw that his friend was in mortal peril and tried to rescue him on his own, before All Might intervened. But before you claim that I mean Izuku to be at fault, I'm not. Far from it. In fact, me and All Might wish to praise young Midoriya for his brave actions. Before All Might came onto the scene, the heroes there were outmatched and struggling against the villain. It was likely that young Bakugu would have had fatal injury. But then your son stepped up and tried to save the boy with no hesitation and even succeeded in freeing him from the villain and made it easier for All Might to defeat said villain. In fact, your son's courageous spirit inspired All Might to save the two of them, no matter the cost." Inko gasped and looked to her son, her eyes brimming with proud tears in her eyes. She hugged her son and said, "Oh Izuku, I'm so proud of you. You saved Bakugu and earned All Might's praise. But please don't do anything so reckless again." Izuku smiled and replied, "Thanks, Mom, but it wasn't just me. Eevee and Pikachu helped me blind and hurt the villain enough so I could free Kabakugu. They helped save me too. But, I'm sorry Mom, but I can't do that. When I saw his eyes that were scared and needed help, that I couldn't just stand by and do nothing like everyone else. I just couldn't. So if someone in front of me is danger again dash." Izuku lifted his eyes to look at his mother with pure determination. "I won't stand by and do nothing. I will save them, just like a hero would. Because that's the hero I want to be. A hero that saves people who can't help themselves," with a smile. Inko looked at her son in shock. The words he asked when he was little flashing in her mind. "Do you think that I can be a hero too?" Inko teared up more and looked down, shadows covering her eyes. "I hurt you, didn't I?" Inko asked. Both Izuku and Toshinori were taken back with what she asked. She continued with, "When you asked me if I thought that you could be hero, even without a quirk, I hurt you deeply when I said I was sorry. When I said no, I hurt you deeply. You were my son, my pride and joy, and when you needed me to help you, I tried to destroy your dreams. I didn't believe in you like a mother should have, like I should have." She sniffed and wiped her eyes. "But you didn't quit. Even after that, you still didn't give up. You kept running toward your goal with no hesitation. You had to walk this path alone, with no one but Eevee and Pikachu by your side, with nothing but their support and your own, and I wasn't there to help you. I'm a failure of a mother. But Izuku, you saved someone, you inspired All Might himself, and did it with no quirk of your own. I'm so sorry Izuku, I should have supported you. I should have told you the words that you should have heard. No, the words that I knew I believed in." Inko looked up to her son with a river of tears in her eyes. "Izuku, I do believe that you can be a hero, and I will support you with everything I have, and make up for me failing you." Izuku looked to his mom shocked. His shock turned to tears. He brought his hand to her shoulder and said, "Mom, you don't have to apologize to me. It's true that you hurt me back then, when you didn't support me. But it doesn't matter now. I forgave you a long time ago. I knew that you just wanted to look after me. You are not a failure. You are the most important person in the world to me. You were what kept me going when everything stood against me. You, Eevee and Pikachu, you were the ones that gave my life meaning. You made me into who I am today." He looked to his mother with a whimpering smile and said, "I forgave you, Mom, and I forgive you now, and I will continue to forgive you for the rest of my life." Without you, I wouldn't be here today, and I'll make it up to you by being the hero that you see that I can be. A hero that will make you proud. The two embraced, tears pouring. I love you, Izuku. With all my heart and soul. Inko said. Izuku replied, I love you too, Mom. Pikachu and Eevee jumped onto the couch and cuddled the two Midoriyas, with Mr. Mime coming up and hugging all them too. Toshinori stared at the heartwarming moment between this family. He too shed a tear and knew he made the right choice. I know I made the right choice, and I know you would think so too, Nana. This boy has such a pure heart, the heart of a true hero. One that will outshine even me. As the Midoriyas and their Pokemon broke up their hug, Izuku realized All Might was still there. He blushed embarrassed and shouted panicky, I'm so sorry, Izuku corrected. I'm so sorry that you got caught in the middle of our whole family situation. Toshinori smiled and said, It's truly okay, young Midoriya. In fact, I'm honored and humbled to have witnessed such a moment. It has made me truly confident in what I have to offer. Inko confused asked, Oh yes, what is this offer that you mentioned? Toshinori said, As I said, your son risked his life to save the boy, despite not being a pro, and did it without having a quirk as you mentioned. Not to mention that his bond with his Pokemon shows that he has a passionate, trusting heart. This kind of heroism and potential I feel would be wasted if not grown and trained to its fullest potential. Like you, I also believe that Izuku has the makings of a true hero. Mrs. Midoriya, I would formally like to offer my services to train young Midoriya to become the best hero he can be. Mrs. Midoriya was stunned. She said, Are you sure? Toshinori smiled and said, Yeah, I do, 100% sure. In fact, I wish to help train him for the UA entrance exam. Mrs. Midoriya stuttered out, This is all so sudden. Oh, my baby has inspired not only All Might, but also someone that works for him who wants to train my son? Oh, this is so much. I wonder what can Dafmini would Havata pay for something like this. Will Izuku safe? Mumble. Izuku and All Might stared at the mother with a sweat drop. Well, the applin never falls far from the Trevenant. All Might thought. Is that how I look like when I mumble? Izuku thought as well. Pikachu and Eevee were holding themselves back from laughing tremendously, while Mr. Mime mimed out an invisible frying pan and started hitting himself with it, which made Toshinori almost crack up in laughter. Izuku snapped his mother out of her trance, to which she apologized for her mumbling. Toshinori said, That's quite all right. But have no fear, Mrs. Midoriya, this training offer I have won't interfere with Izuku's school life or your work life. I plan to have this training both physically and mentally prepare your son for the exam, with benefits that will also improve upon his overall health, like a sleep and food schedule. I also wish to say that you do not have to worry about having to pay me back. This training will be free of charge, and I will personally provide any funds for any extra groceries or workout equipment that you might need. Inko replied, You can't. This is too much. Toshinori said, No, it isn't. To see your son become the hero he can be and to help him fulfill his dream on becoming a pro, I will gladly do this. Izuku said, Mom, I already accepted this offer before when he met up with me after the incident. He told me that both he and All Might thought that I could be a hero, that I had what it took to be a great one. All my life, I dreamed for an opportunity like this, to have a shot into getting into UA, All Might School. I couldn't say no, but I wanted you to know about this and to ask for your blessing. As much as I want to become a hero and train right away, I knew I couldn't do it without your support. So please, Mom, please accept. Please let me train with Mr. Yagi. Inko looked at her son and smiled proudly, same with All Might. She then said, Thank you, Izuku, for taking my feelings into consideration, and I'm proud of you, for finding your calling in life and working to make that a reality by your own strength. But I have one condition before I agree. She looked to All Might and said, Mr. Yagi, my condition is that you take care of my son. To protect him. Lead him down this road and help him become a hero, but please assure me that my baby boy is safe. Toshinori stood up and bowed. I promise you, Mrs. Midoriya, I will do as you ask. I promise to lead Midoriya down this path and keep him safe to the best of my abilities. Mrs. Midoriya smiled and said, then I have no reason to disagree. You may train Izuku. Izuku smiled brightly. Eevee and Pikachu cheered and jumped onto the two Midoriyas again. All Might smiled and looked to Izuku's eyes, who looked back to him. All Might smiled and had fire in his eyes that asked him, are you ready? Izuku smiled back and gave his own challenging stare. Yes. Izuku thought. Bring it on. 2 days later, Izuku started to regret his internally agreement. After they got the go-ahead from his mother, All Might informed Izuku to meet him by Dagoba Municipal Beach Park at dawn's first light 2 days from then. Izuku did as told, and when light first peeked out in the horizon that day, Izuku dressed in a plain white tee and blue sport pants. Eevee woke ran with him, Pikachu following suit as the yellow rat tended to sleep outdoors. Izuku could barely hold his own excitement at the prospect of being trained by the #1 pro hero and symbol of peace. That was until he was right now. Izuku, wrapped in ropes, pulled uselessly against the large fridge, and staked up top of it was All Might in his large and muscular buff form. Eevee and Pikachu watched from the side. Well, mostly Eevee, while Pikachu decided to get rummaged through the mountains of trash and junk for some cool stuff. Izuku pulled with all his strength, gritting and grunting loudly. All Might called out, hey, how you doing down there? It's really comfy up here on this stationary fridge. Izuku tried pulling one more time, invigorated by All Might's taunt, before slipping and falling to ground. Eevee flinched at his fall, while Pikachu climbed out of the piles of trash wearing a luchador mask, pretending to drive a pile of wrappers. All Might called out again, people move these all the time, you know, and most don't even have super strength. Izuku called back, yeah, but did they have a 600-pound behemoth sitting on top of one? You weight even more than a mega Tyranitar. All Might comically flinched and sulkily said, now that's just insulting. He then perked up and said, but for your information, I lost weight nowadays, so I'm down to 560 these days. In this form at least. Izuku quipped, still more heavy than 2 munchlaxes. All Might comically sulked again. Geez, why did I have to choose such a rude, hurtful successor? The symbol of peace jokingly said. Izuku nervously chuckled, both internally freaking out, thinking All Might was serious, and yet convincing himself it was just a joke. Hopefully, Izuku thought. Izuku lifted himself off the ground and said, yeah, that's great. But question, why do you have me hauling trash here again? All Might let out a hearty chuckle and said, well, look just at your weak little body. He started taking pictures of Izuku with his phone. Look at you. You aren't ready for my power. Izuku's self-confidence took another hit and he started comically bawling. But I thought you said that I was worthy. Whoa, Izuku wailed like crying Sobble. Eevee sighed at his partner's inability to take a joke. He then looked to see Pikachu posing like a wrestler, to which his response was a deadpan look. All Might climbed off the fridge, walking over to Midoriya and said, calm down, I'm taking about your weak body. Izuku calmed down and looked to the pro hero who continued, before we continue there is something else you should know about how my quirk works. Young Midoriya, tell me, what do you know about aura? Izuku looked confused at the question before he tried to remember. Aura. Izuku though aloud. Aura is said to be the life force and spiritual energy that flows throughout all people and Pokemon. Many Pokemon, mostly Pokemon like Riolu and Lucario, can harness this energy for moves and other amazing feats. Many research studies on aura suggest that it's a main component in the strong bonds between people and Pokemon, and how phenomenons like Mega Evolution can occur. All Might smiled brighter at the smart head of his successor. Right, nice informational exposition, but there is something else about aura that most tend to overlook, even forget. Izuku looked at All Might confused, while this drew the attention of Eevee and Pikachu who walked over. All Might continued with, you see, I was taught this by a former teacher of mine and my predecessor, the one who possessed one for all before me. They taught me how long ago in distant past, back in times before Pokeballs and our knowledge of the world was so little, that there were humans who too possessed aura, noble warriors that fought to protect the peace and the lives of people and Pokemon alike. Those who know about them would describe them as the first heroes of old. They were referred to as Aura Guardians. Aura Guardians. Izuku repeated. Oh yeah, I remembered hearing about that in an old book. I read that they could use moves similar to Aura Sphere or can even sense and heal the life force of people and Pokemon. Those who believe the stories claim that it was the first emergence of quirks, but most dismiss it as myths. All Might nodded and said, yes, and they are not wrong. Quirks are very different than what the legends describe. Quirks manifest and are linked to our bodies by our genetic code, which is why some children can develop quirks that are the same or similar to the quirks of their parents. Also, they are each different and unique, some quirks even completely different than their parents and are referred to as mutation quirks. But the powers that these Aura Guardians used are different. Many a times the legends revolving them change, depending on the person or story, and many times they have similar sets of limited abilities, with no distinct relation between them. Plus, as Aura has been studied to reside in every person and Pokemon, as you said, and described as a sort of spiritual life force, it would be incorrect to say that these Aura Guardians had quirks. More or less, this power falls similar to the description of magic, a form similar to the magical powers that Pokemon possess. Izuku stared in awe of the knowledge that the number one hero possessed. While Izuku looked up to All Might and his heart-moving speeches, Izuku did have enough sense to know that many would describe All Might as not known for his book smarts. All Might continued with, as time went on and as quirks nowadays are the norm, the legends of these Aura Guardians are almost all but extinct. But these stories are more real than anybody could have guessed. And my quirk, One for All, is likewise powered by Aura. Izuku stood there in pure shock. He managed to stumble out, but All Might, well, you just said that Aura and the powers of Aura Guardians aren't quirks, right? All Might smirked wider, holding up a finger in a Gotha manner. He then said, yes, I did say that the powers of the Aura Guardians mentioned were not quirks, but I never said that there couldn't be a quirk that can harness the power of Aura, similar to that of the Aura Guardians. You see, as I told you 2 days ago, One for All harnesses the physical abilities and life energy of its past users, and Aura is the life force and spiritual energy that resides in every human and Pokemon. So that means that One for All stores both the physical abilities and aura of its past users and allows for you to access and use their power, along with your own, to be so strong and powerful. Izuku said, finishing All Might's sentence. All Might nodded and said, correct. One for All is a literal whirlwind of the combined physical abilities and aura of all who have ever wielded it, including my own now. As such, if an unprepared body receives it, it could have disastrous consequences. For instance, your arms and legs could shoot off. Izuku cried in horror at the mental image of his limbs blasting off of his body. Eevee and Pikachu too shivered at the thought, their hairs standing on ends. Izuku's mind then clicked on the purpose of his training. Oh, I see. All this trash lifting is a form of exercise to strengthen my body to prepare for your quirk, and you are my coach. I get how it fits with the physical abilities of the quirk, but what about the aura part? How is a stronger body supposed to prepare for the combined aura of One for All? Sound like aura might be more powerful than just regular physical quirks, especially since some Pokemon can use it. All Might answered, you are right in how this training will make you better suited for the quirk, but as for the aura aspect, it's actually quite easy when you don't think too hard on it. Aura basically acts like a spiritual battery for our souls. The stronger a person is, the more aura they have inside them, the more powerful a Pokemon becomes, the more aura they have that powers them, but very few can directly channel it. Take for instance, Riolu and Lucario. The Lucario uses aura with little to no effort, because they are stronger and more connected to it, even accessing the aura around them to make themselves stronger, whilst a regular Riolu can't. Plus, just like you stated about aura being theorized as a key component in Mega Evolution, it requires both the infinity energy inside the stones and the strong bond between human and Pokemon, a strong spiritual-like bond that could be straightened more with access to aura, just like Mega Lucario. Izuku descended once again into spiraling vortex of mumbling and thinking, furiously writing down the information about Aura in his hero notebook. All Might's sweat dropped, feeling foolish to not realize how the revelation would impact young Midoriya. Pikachu snapped him out by smacking the back of Izuku's head with its tail. Izuku shook off the hit and quickly apologized. All Might coughed and said, "To run things down, this training will enhance and strengthen your body to be able to receive and wield one for all, but there is another reason. You see, I've read recently how this beach was quite a beauty to behold, but it has gone through quite the change, hasn't it?" Izuku stared at the mountains of trash all around them and said, "Yeah, since the waves wash ashore trash from the sea and it piles up, people take advantage of it and illegally throw away their trash here." Izuku noticed a family of Trubbishes walking around, fending off a group of Hawaiian Rattata, regional variants of Rattata that must have migrated here somehow. All Might nodded and said, "Yes, it's a shame that such natural beauty should be polluted, so I'm going to have you fix it." Izuku whirled to face All Might in surprise. "Eeh." All Might gave a hearty laugh and said, "He is right, young Midoriya. Things were different before Quirks, so was the definition of what was a hero. These days heroes all about stopping villains and being flashy. Things like civil services were what mattered, people who helped the community and the lives of people and Pokemon. And as such, this training will also instill into you the ideals and actions that a hero should value." All Might reached a hand out to the fridge he was laying on and crushed it into a flat pulp in a second. Wind pressure from his act of strength blasted off the trash behind him to reveal the shining light of the dawning sun over the coast. "You will clean this entire section of the beach," All Might proclaimed. "That is your first test and step to becoming a hero." Izuku said, "But look at all this. There's so much. That's impossible." All Might looked to Izuku and asked, "Young Midoriya, you want to go to UA, right? Tell me, why UA out of all the other hero schools?" Izuku was socked monetarily before contemplating an answer. He responded, "It's because you went there, All Might. It's where legends like you, Endeavor, and Best Jeanist were trained. It's seen as the best of the best, the #1 hero school in all of Japan, maybe even the whole world. And if I want to become the hero I want to be, a great shining hero who saves people with a smile on his face, then I have to reach for the top and become as strong as I can be. I know it's a long shot, but I'll shoot for the moon, and even if I fail, I'll find a way to continue on and land among the stars." All Might was taken back at the boy's passion before smiling brighter and said, "That's the spirit, fanboy. But I should warn you that this path will not be easy. In this society, hero ing is dangerous, especially without a quirk. It's not fair, but that's reality for ya. Ya is indeed the best of the best, and you have only 10 months to prepare for the hardest hero course of them all. Luckily dash." All Might then pulled out a stack of paper almost out of nowhere. "I've got you covered with my Aim to Win American Dream plan. This workout plan canvasses the amount of work you need to do every day, extra workout sessions, and a diet to follow along. Follow this to the letter and I'll have you become for the exam and my quirk in no time. I've even managed to come up with a workout plan and diet for your Pokemon too, so your bonds and strength will grow together." Izuku took the papers and as he read through them, he cringed and began sweating comically at the effort All Might put into it. "Even my sleep is scheduled." Izuku mumbled out in disbelief. All Might brought a hand to Izuku's shoulder, prompting the green-haired boy to look up at the symbol of peace. He asked, "So, do you have what it takes?" Izuku stared at him in awe. He felt a pull from the bottom of his pant legs to find Eevee and Pikachu looking at him with confidence. "Eevee! P.I. Pikachu!" The two Pokemon cried out in a cheer, Pikachu still wearing his found Lookador suit. Izuku smiled at the two with tearful eyes. He looked back to his new mentor, smiled confidently, and said, "Yes. Lead me to be the best, like no one ever was." As the months passed, Izuku's training could only be described by him as a living hell. Every day, Izuku would follow All Might's instructions by the letter, and then some. Izuku gave the diet listing to his mother, who with the help of All Might as promised was no trouble at all. At home, Izuku would train diligently, lifting weights and doing basic cardio exercises, like push-ups and pull-ups. Eevee and Pikachu mimicked Izuku, training themselves by pushing heavy objects and practicing moves on each other, while trying not to destroy the Midoriya household. Izuku remembers fondly how Pikachu tried lifting a weight like a dumbbell, only to end up on his side, and when Eevee tried slamming a large metal block with his head, only to gain a big bump on his head. Izuku would go to school as normal as always. He would study hard, acing all his tests and assignments. He would even try to formulate a better workout regimens during and after class, the former ending after getting reprimanded by his teacher for mumbling in class. Izuku even took his workout sessions even further by using a hand grip machine under his desk and hovering above his seat. Though Izuku did notice a certain change happen in his school life. His classmates teased him less, sometimes barely paying attention to him. He also noticed Bakugo avoiding Izuku, leaving him alone rather than do his usual routine of beating the crap out of him or using his body for quirk target practice. Izuku didn't fully know why the explosive teen left him alone, pondering if it was his way of saying thanks for saving him from the sludge villain, or maybe just not wanted to be reminded of useless, shitty Deku saving his life. As much as Izuku hoped that it meant his ex-childhood friend changing for the better, Izuku believed the latter more. Either way, Katsuki was helping Izuku more than he realized. Now, Deku can keep the old, healing bruises and burns hidden from his mother and All Might, and have his body get stronger now that he can keep his food in his stomach without throwing it up from a punch to the gut. Izuku knew that he could very get even with Katsuki, of all the bullying, physical and mental torment, and suicide baiting, if he just told All Might, who would probably reveal it to UA and the authorities, probably blacklisting him from any hero course in the country. He would finally make the JRK pay for all the pain he caused him, the pain he and his Quillava inflicted on Eevee when they were younger, but he didn't. He couldn't. He wouldn't become like Bakugo. He wouldn't destroy the fellow teen's future over a grudge. But more or less, Izuku wanted to prove Katsuki wrong, that he could become a hero. He wanted to best his unofficial symbol of victory, and become a better hero than even him. But he couldn't help the small, dark whisper of thought of seeing Bakugo fail and struggle, as the reality that being a hero is more than defeating villains crashes onto him like a truck filled with karma and irony. Izuku would finish up his school and homework as best as he could, so he could go clean the beach and train with All Might. As he cleaned the beach and lifted and pushed all kinds of machinery and trash, Izuku used and trained different types of muscle groups with each kind of object, with rarely at times All Might helping out, like when he almost broke his neck on a dumbbell. His Pokemon also trained along with him, assisting him with some of the junk, and even fighting off Pokemon that took offense of Midoriya cleaning out the beach. All Might also introduced some of his own Pokemon that he brought along to help train Eevee and Pikachu. As much as All Might was praised for his own power and strength, his Pokemon too received credit as some of the most powerful Pokemon around. Pokemon with strength on the level of a Pokemon champion and beyond. He also had a vast array of Pokemon at his disposal, what with pro heroes being able to possess more than 6 Pokemon at a time than the usual legal standards that were enacted after the age of 2. They could use as much as 12 Pokemon on them at maximum, but since the process of having those Pokemon registered as active partners during hero work was so long and excruciating, most pro heroes would still use 1 or 2 Pokemon out on the field, withholding 4 to 5 more for emergency situations. For All Might, he was able to have about 8 different Pokemon on him, each a unofficial alpha among their own species. His Pokemon included from his Braviary, Machamp, Sirfetch'd, Hawlucha, Dragonite, Jolteon, Lucario, and his most popular Pokemon, Cinderace. Izuku almost went into a coma from pure excitement at seeing his Pokemon, with his Eevee following suit, as the evolution Pokemon looked to them like they were gods. All Might even revealed that One for All also comes with a neat bonus ability that allows him to be mentally in-tuned with his Pokemon, allowing him to make mental commands and know what his Pokemon are saying in his mind and allows for their own auras to be linked to him and grow stronger over time. Izuku gushed at the thought of speaking to Eevee and Pikachu clearly. Eevee gushed over Cinderace and Jolteon, much to the Jolteon's amusement and Cinderace's smugness. Pikachu too was impressed at the power and imposing pressure the Pokemon extruded, mostly on Jolteon, a fellow electric type, and Lucario for some reason. All Might's Pokemon helped the symbol of peace in whipping Izuku and his Pokemon into shape. Cinderace, Braviary, Dragonite focused the two Pokemon on speed, Pikachu especially excelling in competing against their impressive speeds. Machamp, Hawlucha, and Sirfetch'd focused the two on power, helping them increase their attack stats, and Lucario and Dragonite assisting in special attack. Their defense and special defense training was handled by Dragonite, Braviary, and Lucario, whilst they practiced their accuracy with Braviary too, along with Hawlucha and Jolteon, the three Pokemon helping them improve their accuracy by being constant, hard-to-hit targets. But the most memorable moment throughout these 10 hellish months of training was his birthday. Then, Izuku reached the age of 15, effectively making him the legal age to catch more Pokemon and hold more than the standard one for adolescents. There Izuku had a normal school day as always, nobody paying any mind to him, except a glowering Bakugu who one day looked about to talk with him before scoffing and turning away. One of the best gifts Kakin ever gave me. A day without him. Izuku thought dryly. He then came to the beach as usual, where he was congratulated by All Might and his Pokemon, who gave him a Pokeball with a lightning bolt stamped onto the front red part of it. Izuku remembered the day vividly. Flashback. Izuku stood before Pikachu, the sun shining over them, Eevee, All Might, and his Pokemon standing by the side watching. Izuku knelt down before the electric mouse Pokemon and said, "Well, the day has come, huh? It's kinda crazy how all this time, even thought you were always wild and free. I always say you as mine, as my partner, a best friend along with Eevee. I don't care whatever person would say that you can only have one best friend, from the moment we met, the moment you saved us, all the times you played and spent time with me and Eevee, where you stood by me during the most important moments in my life, you were my best friend too. One of the best friends any boy could ask." Pikachu always was one to act cool, headstrong, confident, and a jokester of a Pokemon, but today even he couldn't help but let out some waterworks, his ears tilting downwards at the words of his once unofficial trainer. "Pika-Pi," Pikachu said sadly, nodding his head in acknowledgement and tears. Izuku sniffled and wiped his eyes. He continued with, "So as a friend, I want to ask you, Pikachu, if you are willing to become my official Pokemon, if you are willing to give up being wild and free to be by my side for all the days and moments to come, even when the times grow dark and the lights start to fade. Will you, Pikachu, like to walk beside me as hero and Pokemon? As best friends, forever?" Pikachu sniffled and wiped his own eyes before sticking his ears and crying out a loud and passionate, "Hey Pikachu! Pika Pikachu!" Izuku smiled brightly, knowing the answer, and said, "Well then, welcome aboard, partner." Izuku lifted the Pokeball before Pikachu, holding out for him to have the final say. Pikachu smiled a bright, toothy smile, jumped, and slapped his hands onto the middle circle of the ball. In a flash of white, Pikachu was into the ball, it closing shut and wiggled in his palm. The shaking stopped and the final sound said it all. Izuku caught Pikachu. Izuku smiled and tossed the ball into the air, it opening up and releasing another blast of white light. Pikachu materialized from the light, shaking its head in discomfort at its short time into the ball. It looked around before looking to his new owner, who smiled brightly with tears leaking out. The electric mouse jumped towards his new owner's arms and hugged him tight, Eevee running up to them and joining in. All Might and his Pokemon smiled and clapped at the sight, All Might wiping a stray tear, reminiscing on how he first caught Scorbunny. As Izuku hugged the two, he opened his eyes to see Pikachu's tail, wagging in front of his face, almost deliberately. There he was reminded of the hidden mark that Pikachu always kept hidden and out of his view. As he looked at closely, the mark looked to be as black as the tip of his tail, its shape in the form of a X-cross-like wheel, with 18 dots surrounding it in a circle. Flashback over. Afterwards, All Might let Izuku off early to spend his birthday with his mother, who congratulated and doted on Izuku motherly. She even made him a cake, a vegetable cake. Izuku insisted to stick to the diet, so it was an alternative, despite feeling like he and his mom created an unholy creation, if the looks of disgust from Eevee, Pikachu, and Mr. Mime, who mimed puking in an imaginary toilet, were anything to go by. The months went by as normal, with nothing changing much else, especially with Pikachu. While he now sleeps with Izuku and Eevee in his room, Pikachu refused to ever go back into his Pokeball, looking terrified whenever it came into view and even shocking Izuku with a more powerful thunderbolt that left him looking comically smoky. So it was decided that Pikachu would stay free from his Pokeball and only enter it under extreme emergencies, a promise held under the threat of an Iron Tail, Thunderbolt beatdown. Izuku wondered how some of these magical creatures can be so cute and adorable one moment, yet so vicious and terrifying in the next. As months went by, Izuku became more focused and exceeded the amount of trash he lifted and exercises he did. Soon the consequences of these actions will come to fruition. Flashback. Izuku, while carrying a large metal box and his Pokemon ran down a path covered in fallen cherry blossom petals, All Might in his true state, speeding along on a Segway, with Cinderace running in front of them. Soon enough though, Izuku collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, his Pokemon rushing towards him in worry. All Might stopped when he heard the commotion to find his successor crawling and twitching feebly on the ground. Hey, look alive, kid," All Might said. "You've only got 3 months till the exam. Now's not the time to start collapsing out of nowhere and flush all our progress down the drain." As Izuku crawled and tried to get up, Toshinori realized the problem. The aim to pass American Dream Plan was created with your body in mind, fine-tuned so that it was as swift as possible, yet manageable. Which means, you haven't been sticking to it, have you? Izuku flinched. You're overworked, you're overdoing things to the point of exhaustion. That's bound to have the opposite effect of what we want. Izuku crawled forward and grunted out, I have to work harder, or I won't stand a chance against the other applicants. I don't just want into UA, remember? I want to excel. Toshinori was taken back. Izuku pushed his body up and looked at All Might with fiery determination. I want to become the greatest hero in the world. So I'll keep on training as hard as I can, as much as I can, till I'll have what it takes. Toshinori was taken aback to the boy's overwhelming drive and conviction. Got to hand it to the kid, he's given a lot of thought about the future. Sorta like me, I suppose. He buffed up and picked the weakened Izuku off the ground and proclaimed, That's what I like about you, young Midoriya. So tenacious. So passionate. Fear not, I understand your concerns, but now's not the time to rush progress or take it easy. Don't you worry, I can help you get back on track. Leave it to this old man to adjust your plan. Behind him, Cinderace face-bombed at his partner's rhyme, making Eevee and Pikachu chuckle as well. Izuku tiredly said, You're not that old, All Might. Ha. All Might let out an amused laugh at his successor defending him from his own criticism. Flashback over. And so afterwards, All Might was true to his word and Izuku found himself back on track to gain one for all and be ready for the UA exam. Soon another month passed, and Dagobah Beach was looking more cleaner than ever, much to the surprise and delight of the community. Now, Izuku was jogging through Dagobah Beach as the sunset shined over the coast. He jogged by a happy couple wearing expensive beach clothes, overhearing on accident about them talking about a girl, their daughter perhaps, named Momo. Izuku shook his head clear of his thoughts, not wanting to eavesdrop on a couple's talk like a creep, and kept jogging. After a while, Izuku stopped for a break, catching his breath and drinking from his sports drink. Before he could continue running, he heard the laughter of a girl's voice. Izuku stopped and followed the voice, who just so happened to be just ahead of him. There he found a girl playing with her Piplup by the coast, splashing water at the Pokemon. Izuku froze, his eyes widening, at the very definition of beauty in front of him. She looked around his age, standing at 5 feet 5 inches around his height, and she wore a pair of khaki short shorts that showcased her long creamy legs to her perfect, sandaled feet and her ample butt, which left Izuku blushing more. She wore a ocean blue crop top that showed a bit of skin around her waist and her impressive bust, Izuku blushing wildly and shied away from, and also wore an open white, beach dress shirt. She wore a straw hat over her long, wavy, strawberry blonde hair, blue wave pattern highlights in her hair, only adding to her beauty. Her face, however, left Izuku heart pounding like a wild rillaboom. Her perfect heart-shaped face, shapely cheeks, a cute nose, smiling, bright white teeth, and her eyes, as blue and shining as the gleaming sea. Izuku was so transfixed by her beauty that he didn't notice her in front of him until she said, "Hey." Izuku snapped out of his trance, blushing like a tomato at the girl before him. She asked, "Are you okay? You've been staring off into space for a while, and your face is as red as a tomato." Izuku jumped back slightly at her close proximity and stuttered out, "Oh, why something fine. I just space out and got a little dizzy. I was jogging by and think I just got a small heat slide." Izuku was somewhat glad that Eevee and Pikachu were resting by the remaining junk with all might. If they saw him right now they would tease him to no end, like the time he bumped into that invisible girl by accident and blushed in embarrassment as she apologized cutely. The girl gained a tiny look of concern and said, "Oh my. Well, we can't have that. I'm here. I can help cool you off." The girl then directed her hand to the coast, closing her eyes and let out a deep breath. Suddenly, a stream of water flew and flowed into the air and onto her outstretched hand, flowing between her fingers and hands. Izuku stared in awe of her quirk and stared as she directed it above his head and sprinkled on his head, cooling him off. Izuku smiled brightly with awe on his face and said, "Thanks, I feel much better." That was amazing. Your quirk is awesome." The girl blushed, twiddling her fingers and looked away shyly. "Thanks. It was no problem really." Realization sprung onto her face and said, "Oh." A second later, the water above splashed onto Izuku's head, no longer under her control. Serena let out a gasp of horror followed by a string of apologies. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I lost my concentration and let the water go. I'm so sorry." Izuku stuttered out, "Oh no, it's okay really. I understand. It's all right. Plus, it helped even more in cooling me off, so thank you." A few seconds passed before they calmed down. "But seriously, that quirk you have is something else. Can you please tell me what it is?" Izuku shouted in excitement, his inner fanboy rising to the surface. Serena blushed again and said, "Sure. My quirk is called Hydro. It allows me to manipulate water molecules so that I have complete control over anything liquid or made of water, but I lose control if I'm not concentrated enough. It's not something overall special and kind of useless outside of any source of water." She gained a downtrodden look. Izuku, not noticing her sunken expression, instead shouted in awe, "Are you kidding? That kind of quirk is amazing." The girl let out a gasp of shock and completely stunned look on her blushing face. "That kind of quirk sounds extremely powerful and versatile. You could manipulate water to form all kinds of weapons, like shield against physically attacking villains or whips to strike and capture individuals. You could probably manipulate the water inside a person's lung in an advanced, efficient form of CPR. You could become a seriously powerful force in the water, but you could also use the water along a city's sewer or pipes. I wonder if you can also breathe underwater or if you can form a bubble of air around yourself to breathe down under for a long time." Mumble. Izuku suddenly pulled out a pocket-sized notebook from seemingly out of nowhere, along with a pen, and started writing down his thoughts and analysis over her quirk. The girl, however, didn't mind the mumbling state of his, staring at him in awe and wonder. He likes my quirk?" the girl thought. "And no one has ever told that to me before except my parents, but I thought they were just trying to make me feel better." The girl could hear the voices and jeers that she has heard all her life start playing in her head. "Seriously, all you could do is control water? That's such a lame power. What are you going to do? Splash the villains to death? What a loser. It's such a useless quirk when there's no water. I bet you will get nowhere as a hero. You might end up failing and dying." But soon, the voices started to fade away. The jeers and cruel laughs replaced by the kind and encouraging thoughts of the boy in front of her. Her blush became harder as he smiled, a cute, dazzling smile that seemed to make the darkness in her heart fade away. Before Izuku could mumble out any more analysis over her quirk, she rushed over and hugged him, tightly. Izuku was snapped out of his mumbling, eyes widened, face heating up and jaw dropping at the act. The girl pulled away quickly, looking away shyly as she blushed hard. Thank you for saying those kind words. And my name is Serena Mariella. It's nice to meet you. Izuku blushed red-hot before shaking his head and smiled. Nice to meet you, Serena. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you too. Serena liked his smile. It made him look charming and cute. The two stared at each other, almost like they were frozen, before Izuku was sprayed by a blast of water. Serena gasped in shock and turned to find Piplup beside her, blasting Izuku with a water gun, the Pokemon laughing as she did it. Serena let out another string of apologies and scolded Piplup for her actions, the tiny penguin Pokemon, turning away from her in a huff. Serena sighed defeated and said, I'm sorry about Piplup. She's usually super sweet, but gets angry and feisty around anyone who gets close to me. Izuku stared in wonder at the scene before him, of a Pokemon disobeying her partner, a scenario that Izuku knew was possible, but one he never ever saw before. Pikachu may be feisty as well, and lash out at him at times, but Izuku knew those were just for laughs and pranks. Even Bakugu's Quilava, arrogant and proud as his owner, would still listen to him without fail. So did scene before him was perplexing to Izuku a bit. Izuku responded, It's okay really. I can understand. My Pikachu can be a handful as well, but I know he means well. He can be feisty and shock me at times, but I know it's all just jokes and giggles. I know in the end he still cares for me and supports me on my pursuit to becoming a hero. Serena turned to Izuku fast and said, Wait, you going to become a hero? So am I. Izuku stared at her more in awe and said, Really? Serena smiled nervously and started twirling a piece of hair in circles saying, Yeah, I'm actually going to be taking an entrance exam at a hero school, but I probably won't get in. Not when my quirk isn't useful without nearby sources of water. Izuku responded with, That's not true. Your quirk is so awesome and plenty useful, even without actual water nearby. If you can control all types of water by their molecules, have you ever tried manipulating the water inside of plants? Or maybe you can use a support item that can store some water for you to use. Serena was shocked again before she thought things over. No, she said. No, I haven't tried, but it could work. Thank you for the advice. Are you going to apply to a hero course too? Izuku smiled brightly, clenched fist over his heart, and said, Yep, I'm going to be applying for the hero course at UA High. Serena was shocked once again. UA? She asked. Before she could respond anymore, they both heard a woman's voice call out, Serena. It's time to go. They both turned behind her to see a young woman, a practical carbon copy of Serena but with chocolate brown hair and wider hips, calling out and waving at her. Is that your mother? Izuku asked. Yes, she is. Serena replied. She bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, but I've got to go. I hope we get to see each other again. This was nice, talking to someone like friend. Izuku blushed hard, but smiled nonetheless. Of course, I can't wait to see you again too. As a hero and as a friend. Suddenly, Serena snatched up Izuku's notebook and pen. Izuku was shocked and confused, but before he could say anything, she wrote something down and gave it back to him with a number written down. My number. Serena said, blushing nervously. In case you ever need to talk or hang out, and to keep in touch, if that's all right? Izuku blushed till he was the color of a cherry and muttered out, Hey, sure. Anytime. Serena smiled and walked towards her mother, waving back at Izuku. See ya later, Izuku. Hope to see you again. Izuku stuttered out, Why are you too? He started walking the other direction. His mind let out a torrent of flustered thoughts, but the most prominent being, Oh my God. I actually talked to a girl? And I got her number. All the while Izuku didn't realize until later that he was walking in the wrong direction. Serena, as she walked to her mother, Piplup following behind her, she dug out an envelope tucked into back pocket. As she dug it out, she smiled and thought, Yeah, I hope to see you again soon. The envelope has a seal of UA. Her recommendation letter. Third POV. February 19, 1 week before the exams. All might arrive to the beach. the lights of the dawning sky beaming over the horizon. As he walked by, he could hear the sounds of a few Britannian wheezings, Galarian wheezing, cleansing the polluted air around the beachfront area. It was an idea that Izuku suggested to All Might, as a way to both deal with some of the remnant trash left over and better cleanse the beach from the leftover pollution that the trash left behind, and also give the wheezings by the dump some more sources of food and drive away some of the rebellious rubbish that would appear. All Might smiled as he remembered how shocked and impressed he was at Izuku's suggestion. He agreed with the idea and had his Pokemon talk with the regional variant wheezings into the idea, which, from what All Might gathered, they accepted and had been helping with the leftover cleanup of the trash that Izuku had moved and deal with the more hazardous and lasting polluted air. All Might smiled at the intelligence that his successor showed and how he devised a way that both benefited himself, the Pokemon, and the community altogether. Toshinori may have been inspired by young Midoriya and decided that he would inherit one for all by his heroic actions, bravery, and heart, but he also considered intelligence and resourcefulness as useful qualities that his potential successor should have. And young Midoriya passed with flying colors in that area too. He could only wish that Night Eye could see it as well. During the months that he trained Midoriya, All Might got back in contact with his former sidekick, Sir Night Eye, about his decision. Suffice to say that the seer hero was very vocal about his decision. Flashback. You are passing your one for all onto a quirkless middle school student? Night Eye yelled through the phone. It's the right choice to make. All Might said as he coughed out blood. The boy wants to save people, to give people hope and peace. He's the perfect choice. He can't do that with intentions alone. Night Eye continued to yell. There are any number of people more qualified than a weak quirkless boy. Like Mirio Togata? All Might asked back, his tone more livid at the insult to Midoriya. There were of course other applicants to become All Might's successor before Izuku Midoriya. One of these was suggested to him by the UA High School principal, Nizu, by Sir Night Eye, All Might's former sidekick. The lad was known as Mirio Togata, a current second year at UA who went by the hero name Lemillion and doing his work study under Night Eye. The boy was suggested to him for his outstanding talent, skill, and because his views and attitude aligned to his standards of a successor. In pen and paper, he looked to be a younger clone of All Might. In fact, All Might was originally in Mizudafu to meet with young Togata to see for himself if he would be a suitable successor. But then, the sludge villain occurred, he met Izuku Midoriya and the rest was history. Would it be so bad for you to listen to me? Night Eye said. If what you told me is true, the boy is reckless, impulsive, and naive. Mirio already has training, he's already better known and making a name for himself in the hero community. His quirk combined with your own would be an unstoppable force. He is close with his Pokemon, who are also exceptional, and his views and personality make him more than an adequate successor. Yet you would trade him off for some quirkless middle schooler out of pity? Enough! All Might yelled out, coughing up some more blood but didn't care as he had enough. Listen to me, Mirai, and listen well. You think that I would give away one for all, the quirk I was entrusted to by my master Shimura, out of pity? If you think so, then you truly don't know a thing about me. I chose the boy not because of sympathy towards his predicament, but because he showed me his heart, his spirit, his drive to help others that he would risk his own life, for a boy that I suspect to have been nothing but a bully to him. Contrary to what some heroes would say, such as Endeavor, Aizawa, and even Gran Torino, he wasn't a complete moron. He saw how the boy reacted to Izuku when he saved him and overheard him yelling at Izuku before he revealed himself and offered his quirk. Yet even then, Izuku tried to save him with no hesitation. He probably would have securely brought him to the heroes, if the Bakugo boy didn't blow up at Izuku. He showed adept improvisation and resourcefulness with the sludge villain. His hero notebooks show a level of analysis and intellect that rivals both you and Nizu. His tenacity and drive have exceeded my expectations time and time again. His bond with his Pokemon are incredibly strong and he shows immense amount of compassion and charity towards people and Pokemon alike. He showed the makings of a true hero. And did you forget that I was quirkless too? Did you forget that I went from a quirkless middle schooler to the symbol of peace? Night Eye was silent on the phone. Whether he was shocked or silently fuming, Toshinori didn't care. I will leave you with this last reminder, Night Eye. You are not responsible over my quirk. You don't have any say over who I give my quirk to. Gran Torino had no say when my master gave it to me, and you have no say in it either. I agree that young Togata is qualified enough. I agree that there are others that are worthy, maybe even more. But young Midoriya is the one that I chose. He is who I choose to pass one for all to, just as my master Shimura did so for me, and her master did for her. So you can either accept it and move on or shut it and not let your personal bias towards young Togata cloud your judgment. Young Togata is your successor, not mine. All Might hung up the phone after that, not caring what choice the foresight user took or the greater rift that formed between them. Flashback over. All Might sighed at the memory of his talk with his former sidekick. For all his talk about looking up to him, he believed he knew who to give one for all better than the one who held it instead. All Might may have regretted some of his more harsher words towards his friend and former sidekick, but the man would need to accept his decision or not take part in it at all. He can only see the future, not write it. All Might was shaken from his thoughts by a loud cry. He looked up to see a sight that shook Toshinori to his core. Up on a pile of trash and rubble, as the dawning sun rose to shine upon, Izuku Midoriya stood atop, yelling his soul out. The symbol of peace was stunned and thought what he saw was something straight out of a tale of the ancient Pokemon legends. The boy yelled with more ferocity than he ever saw from Endeavor's Embor. As he turned his gaze to the light of the sun rising over the waters, he became even more stunned. "Holy crap, kid!" Toshinori said in amazement. "You did it. You even cleaned the area outside I told you to. Seriously, there's not one speck of trash left on this beach. And you finished it a week early. You exceeded my expectations." All Might stared stunned at the entirely spotless beach in front of him, amazed at the beauty that his successor restored. Beside him were Eevee and Pikachu, dirt smudges on their fur and panting tired from their share of the work. Though they helped Izuku with his cleanup of the beach, they mostly worked on strengthening their own bodies and moves with the trash that Midoriya moved away. Their actual contributions to cleaning up Dagobah Beach were microscopic compared to Midoriya's, but what they provided for Izuku to finish quicker than expected was their loyalty, encouragement, and belief. "Holy! Stinking! Super crap!" All Might shouted as he buffed. Izuku fell down from his trashy perch and started falling to the clean shores of the beach he cleaned before All Might rushed in and caught him. All Might looked to the boy with a proud smile. "Excellent work." Izuku smiled tiredly at his mentor. "I finished it. All of it. All Might. Do you think I'm ready now?" "Yeah, kid, you are more than ready." All Might said with pride as he slowly settled Midoriya on the ground. "I knew you had it in you, but this is truly beyond." "Way to go beyond, young Midoriya." All Might watched as Izuku panted, tired from his final work, before pulling out his phone and showing it to Izuku. "Look at this." Izuku looked at the phone to see a picture of himself, skinny and crying. Let's you crying, 10 months ago." All Might shut of the phone and looked at his successor now. "But look at you now, how far you've come. Such improvement." Izuku now stood before All Might with a figure of an Adonis. His once skinny arms had become muscled and strong, his thin chest now muscled and held a well-defined six-pack. Midoriya even grew a tiny bit, about a slight inch and a half, and though his legs were covered, All Might could make out his legs more defined and stronger. Midoriya's form wasn't overly muscular like All Might's or Endeavor's, but it was refined, each muscle grown and defined perfectly to its purpose. His muscular form was leaner, like a swimmer or runner. "There's still a long road ahead for you to inherit my full power, but you are well on your way, young Midoriya." All Might finished. Izuku was stunned for a second before smiling shakily. He looked down at his hand and said, "All Might. Do I really deserve this?" All Might was taken aback for a moment before Midoriya continued, "You've spent so much time and energy helping me, pushing me to do my best. How did I get so lucky? How did I become so lucky to be your chosen successor?" Tears fell from Midoriya's eyes, not tears of sadness, but rather tears of pure joy and elation. All Might was again taken back at Midoriya's question. Is he really worried about that? After all these months? All Might was at first worried that it was signs of Midoriya's depression and self-degrading thoughts, but All Might quickly realized it wasn't something to worry, it was just Midoriya showing his humble nature. Now's not the time for worry. Now's the time for celebration. I was right in picking you, young Midoriya. All those who say otherwise can go to hell. All Might placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder and said, I for one don't believe in luck. I believe that all this was due to your determination, perseverance, drive, and passion. Now, Izuku Midoriya, for your reward. Yes, sir. Izuku said as he stood tall and proud. Someone told me this once. All Might said as he plucked a strand of his hair, willing his consent. There is a difference between being lucky and deserving. One an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two confused. Izuku looked to All Might in awe and reverence. All Might looked back to the boy with pride and joy. Take that to heart, my boy. This gift. You earned it. Midoriya looked at his idol in awe before steeling himself with a look of determination. He stood ready for All Might to pass on his quirk. To grab the future. All Might held out the hair in front of him. Eat this. Huh. Over at the Midoriya residence, Inko was waking up and preparing some breakfast for herself, knowing that Izuku would be already up and at Dagoba Beach. She smiled at how her son was so determined to become a hero, to live up to All Might and Toshi's training. All of a sudden, though, as she took a sip of her coffee, she spat out and started laughing. She didn't know why, but for some cosmic reason she felt her motherly intuition flare and know that somehow in some way, her son was making an adorable shell-shocked face. Miles away, in Yamanashi Prefecture, an elderly man in a yellow and white costume was drinking his morning cup of coffee before he spat it out and laughed hysterically. Through a force of cosmic reasoning or pure comedic purpose, the old man couldn't help but laugh and think that the buffoon, Toshinori, just did something hilariously stupid. I don't know how, but that fool of an idiot Toshinori has just done something completely stupid yet hilarious, the old man thought. If only I could have been there to capture it on film. And own a camera. Izuku Midoriya was expecting many ways on how he would be granted one for all. He expected a simple handshake laced with All Might's powers surging into him. He thought of All Might creating an orb of energy and blasting it into his chest. He even theorized that it would involve some cult-like ritual that involved body paint and chanting. What he didn't expect was being handed a piece of All Might's hair and told to eat it. Huh, was all Izuku could say. To inherit my quirk you must ingest some of my DNA. All Might said. This is the least disgusting or frankly disturbing option. Now can you please just eat it? You can't just expect me to just eat a piece of you hair just like that. Izuku yelled out. Come on. The exams are in week and we need to start training with one for all as soon as possible. Wait, hold on. Eat. A few seconds of forcefully shoving a strand of All Might's hair later, Izuku gulped and nearly gagged the thing up in disgust. He looked to Pikachu and Eevee standing off to the side, looking at the whole thing, with mixed looks of disgust, amusement, laughter, and horror. That was disgusting. Trust me, it was the better than having to eat a toenail or ingest my blood. All Might said, shivering in disgust. Is that how you got it? Izuku asked. I don't want to talk about it. Izuku nodded before examining himself, trying to find any sort of difference in his body, inside or out, but he didn't feel anything. So, what happens now? I don't feel anything extraordinary happening. We will have to wait until the hair is ingested into your system. It may take an hour or two. For now, poof, All Might debuffed back into his original form, coughing up some blood. Let's just take a walk to let it digest easier. No offense All Might, but can we just lay down and rest? Izuku asked meekly. I'm still a little tired from earlier. Yeah right, sorry. Here. Toshinori snagged a water bottle from his coat and gave it to Izuku, who started downing it. They sat by the sands of the beach for what felt like an hour, gazing at the morning sun and sea, before Izuku said, Hey, All Might. Yes, young Midoriya? All Might said. You said how one for all would allow me to communicate and even strengthen my Pokemon over time. How is that possible? Do they have to ingest my own DNA or does it involve aura? Izuku asked. To be honest, I have no idea. Toshinori said. How one for all fully works has been a mystery to its past bearers, including me. I usually chalk it down to the bonds between you and your Pokemon, connected by aura, growing more rigid and/or stable. The bonds between humans and Pokemon and the powers and experiences that arise from it are still a mystery to many in this world of ours. Like Mega Evolution, Z-moves, or Dynamaxing? Izuku asked. Correct. Toshinori said. What makes the bonds between humans and Pokemon all the more special is the power that can be unlocked through them. Mega Evolution is the most obvious, given how you and your Pokemon need a strong bond to attempt it. Otherwise the Pokemon could go berserk and wild. Like the incident in San Francisco with the crazed Mega Garchomp. Izuku said, Man, I sometimes forget what a fanboy you are. Toshinori said. But yeah, the whole incident was when a Pokemon battle went sideways after a civilian tried to use Mega Evolution with another person's Garchomp. It took both me and Mega Lucario to reel that Pokemon in. I remember from the videos from back then how you and Lucario would just look eye to eye and then you two would just know what the other was doing. Izuku said, Is that how it works? Communicating with your Pokemon through one for all. Boy, nothing gets by you, kid. All Might said. But as for the question, yes and no. Huh. Izuku said. Let me explain. Remember how I told you about the tales of the Aura Guardians? I told you how the Aura Guardians use the power of aura for their powers and for communicating easily with Pokemon, even through the mind like telepathy. I told you how even though aura isn't a quirk ability, that one for all allows us to easily access our own aura and perform feats similar to the Aura Guardians. Being able to communicate telepathically with your Pokemon is one of those abilities. That's amazing, Izuku said in astonishment. So basically, one for all has like 3 quirks wrapped into one. Stockpiling physical power and aura of its past users to use, the ability to transfer your quirk to another person through DNA, and telepathy with your Pokemon. Actually, it goes even further. As I said, one for all not only strengthens your bonds with your Pokemon through aura, allowing for telepathic connection, but your Pokemon will also grow stronger through aura as well over time, just like you. Toshinori said. Wait, what do you mean over time? Izuku asked. I won't be as strong as you, All Might? Currently, no. It took years of training to get where I was in my prime, so I would assume it would be the same for you. But you can probably use one for all with as much power as one of my weaker punches currently. What I passed on to you, young Midoriya, is but a tiny flame, but like you it will grow into an inferno, one that will outshine and outgrow me, while my flame dies out. Dies out? Izuku asked frightened. I don't actually mean die out as in I will die without one for all, young Midoriya. All Might said. I just mean that the more times and the more I use one for all, the more I won't be able to use it, until the flames of one for all die out in me and all that will remain is the growing fire in you. Oh, I see. Izuku said, looking down onto the sands and waves. Even though he reassured him, Izuku still couldn't feel easy with the thought of All Might fully without his powers. It felt like a Pikachu unable to use lightning-type attacks. Izuku knew that in accepting to be All Might's successor that All Might's time as the symbol of peace would be more limited than before. He felt guilty at the thought of himself being the reason why the symbol of peace would soon be gone, but Izuku knew that wasn't true and was selfish to think, pinning all the blame on himself. This was something that was going to happen with or without him. He just hoped the day that All Might retires would be long into the future. Eevee and Pikachu came up to them as they continued watching the waves in silence. Izuku rubbed both of their heads, and couldn't help but feel the slight shiver that went through his body as he touched their heads. He didn't notice Pikachu and Eevee shiver as well when he did. He looked to his 2 partners and thought to them, this is where our journey begins, guys. The road to be the new symbol of peace. To become the greatest hero in the world and save people with a smile on our faces. Let's do our best, guys. Yeah. You got it, boss? Izuku paused as he heard two voices that sounded nothing like anyone he knew. One sounded high-pitched but boyish, and while the other sounded lower but still high. All Might, did you hear that? Izuku asked the blonde-haired skeleton. Hear what? Tashinori said. You didn't hear those two voices? Izuku said. They didn't sound like anyone I knew. No, I just heard Eevee and Pikachu say their names suddenly and… All Might said before pausing and looking at Midoriya with wide eyes, who stared back wide-eyed too. They both looked down to the two confused Pokemon beside Izuku with wide-eyed suspicion. Eevee, Pikachu, were those voices you too? Izuku asked. What voices? Eevee's and Pikachu's mouths moved and the voices from before sounded out. Those voices. Izuku said, eyes filled with amazement. Pikachu and Eevee did a double take and they too widened their eyes amazed. Boss, you can understand me? Pikachu said, the lower voice sounding out of him. Yeah. Izuku said. Pikachu's eyes widened, a happy smile forming on him. Eevee spoke then, his voice the high-pitched one. Izuku, can you here understand me too? Izuku smiled tearfully and said, loud and clear, Eevee. Eevee and Pikachu jumped onto Izuku, hugging him in joy. Izuku hugged them back, tears in his eyes that he can understand his two best friends in the world. Hey, Izuku? He said. Yeah. Izuku said. I believe you can be a hero too. He said. Izuku stared agape at the evolution Pokemon, tears building up more in his eyes. Pikachu jumped in and said, same here, boss. I believe you can be a hero too. Always had, always will. Izuku wrapped the two in a hug and wailed out tears of joy. All Might saw the whole interaction, wiped a tear from his own eye at the sight. Even though he couldn't understand what the Pokemon said, he could easily tell that it was something heartfelt. He fondly remembered how he reacted to hearing Cinderace, Scorbunny at the time, voice for the first time. He realized that if Izuku could understand them then. Congratulations, young Midoriya. All Might said as he stood up and held out a hand to Izuku. Ninth wielder of One for All. Izuku stared at him in awe before gaining a determined, serious look and accepting All Might's hand. As Izuku picked himself off the ground, he asked, so, I have a quirk now. The green-haired teen stared at his hands, tears once again rising. After so long of being told I was quirkless, that I couldn't be a hero, I now have a quirk. He stared back at All Might, eyes filled with resolve. I promise to use this quirk wisely. I promise to be worthy of this power you entrusted to me. I promise to become a great hero, just like you. One that saves people and Pokemon with a smile on my face. Very well, kid. All Might said, smirking. In that case, how about you give it a whirl? All right now. Izuku asked, startled. Sure. All Might said. We trained and waited this long. Plus, remember what I said. We have to start training your use of One for All as quickly as possible for the entrance exams next week. Okay. Izuku looked around and asked, so, where should I test it? I don't want to damage the beach that I just fixed. All Might thought for a moment before looking at the water. He pointed towards the sea and said, how about there? Just punch with One for All at full strength towards the sea. Izuku nodded. If All Might's strength, or what Izuku possessed at least, was passed down to him, then a punch towards the sand or wall would end up with disastrous consequences. A punch to the sea, or at least the air in front of him towards the sea, then no serious damage would be done on the beach. Izuku stood before the shoreline, the waves brushing against his shoes. So how does this work? Izuku asked. How can I activate One for All? All Might took a step back, along with Pikachu and Eevee, and said, all right, first you got to focus and concentrate on the power coursing inside of you. Just because you molded your body into a proper vessel doesn't mean that you will be able to handle the full backlash of One for All, especially since you finished in a hurry. Without it, you could still tear your arms apart from your body. All Might buffed out once again. So concentrate. Izuku nodded and turned to the water before him. He dug his heels into the ground. Clench your butt cheeks. Izuku brought his fists up. He brought his right arm back, fist clenched tightly. He clenched his butt cheeks, concentrating. And yell this from the depths of your heart. Izuku's arms glowed with red veins of energy. Smash! Izuku struck his fist out onto the air, and not a millisecond later a powerful gust of wind blasted out into the sea. Pikachu and Eevee hid themselves behind All Might and held onto him as the blast nearly sent the two flying. All Might even had to step back a bit from the wind and force. The powerful winds stopped, and he looked up from his shielding arms. What he saw astounded him. In front of him, a large gap of land stood out between two parted halves of the sea, blasted back from the power of Izuku's punch. In the air he could see several Magikarps and tentacles being unfortunately blasted into the air, wiggling in midair surprised. The water splashed back down, making a loud and hard crash as the gap of uncovered land was quickly covered back up in the water. All Might was astounded at the level of power in Midoriya's punch. While he was able to use all 100% of One for All strength when he first got the quirk, it took a few years of growing and training for him to reach the godly levels of strength from his prime, and his first few punches from when he first started were weaker. But the strength that Midoriya showed from his first punch put his own first punch to shame. Even though he only just got One for All, this level of power is way stronger than when I first received it. All Might thought. Just as I thought. One for All is growing in power and has grown since my time. Though he will need lots of training and experience, young Midoriya will grow up to become more stronger than me. He'll outshine me and truly become the world's new symbol of peace. Men, some deep stuff, All Might. Deep stuff. He was knocked out of his thoughts by Midoriya's loud scream of pain. Oagaga. Several minutes after Midoriya first used One for All and frantic driving later, Midoriya now resting in a hospital bed at none other than the nurse's room at UA High School. Izuku could barely register the idea at being inside UA, so he thought about how he got here. After Izuku drew the punch, powered by One for All, he screamed in pain and clutched at his broken arm. His arm was swollen red, hanging limp by his side, the bones in his right arm all broken. Izuku gritted his teeth at the pain and held on to it, afraid that it would fall off. He barely registered Eevee's and Pikachu's cries or All Might rushing to pick him up to his truck and drove. He remembered All Might frantically, shouting out sorries and pleas of forgiveness for letting him injure himself without proper training first. Izuku didn't blame his idol. He wanted to test out his new power as much as All Might had, and he was too caught up in the excitement of being able to talk with Eevee and Pikachu and having a quirk in the first place. He also remembered Eevee using Heal Pulse on him to ease the pain of his broken arm and growing tired himself. Pikachu sat by and rubbed his other arm, muttering, now understandable to Izuku, about being useless at the moment. Izuku quickly shut Pikachu's mutterings by telling him that it was all right and that his very presence and comfort is more than enough. When the truck stopped, he could barely register All Might picking him and the two Pokemon up and rushing towards the building in front of him. Izuku barely was able to catch a glimpse of the sign in front of the gate. They arrived at UA High School. Izuku became a mumbling mess as he arrived at his dream school. All Might quickly rushed him into the nurse's office where he was astounded once again at the nurse who helped heal him. The youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Izuku now laid at the hospital bed in the nurse's office, watching as said heroine was currently berating and smacking a debuffed All Might in the head with her cane giant syringe thing. Contrary to her name, the youthful heroine wasn't all that youthful anymore. Not that Izuku would say that out loud in front of her. The elderly woman was small, reaching about 3 feet 9 inches tall. Her gray hair was tied up in a netted bun with a syringe hairpiece keeping it in check. She had a small nose, a long mouth, and the sides of her head was covered by a pink headpiece helmet with a purple-tinted visor covering her eyes. She wore a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow and red-like designs with some buttons on, a belt with a pink R-shaped buckle, pink boats, and held a large cane syringe hybrid. The one that she was currently smacking into All Might's skull. "You large thick-head numbskull!" Recovery Girl yelled out, her voice like a berating angry grandma. "The first thing that you make your new successor do with his quirk is to take it for a whirl? You are lucky that the boy's arm didn't fly off his body. We were pressed for time," Toshinori said as he attempted to block the strikes from her cane. "Plus, we needed to see how strong he was and how much of One for All he could use." Yet you told him to fire a punch at 100%? Recovery Girl shrieked. Your arm was bruised the first time you used it. What did you expect would happen to the boy after the quirk grew stronger inside your idiotic body? All Might she knows about One for All? Izuku asked cautiously, worried that he would become recipient to her ire likewise. Yes, dearie, I know about One for All. Recovery Girl said, her tone shifting to that a caring grandma speaking to a child. This knucklehead and I were close back in the day and saw fit to trust me with its secret. I was even there when he needed surgery for that horrible wound of his that left the Nimrod in this sad state. She emphasized her point by poking Toshinori's side with her syringe. It's okay, young Midoriya, you can trust her with this secret. The symbol of peace said as he rubbed his side. Recovery Girl may be a bit snappish, especially with me, but she is a loyal friend and the best healer and doctor that I know. So, dearie, how are you feeling? Recovery Girl asked as she inspected Izuku's now bandaged arm. Feeling any tingles or aches? No, I'm okay, a little tired maybe, but Eevee helped deal with some of the pain with Heal Pulse. Izuku responded truthfully. Yes, that tiredness is an unfortunate side effect of my quirk. Recovery Girl stated. I can heal you but at the cost of some of your stamina. I was a little worried that I couldn't have been able to heal you after what Toshi told me about him catching your tired falling self from that trash heap. Recovery Girl's quirk, Heal. Recovery Girl can heal a person by planting a large, somewhat comical, kiss on the injured person. It amplifies and speeds up the human body's natural healing process till an almost instantaneous recovery. The price of her quirk, however, uses a person's own energy and stamina for it to work, and apparently, if the user is too weak or drained, she could very well accidentally kill the person. Still thanks. Izuku said. I really wouldn't want to go back home to tell my mom that broke my arm. Izuku, Pikachu, and All Might shivered at the thought of confronting a worried, angry Izuku Midoriya. You're welcome, dearie. Recovery Girl said. A dinging sound was heard. Oh, it seems that your EV is fully recovered. Recovery Girl moved towards a built-in Pokemon recovery station where a red and white Pokeball laid in one of the 6 circle slots. Recovery Girl tossed the Pokeball up, to which it opened and blasted out a whitish-blue light that materialized into a fully rested Eevee. Eevee jumped into Izuku's lap and rubbed against him, Izuku smiling and rubbing the Pokemon's head. When they got to Recovery Girl, she thought it better to heal up Eevee from his tiredness after he healed Izuku, especially with possibly his worst injury in his life. Bakugo may have bullied and used his quirk on Izuku for over a decade, but the most he did towards his body was numerous amounts of burns, cuts, and some dislocated shoulders. I have always wanted to meet this special of Eevee of yours, Izuku Midoriya. Recovery Girl said. In all my years as a medical hero, I have never encountered an Eevee or any of Eevee's extensive evolutionary line able to use Heal Pulse, much less one that could also heal humans. Eevee has always been special. Izuku said. After I fell and dislocated my shoulder, Eevee suddenly learned Heal Pulse, which helped with the pain but not actual recovery. It has gotten better over the years, but I tried to keep Eevee from using it repeatedly due to his stamina depletion. During his explanation, Izuku had chosen to omit the true cause of his injury, said cause being a loud, explosive a-hole. In making sure to give a pointed look towards Eevee and Pikachu to not say anything, he failed to notice All Might and Recovery Girl momentarily frown at Midoriya's lie. Recovery Girl then said, very responsible of you to prioritize your Pokemon's health, dear. I can only hope to see how well effective at healing others your Eevee can be with training. I could end up out of a job. Izuku was sent into a muttering ramble of refuting Recovery Girl's claim, stating how she is an undeniable asset to UA and the hero community. Recovery Girl calmed the boy down and, after wrapping his arm in bandages and warning him to take it easy for a while, said that he was free to go. Izuku and the 2 Pokemon left the office and waited outside as All Might talked with Recovery Girl. I can go easy on you this time, All Might, for it was the boy's first try, but just as much as that boy has to learn how to use One for All, you must also learn how to teach. Recovery Girl said. I know, Chio. All Might said. Young Midoriya's first try showed to me how much power and potential he has. Perhaps I can ask Nizu to spare some time in the UA gyms and training fields? Maybe he could also give some pointers of how to better teach young Midoriya. There is always him as well. Recovery Girl said. All Might shivered in fear at who he knew she meant. Heh, still terrified of him after all this time? Even after becoming the symbol of peace, you are still afraid of the old man. 3 years of getting the crap beat out of me by him does wonders. All Might said, shivering in terror. Afterwards, All Might gave Izuku the day off, telling him to take it easy with his right arm. All Might would have preferred training him as soon as possible, as much as possible, but one powerful, arm-breaking punch was probably enough for one day. As All Might laid in his desk in his apartment near UA, he was considering his options of what to do in regards to teaching Midoriya. He admitted that he wasn't as great of a teacher as he should have been, and after witnessing Izuku's injury over one punch, it hit a sensitive spot in his heart. 10 months of training left All Might attached to the boy, like a son he never had. It reminded him much of his own training and growth with his own master, Nana Shimura, the 7th user of One for All. He remembered much about their spars or when Nana let Toshinori fight on his own, letting him test himself and fly out of the coop. He now realized that during those times, while Nana wore a confident smile, there was always a tiny bit of fear in her eyes, worried that he would get hurt badly. All Might sighed, feeling now how the burden on being of a teacher and a mentor to a student so stressful and challenging. Toshinori smiled and gained a greater respect towards his mentors. Speaking of which, All Might was fiddling with his phone, thinking back and forth about calling him his other mentor, the one who trained him even after his master Shimura's death. Jolt! A Pokemon cried out beside him. All Might turned to see quite possibly his second most bonded Pokemon. While All Might made a point to treat, care, and value all of his Pokemon equally, some held more significant places in his heart for certain reasons. Cinderace was obviously his partner from childhood and most trusted companion. Jolteon came at a close second. He was gifted to him by Nana Shimura, freshly hatched from its egg from Shimura's own evolution, Espeon. Jolteon was similar to how Izuku saw Pikachu, his first captured Pokemon, lightning-type based, and, thanks to One for All, is more powerful than its other kind. Jolteon rubbed against his partner and owner, its spiky fur not bother Toshinori at all. All Might rubbed the creature's head and asked, "You think I should call him?" Jolt Jolt. Jolteon said, looking at him with a nod. All Might sighed in reluctance and said, "You're right. As much as it scares me and wounds my pride, he is a better teacher and can help me with teaching young Midoriya." All Might turned on his phone and dialed the number. After a few seconds of the line ringing, the call came through. "Who is this?" An old man's voice spoke through the other end. "Hi Gran Torino, it's been too long." All Might said, his voice already trembling. "If it isn't the world's dunderhead of a symbol of peace. It has been a while, Toshinori. I had a feeling you would call." Did Chio tell you about what happened, sir? Is that why you knew I would call?" All Might asked, worried he'd get a mouthful from his old mentor. "No, I just felt through the universe that you recently did something either incredibly stupid, hilarious, or both. What's this about Chio telling me about something? Why would you think that old bat would tell me something?" All Might was tempted to smack his own face at his stupidity. His fears drove him to asking that stupid question, and now he will have to explain it to his old mentor himself. After Toshinori explained to Gran Torino about the events of this morning, Gran Torino spoke up, "You idiotic buffoon. The first thing you did was teach the kid to go all out with your quirk on the first try. If I wasn't so old I would jet my way over there and give you the spanking of a lifetime. Hell, I would make Imalga fly over there to zap you if the old flying spark rat wasn't so lazy. Zots up, gah. Watch it, you mutated flying Pikachu knockoff, or I'll be tempted to sweat you into a lake." All Might barely held back a chuckle at hearing his old mentor getting shocked by his partner Pokemon. I am sorry for disappointing you, Master Torino, but it was just a test run of how much power young Midoriya could use and how much he could handle. Fine, thought I still sorely tempted to fly over there and smash my foot in your face. How did the kid do?" He did better than when I first used it. One full-powered punch from young Midoriya was enough to blast away a good portion of the beach, but at the cost of breaking his arm. All Might explained. And how much do you think he can handle? I'm not sure, but I feel that at this point it would probably around 4 to 5%. Not much, but it's better than nothing. And compared to your power, Toshinori, that can still make this new successor of yours a force to be reckoned with. If you were competent enough as a teacher, that is. That's why I called you, sir. I wish to train young Midoriya to the best of his potential with the best training I can provide. I would send him to you if the exams weren't so close by. Which is why I'm calling to ask for your wisdom. Please help me know what to do to help teach young Midoriya. Gran Torino was silent on the phone for a few seconds before he spoke. If Nana was still here, I would owe her 100 yen. Huh? Toshinori said, confused. Nana and I made a bet that you would have become a better teacher when you got your own successor. Seems she was right. Gran Torino said, fondness in his voice at the memory of his friend. But anyways, I will help you teach the kid, Toshinori. Thank you, sir. All Might said. I'm most grateful for your assistance and wisdom. You are demon right. Gran Torino said. I'll be by UA the day after tomorrow. All Might froze. Yun.C, can you please repeat that? What? You didn't think I was just gonna give you a few pointers over the phone, did ya? Gran Torino said. I'm coming to Mizudafu to help train the kid. See you soon, Toshinori. Heh. The old hero hung up, but not without chuckling darkly at hearing the mighty symbol of peace stutter and shake in terror. Said symbol of peace was currently panicking and crawling under his bed, much to Jolteon's amusement. 2 days later, true to the old hero's word, Gran Torino arrived at UA High School 2 days later, with Toshinori and Izuku riding towards the hero school. The two's reactions were varied. Izuku, upon hearing that All Might's own former teacher and mentor was arriving to help him, was going fanboy ecstatic. To have the man who trained the symbol of peace now train him was a dream come true in Izuku's eyes. Plus, Izuku was overly anxious to train more after 2 days of no training with One for All, at least the quirk kind. After Izuku got healed up from his first use of One for All Might sent him home to relax and take it easy for his arm to recover. Izuku at first protested, wanting to keep going, but after All Might insisted, Izuku was forced to obey. The rest of that day involved Izuku getting pestered by his mother, eating, some more relaxed training, and long talks with Eevee and Pikachu. The following day, All Might had Izuku do some physical workouts to prepare his body more for both his body to take in One for All and to be the best shape possible for Gran Torino's arrival. Izuku worked himself over to the bone, wanting to excel as always, while also testing out new moves and strategies with Pikachu and Eevee. As much heroes and quirks have become the norm, Pokemon battles were still a major part of society, especially for the quirkless. But nowadays, just like quirks, people respected and looked to those with strong and powerful Pokemon most, while looking down on those with weak and less recognized Pokemon, something that the kids at Aldra thought when they saw Izuku with Eevee. Izuku and his Pokemon worked hard, and now, a day later, he was almost jumping in his seat in anticipation at both training under All Might's teacher and at UA. All Might, however, was in the opposite mood. He practically was slumped in the driver's seat with an air of dread around him. The more closer they were to you, the more All Might sweated in fear at seeing Gran Torino again after so long. All Might was slightly glad that the old hero would have most of his attention towards Izuku, but then All Might grew even more fearful at what Gran Torino would put the boy through. They eventually reached UA, where they were met with both Recovery Girl and a certain UA principal. Hello there. Am I a Rattata? Am I a Togedemaru or a talking Meowth? Doesn't matter. For the only thing you should know is that I'm the principal. Nizu said. Nizu was a curious creature. He appeared to look like a Pokemon, but not one that anyone had ever seen, and his attributes and look also made him appear more human than a Pokemon. He appeared a short man, around 2 feet 9 inches and a half feet tall. His white fur had a lustrous sheen, and he wore a white dress shirt underneath a black, double-breasted waistcoat, a pair of orange sneakers and black dress pants, and a red tie. His head appeared like a Togedemaru, but more pointed, with square-shaped ears, circular black eyes, and had a long scar over his right one. He had a white tail, similar to a Meowth, and pink-padded paws. "Hello there, Nizu, sir." All Might greeted him. "Might I say that your fur is rather lustrous today? Kiss up." Recovery Girl thought but didn't voice it. Even though she could be snarky, she very well liked and wished to keep her job. "The secret is keratin," Nizu said happily. "Oh, this must be your successor that I've heard so much about." Nizu directed his attention toward he fanboying Izuku, who snapped out of his mumbling at the successor part. "I am Nizu, principal of UA High School. A pleasure to meet the 9th user of One for All at last." "It's a pleasure to meet you too, sir," Izuku said as he shook the principal's hand. He then did a double take and asked, "Wait, you know about One for All?" "Why, of course," Nizu said. "I am a rather intelligent creature who is hard to keep secrets from, but I am sworn to secrecy, so do not fret about me knowing you and All Might's secret." "Nizu, sir, if it's all the same, can we hurry this up?" All Might said. "I rather we speak with Gran Torino before he becomes irritated with me." "Well, of course we can," Nizu said. Mr. Torino had a feeling that not showing up front would make you more nervous. Seemed he was right. Anyways, let's get going. Gran Torino should be expecting us in Gym Gamma. We should also suit you up, Mr. Midoriya, with one of our gym uniforms. They made their way towards Gym Gamma, Izuku in the meanwhile gawking at every place of UA they passed by and muttering up a storm. All Might and Recovery Girl sighed and tried to snap him out of it, whilst Nizu chuckled and listened to Midoriya's ramblings, taking note perhaps take on Izuku for more advanced class. When they finally arrived at Gym Gamma, Izuku now clad in a blue and white UA gym uniform, they found Gran Torino inside lying down in a pool of red. "Eh, he's dead!" Izuku screamed out in horror. The old man raised his head. "I'm alive." "Eh, he's alive!" Izuku screamed out in horror and joy. Beside him, Eevee was likely freaked out and sighing in relief, while Pikachu was barely holding in his laughter. Recovery Girl and Nizu were chuckling, while All Might was shivering more nervously. The previously thought to be deceased old man stood up and spoke in a senile-like voice. "Oh, excuse me, I seem to have slipped in a pile of sausages that I had brought with me. How clumsy of me." Gran Torino wiped his chest that upon closer look appeared to be ketchup and sausage sauce. Gran Torino appeared an old, short man, around Recovery Girl's height, with white-gray hair and beard and elderly wrinkles all over his face. He wore a plain yellow and white hero costume, a black domino mask on his face, a long yellow cape strapped to his back, a yellow belt with a gray G in the middle, had large padded shoes that for a quick look Izuku saw had holes on the bottom, and had a wooden cane on him. Is this for real?" Izuku thought in disbelief. "Is this really All Might's teacher? He looks almost senile." "Don't fall for it, young Midoriya," All Might thought nervously. "Don't fall for his trick." "Who might you be?" Gran Torino asked, pointing at Izuku with his cane. I'm Izuku Midoriya." Izuku said. "Who?" Gran Torino asked, his hand over his ear. "Izuku Midoriya." Izuku said louder. "Huh?" the old man asked again. "This guy is senile." Izuku thought again. "No. He's falling for it." All Might thought more nervously. Izuku turned to All Might and asked, Is this really Gran Torino? He looks more like the human equivalent of a Dramparoof." Izuku suddenly received a swift kick to the back of the head by the supposedly senile old man. Izuku looked back to see the old man now jumping all over them and the gym, speeding and jumping around the walls, floor, and ceiling as fast as a bullet that Izuku could barely keep track. It finally ended with Gran Torino landing above them, hanging by the wall above them, looking at Izuku with a challenging look and a devious smile. "Want to compare me with a Dramper again? Or are you ready for me to train ya newbie?" Later. Few days followed after that, Izuku training under both Gran Torino and All Might, with Izuku quickly discovering why the mighty symbol of peace feared the short man. While old and short, the old man was incredibly fast and strong. Gran Torino's training was for Izuku to mainly power up One for All with a lower percentage and try to hit him. Izuku at first failed miserably, barely able to muster up one for all quick enough or string enough to strike at the fast-moving target. It was also made especially hard when Gym Gamma was changed, thanks to the cement hero, Cementos, to have large columns of cement for Gran Torino to jump around. Izuku could barely keep track of the speeding and jumping target, and he could barely think up a plan before he received kick to the back or head. Izuku picked up on what kind of quirk Gran Torino had that allowed for his fast movement. Jet was the name of Gran Torino's quirk, and it allowed him to convert his own breath into highly pressurized air that shoot out of his feet, propelling him at high speeds. During these days, All Might told Izuku that in his current state, Izuku could only use about 4% of one for all. Maybe at first Izuku felt downtrodden at such a measly percentage, before All Might assured him that with as much power as he saw from Izuku with just one punch, that it was more powerful than any punch he threw in his first time, and encouraged the green-haired teen to keep practicing and trying to use one for all at a lower power than full-out 100%. Izuku did as he was instructed and focused one for all at only 4%. At first, he felt like it was shaking and almost about to explode before settling and gaining control. It didn't break when Izuku punched a rock to smithereens, though it did tingle. He then tried raising it to 5% and he found it harder to control and it left his hand numb after a while, but it didn't break either. Over and over, Izuku tried to call one for all and at a lower percentage at the old hero, but every attempt ended with Midoriya on his butt. Izuku asked why this was considered training after a rather humiliating session of being made a beach by an old man, to which said old man told him, "Toshinori called me after you used one for all and broke your arm. That kind of use of the quirk is disgraceful. You will be a liability if you can only use one for all at 100% and break your limbs afterwards. This training is to help you find a way to control one for all in a less destructive form and more effective method than just calling upon it." Gran Torino explained. "What that may be I can't nor will tell you. You have to find a way to use one for all in your own way rather than refer to your shackled admiration to All Might." Afterwards, Izuku mulled over those words and found them enlightening. Izuku indeed could see that he wasn't going to suddenly be able to use 100% of All Might's punches with just training, and his arms weren't going to handle constant breakage without serious consequences later down the line. Plus, despite his best attempts, his tries to use one for all were too slow and required too much concentration, and even a few rare attempts of him using it by instinct were sluggish and lacked control. Izuku recalled to when he asked All Might over how to control one for all's power. Flashback. Izuku's training with All Might was more physical workouts, along with some basic martial arts training. With instruction by both Nizu and Gran Torino, All Might, and later Izuku, agreed that while Izuku may one day have the overwhelming speed and strength of All Might, learning a few martial arts would be a welcome addition. Izuku preferred judo techniques, most especially using an opponent's greater strength and momentum and using it against them, and quick karate-style punches and strikes for his more agile and smaller physique. This training was easy for All Might to do. His larger stature and durability in buff mode made for the perfect punching bag. After a quick session involving some judo-style flips and parries, Izuku asked All Might how he controlled one for all, how it felt for him to call on its overwhelming power. "You just have to feel it," All Might replied. A blank stare from Izuku later, and All Might gave him a more legitimate answer. "It's actually quite simple, Midoriya. Do you remember your first punch with one for all? Broken bones and a lot of pain?" Izuku questioned. "No, I mean the rush of energy, feeling it course through you. What did it feel like for you?" All Might asked. Izuku pondered for a minute, remembering the power course through him, the heat and pressure that exploded outwards till it burst forth and broke his arm apart. It was like an egg about to explode in a microwave. All Might laughed at that statement, claiming it sounded rather lame but encouraged Midoriya to keep to that image. "All right, then lower the wattage and energy, or decrease the cooking time. And secondly, don't think about it calling out towards it. One for all, hell quirks in general, are not like magic or some special summon in a video game. It is a part of you, flowing inside you, ready to come out, but you are the one that's in command. One for all is now a part of you, not the other way around." Izuku gaped in awe at All Might's wisdom before nodding, his face. determined and ready to go. Flashback over. For the next few days, that's how Izuku's days went. Izuku failing to hit Gran Torino, a break, physical training with All Might, another break, and so on and so on. Now, Izuku was currently doing another training session with Gran Torino, the jet hero pinning Izuku's head against the ground. Nope, too slow. You were too busy muttering up some plan that you failed to catch me fainting. Don't let your mind wander. Stay focused on what's around you and adapt. Gran Torino said. Sorry, I'm just a little puzzled on something All Might said. Izuku said. I try to lower the wattage like he said, and I've got more control over it and managed to focus it on one body part with lesser power, but I'm still too slow to react and power my fists up with one for all. That's good to hear. Gran Torino said. You're learning and getting used to the quirk. Now is all a matter of reaction and control. You say that you can gather it in one specific body part. Yeah. Izuku said. Why are you only using it in one fist? Gran Torino said. Izuku was about to answer before he froze, his eyes full of confusion. You know why? Gran Torino said. You are trying to imitate All Might. You are trying to punch like he does, trying to use his level of strength and power, aren't you? Izuku simply nodded. That is what I mean when I say that your admiration for All Might is a shackle. Gran Torino said. You and All Might are two different people in terms of physical nature. He is big, strong, and muscled. You are skinny, lean, and short. One style of fighting can't be fully copied by another of a different style. Izuku nodded. So why use one for all on only hand at a time? Gran Torino asked. Before Izuku could answer, Pikachu and Eevee sounded off, walking over to them slowly with a plate of treats with them, and moving slowly and flinchingly. Treats are ready. Eevee called out, Izuku understanding him. Eat up, boss. You need some more fuel if you want to catch this old fart. Pikachu said. He took another step and winced. Oh, sweet Arceus. My paws are killing me. And then that old copycat of me. Oh yeah, another thing that happened. Gran Torino pretty much sent Pikachu and Eevee to their own boot camp as well, run by his own partner Pokemon, Imalga. The air lightning type Pokemon worked Pikachu and Eevee in both speed and accuracy. Imalga would fly around at high speeds while Pikachu and Eevee would try and either tag him or fire at him with either Swift or Electro Ball. If their bruises and tiredness was anything to go by, Imalga was just as much as a brutal teacher as his partner. Finally, Gran Torino said. I've been starving for some tasty, hot pastries. Gran Torino swiped one of the pastries and chomped down on it. He cringed in pain as it was as hard as a rock. Oh, you two idiots. No wonder Pokemon shouldn't be allowed to cook. Do you two furry knuckleheads not know that if you stick multiple pastries in one microwave that there is no room for it to grow? Izuku paused at the old man's words. His mind flashed in realization as the lessons started to piece together. You have to find a way to use one for all in your own way rather than refer to your shackled admiration to All Might. Lower the wattage and energy or the cooking time. Don't think about calling out towards it. One for all is part of you, not the other way around. So why use one for all one hand at a time? I got it. Izuku screamed out, startling the two Pokemon and old hero. Got what? Gran Torino asked. The pastry. Izuku said as he grabbed a pastry and held to Gran Torino. The pastry is me. Boss, I think you might want to eat that pastry. I think you are so hungry that you are yelling nonsense. Pikachu said bluntly. No, not like that. Izuku said. I think I get what I'm supposed to do. Back then I used one for all in a single shot with too much power, so I lowered the power of my punches to 4 to 5% like you and All Might told me. All this time I've just been calling out one for all like flipping on a switch or turning on the microwave. I've only been using it in one area at the times I've needed, but doing it makes me slower and slower. I've been turning it off and on, but I shouldn't. Izuku bent his knees down and took a stance. I should let the switch stay on, and not focus the energy in just one hand and break it, but let it heat up and grow and spread all over my body, all at once. The red veins of One for All charged up all over Izuku's body and focused on the image of the egg not exploding but heating up. I need to use One for All by not summoning it in one place, but all over me continuously. With just the 5% that I can use for now. In his mind, he could imagine a star of energy jumping from one star to the next, glowing with another color, till it finally landed in his metaphorical hands and glowed emerald green. Izuku glowed and sparked green lightning all around him. One for All full cowling. As Izuku demonstrated his new technique, Gran Torino smirked. Didn't take too long for him to figure that out. Regular kids take years to figure out their quirks. And he figured it out in only a few days. You really did pick a great one, Toshinori. Said Symbol of Peace watched from afar with Nizu and Recovery Girl, the three walking in after hearing Midoriya's outburst. Nizu and Recovery Girl smiled in satisfaction. All Might watched his successor power up in awe and smiled in proud admiration. You did it, kid. Much faster than I expected. I can only imagine how long it would have to take you if I was only a bit dumber. Eevee and Pikachu watched Izuku in awe and shivered. The two could feel the energy coursing through Izuku, their shared link through One for All helping sense what he was sensing. Eevee smiled at seeing his lifelong friend and partner grow closer to his dream. Pikachu smiled likewise for the same reasons, additionally smiling at seeing Izuku spark in green lightning, much like himself. That whole egg in a microwave thing sounds pretty boring, but it looks to suit you well, newbie. Gran Torino said. It might sound dumb and boring, but it works for me and that's all that matters. Izuku said, his teeth gritting slightly at the rush of energy. With every breath and second, Izuku felt his limbs relax, felt the energy fully take in. As it settled, Izuku smiled at the feeling of power inside him. To him it made him feel more stronger, more energetic. More alive. Think you can move in this state? Gran Torino said. Izuku breathed out and imagined the power resting at 4 to 5%. He tried raising it higher, but felt his body strain and groan, immediately setting it back down. I think so. Want to give it a go? Izuku smirked and opened his eyes, the lightning sparking up. Let's go. February 26, 8:40 a.m. Third POV. A few meters away from the main gate of UA High, a white pickup truck is shown parking up the sidewalk. In the passenger seat, Izuku Midoriya, wearing his school uniform and backpack, is busy muttering to himself, nervous sweat all over his face. Oh my god, this it, am I ready? I didn't feel ready. I on legato train for a few days with full cowling. What if I pups? I can't still only as 5%. What if I fail through it in exam? No, is studied hard for the sandy have the best grades in class. But what if they throw in something I didn't know? What if dash? Hey, snap out of it. Izuku snapped out of his muttering to face All Might snapping his finger at his face. Don't worry, kid. Everything's going to be fine. All Might said reassuringly. We worked hard on getting you this far and I know that you won't let me down. Izuku gave the symbol of peace and appreciate smile. Yeah. You got this, Izuku. Knock him dead, boss. Izuku turned to his partner Pokemon, Eevee and Pikachu, sitting in the back. Since the exam focused more on the examin's own abilities rather than their Pokemon, Eevee and Pikachu reluctantly agreed to stay with All Might for the duration of the test and meet up with him at the end. Izuku stared out to see the crowd of teens, all with different uniforms and quirks, teens who had years to master their quirks in contrast to Izuku's measly week, passing through the gates of UA High for the exam. There are so many. Izuku thought. All Might, noticing Izuku's nervous gaze at all the examins, sighed and asked, You know, young Midoriya, you don't have to take the exam. Izuku turned to All Might. Remember Nizu's offer. He said that since he already witnessed you and your abilities that he can let you skip the physical exam. All you need to do is pass the written exam. You don't need to do this if you don't feel ready. Izuku looked down with a pensive look, obviously thinking. Finally he said, No. If I'm going to become the greatest hero in the world, I can't just cheat my way out of something I'm nervous over. I won't let all this training that you did for me go to waste. If I'm going to get into UA, I have to give it 100% of my efforts. To go plus ultra. Right. All Might smiled proudly at his successor and said, "Now that's the spirit, kid. Just remember your training and follow your instincts. I'll be watching you from afar with Eevee and Pikachu. Now, get out there and make this old man proud." Izuku smiled and got out of the car saying his byes to Toshinori and the Pokemon. Toshinori watched as Izuku walked towards UA, and couldn't help but find himself smiling proud at his successor. "You've come a long way, young Midoriya. We may not have gotten as much training as I would have liked, but you are ready for this." Out of the corner of his eye, he took notice of a certain spiky blonde hair boy heading straight towards Izuku by the gate. All Might frowned and gripped the wheel, watching with anger and disgust at who he knows has caused his successor nothing but pain. Izuku walked towards the gates of the U.High with nervous excitement. Izuku knew that he already had been here multiple times, training under All Might and Gran Torino, but Izuku couldn't help the fanboyish glee of passing through the gates of the best hero school in the world. Izuku looked around at the number of fellow examen. Izuku knew that while there were other hero courses across Japan, like UA's rival in the east, Shiketsu High, or even Ketsubustu, but none held a candle to UA. All Might, Endeavor, Best Genist. All top 10 pro heroes that graduated from this very school and all now at the top of the nation, some even say the world. With such famous heroes all graduating from the same place, it was definitely the place everyone wanted to go to, even if the approval rates to get in were super low. And even if you aren't looking to become a pro hero, UA's support and business courses are held in as much prestige in their respective careers that, after graduating, it's guaranteed for you to get any job you want. Even general studies graduates end up reaching high, mostly in Pokemon-related careers like Pokemon researchers or even champions. They don't hold as much high prestige as they used to since Quirks came around, but they are a close second. Hell, most people who don't become heroes or sidekicks end up trying to become the Japan Pokemon champion, given the luxuries that the position gives, like being able to operate like a pro hero under emergency situations. But Izuku didn't want that position. He didn't want to be a semi-hero. He wanted to be a full-on pro, just like All Might. And here he was, taking his first steps towards his dream. Deku. Izuku froze at the name, the person's voice filled with the same venom and disgust. Izuku turned around to see Katsuki Bakugo walking towards him. The slightly taller teen had the same permanent scowl on his face. His ruby-red eyes that practically oozed with fiery hatred now looked cold and sharp. The explosive teen wore a scarf around his neck due to the cold winter weather, but otherwise he dressed in the same school attire as him. "Kabakugu." Izuku called out in surprise. "Get out of my way before I set you on fire like the loser cater pie that you are." The explosive teen typically yelled. "Why you good luck out there, Kabakugu?" Izuku meekly said. Bakugu passed by Izuku before freezing in his tracks. "What did you call me?" "Huh?" Izuku asked confused. "I said what the hell did you call me, stupid Deku?" Baku yelled out, turning his back to face Izuku. "Be Bakugu." Izuku answered, nervously. "Why your name?" Bakugu froze again, his eyes widening in shock before quickly narrowing in fury. "Is S something ro dash?" "Shut up. Nothing's wrong, shitty Deku." Bakugu yelled out before turning back to head inside. "Just don't get in my way." Bakugu walked away, Izuku noticing several examens recognizing the explosive teen and whispering about him. Izuku pondered as to the reason for Bakugu's reaction but decided to not distract himself. Izuku shook off the instinctual fear that 11 years of bullying ingrained in him. All right, enough of that. Izuku thought to himself. I'm not the same defenseless kid I once was. I have a quirk now, just like him, and I won't be pushed around by him anymore. All Might is counting on me. Pikachu and Eevee are counting on me. I have to focus on going forward. To become a hero. Izuku took another step before tripping. Or I'll just die. Izuku waited for his face to smash into the ground, but it never came. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself floating in the air. Izuku panicked, flailing himself around to no avail. Until he heard a voice by his side. "Hey, are you okay?" The voice was definitely feminine, girly with a bubbly giggle. Izuku turned to his side only to freeze. The voice's recipient was a teenage girl, around the same age as him, if not slightly younger. She was slightly shorter than him, with chestnut brown hair that reached towards her shoulders, with similarly colored eyes. She had fair white skin, with a notable roundish pink cheeks. She wore a skirt with black leggings and a brown coat over a pink sweater that hid her slender form. She giggled and moved him till his feet touched solid ground. Izuku noticed briefly that her fingertips had roundish pink pads that reminded him of the pads of some of the more feline or canine-like Pokemon's feet. She clasped her fingers together and Izuku felt the weightlessness feeling go away. "I stopped you with my quirk," the girl said, smiling innocently. "I'm sorry that I didn't ask first, but I figured that you would mind me catching you." Izuku blushed at how cute the girl was before stuttering out, "Oh yeah, I don't mind at all. Thank you for helping me there." "Are still okay?" the girl asked, her face morphing from a smile to genuine concern. "Your face is a little red." Izuku blushed harder. Yeah, I am fine. I guess I'm just a little nervous." The girl's concerned face returned to a smile and said, "Yeah, I get that. I'm a little nervous too. After all, who wouldn't be just a little nervous to apply to UA?" Izuku regained himself a bit and smiled. "Yeah, I guess you're right there." The girl suddenly blushed at seeing Izuku smile. Izuku suddenly remembered about the exam and quickly said, "Oh right. The exam. I'm sorry to take up your time helping me." Izuku gave a quick bow. "Thanks again for the save there. Wish you well in there." Izuku sped on his way towards the inside, all the while thinking, I talked to another girl. First Serena and now her. Talk about my life doing a complete 180. Meanwhile, the girl watched the green-haired boy speed away with a blushing face. He was kinda cute. A few minutes later, I take back what I said. After completing the written portion of the exam, one that Izuku was confident that he aced. Izuku sat currently in a large, dark auditorium, hundreds of fellow examins sitting and waiting for the exam orientation to begin. And Izuku had to sit right next to his lifelong bully. Izuku tried desperately to ignore the explosion quirk teen who was glaring daggers at him. Izuku even caught a glimpse of his hand smoking, either as a menacing threat by Bakugo or as an involuntary show of anger. Why couldn't I sit next to the cute girl? Izuku thought. I would take being nervous over a girl rather than this. Suddenly the giant teleprompter turned on, showing a large golden UA logo over a blue background. Several stage lights turned on and illuminated the stage area where a man stood. The man was large and lanky, long golden blonde, stood up with a curl at the end, a pair of white sunglasses with orange lenses over his eyes, a short blonde mustache, and flashed a large smile. He wore what appeared as a black leather jacket with khaki, armored-looking shoulder pads and red-plated pads on his elbows with spikes, black leather pants and boots, and even wore black leather, fingerless gloves. Additionally, the top of his jacket had a large collar, a pair of headphones, and a large speaker on his neck. The figure spoke up to the audience, his voice loud and booming as music started playing. "What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ." He waved his arms out and shouted, "Let me hear why." The auditorium was filled with awkward silence. "Keeping it mellow, huh?" The figure continued, trying to sound undeterred, but his arms shook slightly. "That's all right, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk how this practical exam is supposed to go down, okay?" He struck a pose and yelled out, "Are you ready?" Again, the entire auditorium was silent as the grave. Well, almost everybody. "Oh my god," Izuku muttered with fanboy glee. "It's the voice hero, Present Mike. So cool. I listen to his radio show every day of the week. It's so cool that all the UA teachers are dash." "Shut up," Bakugo said, deciding to focus his attention towards the hero rather than glaring at the green-haired teen. "Like your application said," Present Mike continued, "you rocking boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban cities." The screen behind Present Mike changed, the screen now showing a few boxes with letters ranging from AG, all connecting to the large "You Are Here" box. "Here are your joints, my friends. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle centers. Sound good?" This time not even Izuku responded to him, as both him and Bakugo checked their cards to see what battle center they would be sent towards. Izuku's card has him placed in Battle Center B, while Bakugo's had him in Battle Center. I see, Bakugo said as he looked over at Deku's card. So they're splitting us up so that we can't work with any of our friends. Why yeah, Izuku said. You're right. Our examen numbers are one after the other, but we are assigned to different battle centers. I guess this is a way to have us unprepared for what quirks the other applicants are too. Get your eyes off my card, Bakugo hissed quietly. But weren't you the one to point this out? Izuku thought confused. Plus, didn't you just look at my card? Damn it. Bakugo cursed. I was looking forward to crushing you. So petty. Izuku thought. Okay, let's check out your targets. Present Mike continued. There are 3 types of fake villains in every battle center. You will earn points based on their level of difficulty, so choose wisely. The screen behind him showed an image of a bunch of buildings surrounded by 3 dark silhouettes of their targets. One looked to be a robot with 1 wheel with 2 blasters for arms, the second silhouette looked like a robotic-looking Skorupi, with a large stinger and pincer-like legs, and the third looked to be a hulking wide robot with what looked like missile launchers on its shoulders. The first one had a 1P marker on it while the second had 2, and the third had a, your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding through these villains like a Machamp going wild on a pile of boulders. The screen showed a model of Present Mike simply defeating the villains and gaining points. But check it. Attacking other examens is a big no-no, so try and keep it heroic out there. You dig? So this exam is basically a show of one's quirk in both its strength and the user's skill and use of it. Izuku thought, analyzing. Plus, it will also have us moving fast and efficiently to find them and take them out fast enough to get to another target. Stronger, more combative quirks will have the advantage here, and you can't just attack every villain you come upon, as you also will want to keep a lookout for targets with more points. However, I feel like this is kind of biased towards combat-centered quirks, rather than quirks that work more on stealth, humans and Pokemon, or dash. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. A voice called out, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Hit me. Present Mike called out, pointing his finger towards the crowd, where a spotlight shone upon. Izuku turned to look at the teen in the spotlight, a tall, wide, and sturdy-looking teen, standing straight and rigid like a statue. His hair was a short dark blue, with a small patch shaved near the base of his head, and had a notably pointed jaw. He wore a pair of glasses and also wore a serious expression on his face. On the printout, you listed 4 types of villains, not 3. The large teen said, his voice stern-sounding, almost like he was reprimanding. He pointed towards a piece of paper with the types of villains, and the teen was right in that there were 4 villains listed, its silhouette more large and bulkier than the other 3. With all respect, the blue-haired teen shouted loudly. If this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best out of Japan's most notable school, and a mistake such as this won't do. Additionally, do, with the unkempt hair. The blue-haired teen suddenly shouted, turning and pointing at Izuku, who blinked in surprise. You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. You can't be bothered to take this seriously, then leave. You are distracting the rest of us. Sorry. Izuku mumbled out, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. He blushed at the laughs from the other applicants. He then peered to his right to see Bakugo snicker and smile at Izuku's misfortune. Izuku suddenly forgot the stares and laughter from the examens and clenched his fist, a swell of anger rising inside of him. Before it got any higher, Present Mike called out, Okay, take a chill pill everyone. And you, Examen 7111, thanks for calling in your request. Present Mike gave Ida a thumbs up before the screen changed to show the 4th villain type, this one with a 0 number over it. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That, guys, is just an obstacle that we will be throwing in your way. There is one of these bad boys in every battle center, like a hurdle that you should mostly avoid. It's not because it can't be beaten, there is just no point. Thank you very much. The blue-haired teen bowed. Please continue. That's actually all I have to say for you today. Present Mike said. I'll sign off with a little present. A sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is one that overcomes life's misfortunes. You ready to get down? Let's hear a plus ultra. And once again, silence rang through crowd. Geez. Can't catch a break here with these kids, can I? Mike thought. After the presentation from Present Mike, Izuku and several examines were told to change into any change of clothes that they brought prepared for the practical test. He remembered as he left to change that Bakugo sent him one last hate-filled glare. Izuku changed into a dark green workout uniform with lightning bolt designs by the side and a notable Pikachu ear design. He was then led onto a bus with several other examines. Izuku took note that the cute girl from before was in his group, which made him feel happy, wondering if he will be able to thank her one last time and apologize for running off. Izuku then noticed the blue-haired teen, who changed into a blue and white tracksuit, also in his group, looking at him with what Izuku could identify as either annoyance or disapproval. Izuku did his best to ignore him. Izuku also noticed several other examines, like a blonde-haired kid with large blue eyes and a belt with a large blue gem in the middle posing all the time, a black-haired teen with shark-like teeth, a large muscled teen with 6 arms, and a pair of floating clothes that Izuku quickly figured out what actually an examine with an invisible quirk and was a girl, exemplified by her notable curves and assets with Izuku blushed hard at. After the bus stopped, they filed out to find themselves in front of 2 large iron doors with a large concrete wall spanning out towards the whole of the area. Izuku shivered at the sight, his nervous anxiety kicking in again. Calm down, Izuku. The 9th holder of OFA said. Remember what you said to All Might. I have to face this challenge head-on and do my best. That's all I can do now. It's time to put 10 months of training with all might and full cowling to the test. He looked towards his fellow examines and noticed their more relaxed demeanor. They don't seem as nervous. Could they be that confident? They've had more time to train their quirks than I have, so of course they are more sure of themselves. They are likely going to be faster and stronger than me. But even so, I can't worry about that. I just have to be faster. Just like Gran Torino said, I have to keep my eye on the prize and focus on my objective. Izuku then noticed the brown-haired girl that helped him out. It's that girl from before. Izuku thought. She looks nervous too. Maybe I should go over and help her out, maybe apologize for running off like that. As Izuku took his first steps towards her, he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. He turned to find the hand's owner to be the very same blue-haired teen. She looks like she is focusing on the trials ahead. The teen said, his directed gaze obviously referring to the girl. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed? Izuku flinched at what the teen said. Heard the snickers and laughs from the other examines. The very same swell of anger from before surged once again, the memories of his classmates from Aldra, led by Bakugo, and their ridicule of him flashed in his mind. Izuku recomposed himself and stared down blue-haired teen with an equal stare. Hey man, take it easy. The black-haired, shark-toothed teen said, walking by over to Izuku and the other teen. I'm sure that wasn't what he wanted to do. You have to stop that. Izuku said. The 2 teens paused and stared at Izuku, who stared down Ida with a glare and a hand gripping Ida's hand on his shoulder. I was going to try and help her calm down and give her some words of encouragement. I also wanted to thank her for earlier when she helped from falling over. I wasn't going to try and distract her. I can see that you are looking out for a fellow examine, but you can't just assume what someone is going to do without any forward knowledge or evidence. That's not what heroes do. If you were to become a hero with the mindset you have now, then you are going to be a PSS poor hero. The blue-haired teen looked at him with shock, Izuku noticing a hint of embarrassment and guilt in his eyes. Izuku could also hear the whispers of shock from the other examines, along with the black-haired teen crying out, "That's so manly." But Izuku could now care less what others think him. Izuku had enough of being someone's punching bag that they could walk all over. The blue-haired teen looked as if he wished to say something, but Present Mix's voice called out, "Hey down there examines." Izuku and the examines looked above to see that present Mike was standing over a large concrete structure. The exam is soon to begin, so get ready. Izuku shook off the teen's hand before walking over to the rest of the group. The blue-haired teen quickly composed himself and made his way quickly to the others, along with the black-haired teen. Izuku stood at the back of the group, breathing in and out, looking at the doors with concentration as they slowly opened. This is it. Izuku mentally told himself. I won't let you down, All Might. I will get in and succeed. As the large doors fully opened to reveal the city, Izuku mentally said, remember, image the egg in the microwave, raising the temperature to the right amount all over my body. One for all, full cowling. 5%. Izuku sparked in green lightning and jumped over the other examines and sped his way into the city. The examines who previously mocked him now stared at him with shock and surprise as the green-haired kid rushed into the city. What are you waiting for? Present Mike shouted. The examines turned to him. That kid has the right idea. There are no countdowns in real life. Go, go, go. The examines quickly realized their mistake and sped off into the city. Back with Izuku, he sped his way through the city, one for all increasing his leg strength and speed to move faster. Izuku leapt up to the side of the building. I don't know where the targets are and how many there are, so I have to act quickly to find them. With one for all, I can move quicker than my normal speed, and by jumping through building to building from above, I can gain a better view of my surroundings below. Izuku jumped towards the other building and fixed his body to land on his feet and angle himself to jump again to the another one. Angle my body to land on the building and quickly jump again to avoid falling or sliding off. Just like Gran Torino. Izuku jumped to the other building and ran up its side before he could feel himself angling downwards and jumping again. And run up the wall's side and vault and angle my body like Pikachu and Cinderace. Izuku quickly spotted a moving object below him. It was large and made of metal, running around with one wheel and had two metallic arms. It was a one-pointer. Found one. Izuku leapt downwards towards the one-pointer from the building across it. As the one-pointer looked up to find Izuku heading towards it, the green-haired teen was right upon it and struck it with a glowing, sparking fist. 5% Detroit Smash. Izuku struck it upon its head and easily crushed it, taking off the head and most of the robot's upper body clean off. Izuku landed safely by rolling upon landing and ending with a slide to a halt. And safely absorbed the impact upon landing to all over my body by rolling like Eevee. Izuku stared back to see the now destroyed robot. That was a one-pointer, so I got 1 point. Not much, but it's a start. I can't stand around for long and bask in what I did. I have to keep moving. Izuku looked ahead and sped off to find more targets. Meanwhile, All Might sat by in a dark room, overlooking a series of green monitors and watching as surveillance cams kept track of multiple examines. Pikachu and Eevee sat by next to him, watching the footage. Beside the symbol of peace sat multiple of UA's teachers, including Nizu and Recovery Girl. Clearly the examines have no idea how many villains are present. Or their locations. Nizu said. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target. Some use information-gathering abilities to plan out strategies. A monitor showed the large, multi-armed teen atop a building, his arms splayed out like a Zubat and looking around. While others rely on speed to get ahead of their peers. Another monitor showed the blue-haired teen running at super-fast speeds all along the area. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage. A monitor showed the blonde-haired kids with the belt fire a sparkling laser beam out of the gem. As can pure power and combat ability. Another monitor showed Katsuki Bakugu panting, his eyes and wicked smile like a madman's, standing over a pile of destroyed robots, his hands smoking. The most successful of students who rack up the highest scores employ a mixture of all these tactics and attributes. Nizu finished. Sir, you are expo sighting out of nowhere again. A block-headed man said. Oh, am I? Nizu said, nonchalantly. I didn't notice. More like he loves the sound of his own voice. The individuals thought. Looks like this batch of candidates appear promising. A woman in a provocative DMN-TRX outfit said. Especially those two. The woman pointed out the two monitors that showed Deku and Midoriya. They seemed to show a remarkable amount of power, speed, confidence, and smarts. All Might smiled proudly, watching Midoriya easily destroy another 3-pointer and 2-pointer. He was also worried when Izuku was caught off guard by another robot before the blonde-haired teen blasted it to pieces. Pikachu and Eevee were practically cheering Izuku on as silently as possible. By the by, All Might, why do you have a Pikachu and Eevee sitting next to you? The woman asked. New Pokemon of yours? No, I'm just watching over these two for an examen that I know. All Might said. They aren't the type to stay at home away from their partner. Kind of possessive. Pikachu responded to that with a smack on Toshinori's head with his tail. Oh. The woman pondered. Showing a little favoritism there, All Might? No. All Might denied. You know that I'm not one of the judges, Midnight. Plus, the boy wouldn't want cheat his way through the exam. He turned back to see Izuku rushing around, jumping from building to building like Gran Torino. Besides, he is doing fine. Maybe, but there's still plenty of time before it's over. The real test is yet to come. A man in a cowboy hat said as he pushed a big red button. Let's see how they deal with this. Back at Battle Center B. Izuku smashed another 1-pointer, slamming his fist into its head and jamming it into its robotic body. He picked up its motionless arm and tossed it into another 1-pointer, the force enough to cause the two to explode. That makes 26 so far. Izuku panted, exhausted. Although that was a little excessive. Whenever I use full cowling, I end up going into a rush that ends up making me go wild. Almost like Bakugu. Izuku heard a noise behind him and saw a 2-pointer about to get the jump on him, before the blue-haired teen rushed in and smashed the robot into a pulp. Now that Izuku had a chance to look at the teen without trying to ignore him, he could see that the teen's calves were large and had pipes sticking out of them, almost like the exhaust pipes of a car. They were also shooting out air. Those pipes must be connected to some kind of radiator or engine to shoot out that much air or gas. Izuku analyzed. They must give that guy super fast speed and enough leg strength to easily smash them. Izuku and the teen looked at each other in what was a split second, but felt like forever. The teen's gaze was serious and stern as before, but he gave a nod towards Izuku. Izuku stared back and nodded. The teen then rushed to another direction to find another robot. Before Izuku could follow his lead, the whole area shook. Suddenly, the area rumbled and something arose. Izuku looked around startled, looking around to see where the rumbling was caused, only to freeze at the sight. Out of the dust cloud that formed came out a giant, building-sized robot. The robot was larger than the buildings surrounding it. It was obviously a robot with a moss green and black color, but its design and appearance looked based off a Pokemon, none that Izuku had ever seen before. Its arms were large and bulky, its fingers were sharp like claws, it moved on wheels but the legs appeared bulky and striped. It had a large tail behind it with 4 claw-like spikes on the end, and 3 spikes on both sides of its tail. Its form was hunched over, 2 spikes along the sides of its belly and 3 spikes along the neck of the robot towards its head. Its head bumpy and rigid, a large mouth filled with razor-sharp spikes for teeth, and where its eyes would be were glowing red lights. There were also symbol of the Greek letter omega on its legs and arms. Something in Izuku's mind clicked. He remembered his history teacher at Aldera talking about some of the myths of the world before the age of quirks, a prehistoric times where the world was ancient, new, primal. He remembered how he talked about a fight between 2 colossal Pokemon of legendary might, fighting for dominance over the land and sea. One was a massive leviathan of the sea, with the Greek letter alpha, but the behemoth of the land had the letter omega. Izuku stared in terror as he was face to face with a robotic look-alike of the Groudon, the legendary Pokemon of the Earth. Izuku froze in terror, instantly remembering Present Mike explaining the 4th enemy type, the one that we're told to avoid. That's the 0-pointer? Izuku thought, terrified. Isn't this a little extreme? The 0-pointer let out a robotic roar as it held out its large clawed hand and smashed the area in front of it. Izuku and the other examines braced themselves and shook under the wind force and dust cloud its fist created in one blow. Izuku watched as several of his fellow examines ran from the zero-pointer in terror, but Izuku stood there frozen in terror. From the control room, Pikachu and Eevee stared in complete shock and horror of the robotic Groudon. All Might said, "Now, here's where things get interesting. A person's true character is revealed when faced with true danger. And what better way to exemplify true danger than a legendary Pokemon, or at least a robotic version of one?" The blue-haired teen ran and looked at Izuku, frozen in fear. The teen's eyes held a need to save the frozen green-haired examine, but he turned his head away and ran past him. Izuku shook himself from his stupor and started to run away. "This is nuts. I can't waste my time with this monster, it's worth 0 points and it's ginormous. I have to turn back and look for smaller villains. My 26 points aren't enough. Less than 2 minutes remaining." Present Mick's voice shouted out. "Sheet. 2 minutes." Izuku's eyes widened in horror. "I can't lag behind. I won't let All Might down. I won't fail. Ow." Izuku froze as he heard a voice behind him, a familiar voice. He turned back to see who caused it. Behind him, 2 figures were on the ground, half their bodies covered in fallen debris from the nearby destroyed building. One of them was the he couldn't fully see, but Izuku quickly deduced it was the girl with the invisible quirk. And the other he could see, and she was the girl from before. They were trapped and helpless against the approaching robotic behemoth. "I'm sorry that I didn't ask first, but I figured that you would mind me catching you." Before Izuku knew it, their bodies grew closer to him, the wind and dirt blew past, and he ran towards them. He could feel it. It was like last time, with Bakugu and the sludge villain. The same sensation that convinced All Might to choose him. His body moved without thinking. Izuku ran full sprint towards the giant robot, all fear and terror at the robotic clone of the legendary left behind. The only thing driving him was instinct. The instinct to save the 2 girls in need. "So, Might watched," he said, "there are no combat points rewarded for taking on that humongous villain. I can't jump towards it fast enough with just full cowling." Izuku thought. "It will crush them before I climb it enough. I have to get to its head. Now." "But there is opportunity," All Might thought. "A chance to shine." Izuku pushed one for all at 100% towards his legs, and in a flash of red and green lightning, Izuku soared high towards the Robo-Groudon's head, the dust around him vanishing in a massive burst of wind. "To show what you are truly made of." As the dust cleared, the 2 girls looked up in shock and amazement. The teachers in the dark control room leaned in their seats. The other examines paused in shock. Izuku sailed towards the giant robot, clenched his right fist and poured all of one for all he could muster into it, his sleeve tearing apart. "So clench your butt cheeks, kid." The Groudon brought its hand down, Izuku sailing in between its claws and towards its head. "And yell this from the depths of your heart. And yell this from the depths of your heart." Smash! Izuku's fist clashed onto the head of the robot and, in a display of pure raw power, destroyed it. The head of the Robo-Groudon smashed into paste, beyond recognition. Its entire body was knocked back, explosions blasting out from its entire body as it broke apart at the force. The girls and examines stared in pure utter shock at the display of power from the timid teen. "Yes. Show them who you are," All Might said proudly. Nizu and the 2 Pokemon cheered in pure joy, with Eevee spilling tears from its eyes. "Embody what it means to be a hero. Nothing is nobler than self-sacrifice." Izuku stared in awe at what he did, his arm purple and broken, his fist bleeding red. "I did it." Izuku thought amazed as he stared at the mangled and broken remains of the zero-pointer, its red eye shutting down dead. "I saved them. With my own hands, with my own power. My own quirk. This is what it means to be a hero. To save others." 1 minute left. Present Mike announced. Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts and his mind clicked on where he was right now. "Oh right. F dash. Ahaha." Izuku yelled in fear and pain as he fell from the sky and started falling towards the ground. "I'm so screwed. I'm so screwed." Izuku yelled mentally. I used 100% of one for all again and I broke my arm. I also broke my legs jumping so high. I can't use full cowling. The invisible girl meanwhile helped pull the brown-haired girl out of the rubble after she squirmed her way out. Thanks, the brown-haired girl said. The two then looked up to see their savior falling helplessly towards the ground. Oh no! Tor cried out. He's falling. And look, his limbs are broken. He's going to die. The brown-haired girl stared wide-eyed at the guy she helped from before. Oh yeah, I don't mind at all. Thank you for helping me there. She remembered him saying. She gritted her teeth and thought, you saved me. Now I have to save you. No, he isn't. The girl yelled at the invisible Quirk girl. I need your help. There's only 1 minute left and I've only racked up 26 points. Izuku thought as he fell. That's not enough points to pass. And I broke my leg so I can't run or move and I broke my arm too. Damn it. I'm going to fail. Worse. I'm going to die. Wait. There is one chance. A Detroit smash. As Izuku passed by the roof of the buildings, he thought, if I use a Detroit smash I could make it. I could use the wind force to slow my descent, but it could launch me into the air again and I wouldn't have another shot. I have to time it just right so that I slow my descent and survive. But even then I won't be able to fight with both broken arms and legs. But I have to try. Izuku drew back his fist and yelled as he grew closer to the ground. Just as he was about to come close, a sudden force slammed into him from his side. He suddenly slowed down and bumped into the building beside him with a tiny thud. He then slowly landed on the ground and felt a sensation press onto him, but he didn't feel any weight. And release. Izuku heard a voice weakly say. As it said that, Izuku felt a sudden weight press down onto him, as if the invisible force that slammed into him and was on him suddenly regained its weight. Ugh! Izuku groaned in pain. He could clearly feel the pain in his broken limbs. Izuku lifted his left arm to lift himself up, but his left hand grabbed hold of something soft. But, what is this? Izuku weakly questioned. He squeezed what he was holding. Squishy. You mind letting go before I break your other arm? A sweet voice suddenly said. Izuku whirled his head around in fright at the sudden noise. Who said that? I did. The girl in front of you. The voice said again. Izuku froze and looked in front of him to see nothing and his hand holding nothing but air, yet it felt solid and squishy. He squeezed again and the voice let out Izuku paled drastically. He was grabbing the invisible girl's melons. Izuku's face rose to tomato red levels and immediately let go, all the while screaming in horror. Thanks for that. The invisible girl cheerfully said. I really didn't want to break my savior's wrist. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. Izuku began apologizing before his broken arm flared in pain again. Oh yeah, are you okay? The invisible girl asked, concerned over the teen's broken arms. Why yeah, I used too much of my quirk and it broke my arm. Izuku said. What happened? Oh well, after you saved us, I got out and helped the girl there out of the rubble. The invisible girl said. Then we saw you fall and the girl came up with a plan to save you. She used her quirk to make both me and that piece of the robot you destroyed weightless and then tossed me over at the right time catch you. Izuku turned to look at the brown-haired girl who helped saved him. Barfing rainbows? Izuku sighed in relief. She looks a little out of it, but at least she's okay. That strategy she used was very smart. Even using the piece of the robot to wait robot. The exam is still going. I have to get more points to make him proud. And that's a wrap. Present mic announced. Time's up. A series of horns blew, signaling the end of the exam. Izuku froze, eyes wide, before groaning and laying his head down by the ground. So, it's over. And with the points I got, did I fail? Hey! The invisible girl said, making Izuku look to her putting on a pair of track clothes almost out of nowhere. Wait, if her quirk only turns her body invisible and not her clothes, that means that when she landed on me. And when I grabbed her by accident. She was. Izuku almost went full nuclear meltdown before the girl spoke again. Hey, why did you do it? She asked. Huh? Izuku asked. Why did you do it? The invisible girl asked again. Why did you do it, risking yourself to save us? Even if it meant that you would miss out on some more points? Why did you come back for us? Izuku was silent, asking himself that question, but he already knew the answer. Because it's what heroes do. Saving others at the expense of themselves. I couldn't just leave two cute girls to die at the hands of a giant robot when I could save them. It wouldn't be right. Tora let out a tiny squeak. It sounded almost like a kitten, and while Izuku couldn't see her face's reaction, he knew she tensed up by her shoulders. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. The girl waved her arms around, her voice an octave higher. But, thank you for saving us. Izuku smiled. You know, the invisible girl said. Looking at you closely, you are kinda cute. Izuku blushed super hard, before rolling his eyes and passing out. As the invisible girl shrieked and tried shaking the boy awake, the other examines came closer, all the while talking about Izuku. Did you see that punch that guy threw? That was some monster power. Yeah, but I thought his quirk was that green lightning that sparked off of him? It looked like some enhancement-type quirk that made him run faster. I saw him earlier jumping from building to building and running super fast, and then smash one of those robots to pieces, but it wasn't as strong as that last punch. Yeah, and would you look at his arm and his legs? They are totally broken. I've never heard of a quirk that breaks your arms after using it. Maybe it's some kind of power-boosting quirk that breaks his limbs after using it too much or when he uses too much power? Maybe. But why break his limbs over a robot with no points? Maybe he was trying to show off? Well, joke's on him for that. It totally messed him up. True. But you got to admit that it was a really impressive move. While the examines talked, the blue-haired teen looked at the passed-out Izuku and thought, they are all missing the point. Don't they see what he did? He looked over at the invisible girl trying to wake the teen up and the brown-haired girl, on top of a robot part just now recovering. He risked everything. Just to save these two. He looked back at the passed-out Izuku. He must have known what little time was left, how many points he needed to pass, and he was putting his life on the line, but despite all that, he didn't hesitate to jump. He remembered how when he ran, he hesitated and left him behind. The teen clenched his fist in anger. If this hadn't been an exam, then of course I would have done the same thing. The teen jerked his head up in a spark of revelation. Wait, the exam. The judges. They saw that. Could there have been other parameters to the exam that I didn't realize? Before he could think any further, Recovery Girl suddenly appeared and walked over to Izuku, rewarding the other examines gummy bears as she passed by. As she reached him and inspected his broken, unconscious form, she mentally sighed, even though you found a new way to use your quirk safely, you still broke your body. You even broke your legs, along with your arm. Oh boy, no wonder Toshinori chose this boy, both stubbornly putting themselves through hell just to save others. It's both their greatest strength and their greatest flaw. Recovery Girl then healed him up, much to the initial horror of the other examines. Later, after the exam was over, Izuku woke up in Recovery Girl's office. She berated him over breaking his body again, especially after figuring out full cowling as a way to use one for all safely. He was then bombarded by the hugs and anger of an upset Eevee and Pikachu, which hurt Izuku to see almost as bad his thoughts over the exam. Recovery Girl left him go home, telling him that All Might was busy and couldn't drive him home, so he left walking back home. For the next few days, Izuku was silent, but internally he was mess. He couldn't sleep, he couldn't eat, he could barely do more than stare off into space and work his muscles with a finger grip. Eevee and Pikachu tried to snap him out of it, but their attempts only led to minimal success. Pikachu's most daring attempt was pulling out the wrestler costume while belly-flopping into a pile of ketchup sauce. It made Izuku chuckle a little even if they had to clean up the mess afterwards. Izuku barely left his room, mulling over the exams, whether he passed or failed. Until he got a call from a recently made friend who wished to meet up for a snack, to talk over how things went. Izuku reluctantly agreed. So here he was, at a bench by the beach, staring at a takoyaki with a smile and a blank stare. Aizu! A female's voice called out. Izuku didn't pay attention, still spacing out. The girl sighed before, "Oh, Piplup, do your thing," said. Piplup chirped happily as it fired a weak bubble beam onto Izuku's face. "What? Spit, what happened?" Izuku, snapped out of his spacing, asked. "You were staring off into space again, Izu? That or you suddenly fell in love with your takoyaki?" "Oh, sorry, Serena." Serena sat beside Deku, wearing a black skirt with black leggings, a black jacket over a red blouse and a red hat with sunglasses on her head, her strawberry blonde hair with blue wavy highlights flowing in the cool breeze. Ever since meeting on the beach, the two had become close. Whenever Izuku wasn't at school or training with All Might, he was hanging out with Serena, always hanging out, either at the beach they met in or just walking around talking. Izuku learned that her Serena's mother was originally a former Rhyhorn racer from France while her father was Japanese detective, how she likes making poffins, and, if Pikachu and Eevee's cries of joy are any indication, she was incredibly good at it, and how she has a thing for both fashion and Pokemon contests and performances. Izuku asked her why she wanted to be a hero if she had so many likes that don't seem to connect with being a hero. She answered him, "I actually wanted to be a Pokemon performer or coordinator, not like there's much a difference between the two, I mean in both have you and your Pokemon doing some kind of dance or show of their moves. Although, I also like Pokemon performances more because of you dancing with your Pokemon. And the fun and hard work those other performers do. I wanted to do that too. But then one day my dad came home from work one day all sad and distraught. I asked what the matter was and he said that it was because he had to watch several people die in an accident, how he was so close to saving them, but in the end he failed. He always blames himself for what happened. Then I heard him say to my mother how there were no heroes there. No heroes to save the day or help the police. He often wonders what would have happened if they were there. And so then on, I wanted to be a hero, and swear to myself that I wasn't ever going to be too busy to save others, so that those horrible tragedies don't ever happen again, and so that I won't have my dad or others who survive to feel guilty or sad." Izuku always stared at Serena in awe, like she was the most fascinating person in the world to him. He would always feel inspired by what her reasons for being a hero. In fact, Izuku then had the guts to tell her about how he was quirkless, and instead of ridiculing him, she supported his dream of being a hero, even without a quirk. Izuku knew then that Serena was the best friend that he ever had. Izuku chuckled at the memory of him telling her that his quirk manifested and showed her full cowling after he unlocked it. He could remember what Izuku could see as awe and wonder. "Izu, don't go spacing out again." Serena scolded him. "I'm sure Piplup is eager to spray to down again." Sorry." Izuku apologized. "I was just thinking about how we became such fast friends. It feels like forever since we've been friends, yet it's only been a month or two." "So cheesy." Serena laughed, while trying to hide her blush. "Hey, cheesy is good." Izuku yelled playfully. After Serena calmed down, she asked, "So, you want to quit the flattery and tell me the real reason why you have been staring off into space?" Izuku's mood went down and his smile dropped. "I am just thinking about the exam." "UAs?" Serena questioned, her interest perked. Izuku nodded. "By my own estimates, I think I did well of the written test, but I only scored 26 points on the practical. I know that it's a low score compared to the other examens, and that makes me feel so anxious, whether I failed or not." "I understand, Izu," Serena said. "But you shouldn't be so hard on yourself. UA is a hard school to get into, but even if you don't get in, there are other hero schools that you go to, like Shiketsu or Ketsubutsu." Izuku still looked down. "But you don't care about them because they weren't where All Might went, huh?" Izuku merely nodded. Another thing that had Izuku feeling down and even more worried was that Izuku hadn't been able to get in contact All Might since the exam. Izuku felt painful guilt at the thought that he failed the exam and so let All Might down. At times Izuku felt like he should have taken that easy way out, but even so, he knew that if he did, that All Might would be slightly disappointed, and so would Izuku be in himself. "Hey," Serena said as she laid her hand on top of Izuku's, gaining the boy's attention. "No matter what happens, Izuku, you did the right thing. You put others' well-being before yourself. You helped save those girls from a giant robot when everyone else was running scared. You are a better hero than any of those idiots could ever be, and if UA chose scared, demeaning, cocky brats over you, then they don't deserve to be the best hero school in Japan. Because you are already a hero. To those girls and to me. To you. Izuku said, tears gathering in the corners of his eyes. How? It was back when we first met. Serena said. You told me how my quirk was amazing, how it was special when every other kid told me that it was weak and nothing. You helped me improve my quirk, and you helped me feel confident about myself with every talk or hangout we have. You, a random kid, did more to help me see the good in myself than anybody else in my life. As far as I'm concerned, you are my hero. Izuku didn't know what to say, so he simply hugged his friend, his best friend. Serena hugged him back, letting him cry on his shoulders, all the while blushing and smiling softly. A few days later, Izuku was doing much better ever since his talk with Serena. He would finally smile and spend actual time with Eevee, Pikachu, and his mother. He also worked on training himself more, doing the same exercises that All Might instructed him since 10 months ago. Izuku figured that even if he didn't get into UA, then he would convince his mom to let him try out for another hero school, probably Shiketsu. He still hadn't gotten in touch with All Might and was getting more worried with every passing day, but held his head high and remembered what Serena told him, fueling his drive more. If I did fail, that I'm really sorry, All Might. If I let you down. But I won't give up. I'll keep trying. For not just your sake or one for all, but for Serena. For Eevee and Pikachu. And for myself. I'll keep trying. Suddenly, though, his mother burst into the living room. Izuku, they came. It's your test results. From you. Indeed, what his mother held in her hand was an envelope, the red stamp complete with UA's logo. Izuku took the envelope and silently brought it to his room, only bringing Eevee and Pikachu, while his mother waited outside, Mr. Mime nervously miming Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stared at the envelope at his desk in a blank stare. Should I even open it? He thought. What if it's bad news? What if it's to tell me that I failed? You won't know unless you open it. Pikachu said. Oh right. Izuku mentally said. Aura connection. I'm just so nervous. Well, remember before entrance exam. Eevee pointed out. You were nervous then too, but what did you do? Took a leap of faith. Izuku said. After staring at the envelope for a few more seconds, Izuku finally had enough and ripped the envelope open, revealing a small disc that fell onto the desk. Izuku was momentarily confused before the disc shone off a light and produced a holographic video. Booyah! I am here as a projection. Wawuff! Wawuff! Izuku and the two Pokemon yelled out scared. I swear I'm going to zap the old man's heart out. Pikachu said. If that isn't also missing in that walking skeleton. Wait, All Might! Izuku cried out. But this is from UA, isn't it? Should we remind him that this is a video? Eevee quietly asked. Nah. Pikachu said also quietly. Let's see how long until he figures it out. I know it's been a while. And I truly apologize for the absence, All Might said. But with great power comes with a great amount of paperwork. Pretty sure that's not how that phrase goes, but all right. Pikachu said. Once again, my apologies, my young man. All Might apologized. The truth is that I didn't come to this city just fight villains. You are looking at the new UA faculty member. Izuku gasped and asked, why you are seriously working at UA? Now. Eevee asked the yellow rodent. Nah, wait for it. Pikachu insisted, secretly cracking up at Izuku's cluelessness. Huh? All Might asked as he looked over to someone outside the camera area, the only thing shown being a hand waving its finger in a circle. Yeah, what's the matter? Who's showboating? Oh sorry, I'll wrap it up, but I have to show him something first. Wait, I have to do how many of these things? All Might asked with a more nervous smile on his face, while the finger gave the OK sign with his hand. So moving on. Ahem. Izuku deadpanned at his mentor, while Pikachu and Eevee were rolling around the floor laughing their furry buttes off. Izuku ignored the two and braced himself for the news. You passed the written test with flying colors as I would expect. All Might continued. However, in the practical part of the exam you scored over 26 combat points, a score that isn't a passing grade. Sorry. Izuku felt his world sinking. So that's it, huh? I was right. I failed. I'm sorry, All Might. You were right, because I am a failure. I really can't do anything right. I'm sorry, Serena. Fortunately, there were other factors. Izuku froze and looked up in stunned silence. The two Pokemon were just about to reach and comfort Izuku, before they too froze in anticipation. But before we get to that, I have another surprise. All Might said, a remote now in hand. Here, look. A short clip for your viewing pleasure. All Might pressed a button and the screen to his right changed to show a video recording of the brown-haired girl and the invisible girl, the two in middle school uniforms. Do you have a sec? The brown-haired girl in the video asked. We're sorry to interrupt. It's that nice girl from before. Izuku said. And the invisible girl too. They showed up after the exam to talk about you, young man. All Might informed. Huh. What does she have to say? All Might dramatically asked. You will have to stay tuned to find out. Why is he talking like this is some reality show or anime? Eevee said, deadpanning at All Might's dramatic antics. Just go with it. I've given up trying. Pikachu said. You know that boy with all that messy hair and all the freckles? The brown-haired girl said. She means me? Izuku whispered out. It's hard to describe his face. He's really plain-looking. Doesn't really stand out too much. She continued saying. Izuku felt a metaphorical and comical anvil with the words, plain, hit him upside the head. Hey, don't be so mean. The invisible girl said. I thought he was kind of cute. Izuku immediately went so red that he would be easily mistaken for a tomato. We were wondering if it were possible for us to give him some of ours points that we earned in the exam. The brown-haired girl said, Izuku gaping at her with wide eyes. Yeah. The invisible girl said. I heard him mumbling that he had to get more points, to make someone proud, and I thought that it was so unfair that he didn't because he was too busy saving us. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. Izuku heard Bakugu's insult ring in his head. He would have gotten a better score if he hadn't stopped to help us. The brown-haired girl jumped in. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that. This time Izuku heard death arms in his head as he clenched his fists. He saved us. And we have to make it up to him. The invisible girl shouted. Izuku stood up from his chair, watching the screen with wide, shaky eyes. Please, sir. The brown-haired girl shouted. Can't you just give him our points? All Might paused the video and said, You have a quirk now, that's right. But it's your actions that inspire others. Izuku looked downward, letting out a small smile, for once proud of himself. And that's why I am here. For you see, the practical exam was not graded on combat alone. Izuku looked back at the video with shocked surprise. The video continued with present Mike patting the girls' heads while saying, Thanks for coming up to the station with your request. But there's no reason for you gals to give him your points. The kid's charting well on his own. The video paused again for All Might. How can a hero course reject someone who is committed to saving others? No matter the consequences to himself. After all, that is what makes a hero. And that's what my alma mater is all about. Training those who would risk their lives for the greater good. So we have rescue points. A panel of judges watches, and they award points for heroic acts beyond just fighting villains. Izuku gasped in shock at what he was shown. Izuku Midoriya. 75 rescue points. First place. Izuku gaped in complete shock. Eevee and Pikachu joined their partner in similar reactions. And Ochako Uraraka. 41 rescue points. Fourth place. And Toru Hagakure. 41 rescue points. 14th place. You all passed the exam. Izuku's eyes couldn't possibly widen any further. I helped them pass. I passed. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Pikachu and Eevee too teared up. All Might turned to him and held out his hand with a large proud smile. Welcome, Izuku. Izuku teared up more, hearing All Might say his name with what he knew was pride. You've made it. This is your hero academia. Izuku tears came in like waterfalls. Sniff tea thanks. Evie, Pipikapi, his two Pokemon cheered as they hugged their partner. I've done it. Izuku looked to his partners with a watery smile. We've done it. Unknown. The empty void of space was all that could be seen here. All that was. Except for one place. A hall. In the hall, a four-legged Pokemon, with a golden arc-like gate around his body, stood upon a shattered rainbow throne among a room full of shattered thrones. This has been this Pokemon's home, ever since his birth from the nothing, ever since he was awakened from his slumber centuries ago, forced to reside in this empty hall and room of thrones ever since he chose to isolate himself from his world, believing that his children of both worlds didn't need him anymore. Forced to reside in an empty hall and room of shattered thrones for the family he created and the family that has been scattered and torn apart through bloodshed, be it their own or by the hands of his other creations. Humanity. He has watched humanity for millennia, whilst in his mystic slumber and upon and since his awakening, the very same awakening that just so happened to coincide with this new leap in human evolution, Quirks. The Pokemon watched as humanity changed and evolved, seeing the new horrors and wrongs that they will always find and create, seeing the bravery and good these heroes complete against evil's rise, and watched as his other creations continue to follow the paths their partners had chosen, be it for good or evil. And he has watched the conflict between the ultimate symbols of peace and chaos and their powers duel each other ever since the beginning of this new era. And with great interest he watched. And with great interest did he see the things to come, the secrets to be revealed, and his children who will rise upon the years of their final clash. The pieces have been placed upon the board. The Pokemon's majestic voice thundered through the halls. The pieces to this final match, centuries in the making. But meanwhile my children grow restless. They won't abide to their slumbers forever. And those who still walk the earth will not quench their rivalries alone, nor be safe alone from the arms of chaos who is eternal and rising fear. But I believe fading peace's air, rising hope, is worthy to the challenge. He watched upon a swirling portal of his infinity energy as Izuku Midoriya walked out of his room, a bright smile on his face, as he hugs his mother and his Pokemon. The creature chuckled, ever warmed by the affections of man and Pokemon, just as he wished to be. For, as well, he is my champion. The Pokemon said, just as I envisioned and made so since his birth from malevolence and innocence. Just as I laid groundwork for all those who stand with him, and the mantle he was destined to bear fruitful. For new portals opened. The first showed this, one for all, as it was named, pass from wielder to wielder, changing colors till it end and shined in emerald light. The second shone the boy's mother, connected by a branch of tree of beginning, and the fruit of its labor a shining beacon towards the tree of origin. The third shone the boy saving his second partner from the Spearows, and the mark of the tail he put forth shining in rainbow light. And the final fourth showed the Sevendage's partner bearing forth 2 eggs, the final one unbeknownst in its sleep, and it vanishing from the world to the forthcoming door of the boy's mother. The pieces for his growth and his awakening are in place. I will hold no hand no longer upon what is to come. All that will be is for them to decide. I laid the path from the maze of uncertainty, but he must walk upon it and forge it to a road. I truly hope to see what road you forge, O hopeful one, and the hardships you must endure. I do believe the added benefits will be rather pleasurable. And if not, I can attest it will be an amusing pleasure for me to watch.